Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
Good morning on this fine February 1st, Saturday. You are listening to On the Rise on AM 1410 WRMN with Mike Napolitano, MIA, Derrick Geyer. Hey, that's me. So we will be getting going in a little bit. But first, you know, I kind of feel like I need to be transparent with everyone out there. I've got butterflies today. Why do I have butterflies? Well, first, let me do this.
Go, Cubs, go! Go, Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. Go, Cubs, go! Go, Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. They got the power, they got the speed.
Okay. Why am I playing Go Cubs Go? Because we are doing a live remote from Old Republic Kitchen and Bar this morning. Special signing being brought to you by Top Shelf Sports Cards, Summer Sports Cards. And when I say a special signing, who could that be? We've only been talking about it for the last week and a half or so. Slamming Sammy Sosa will be out at Old Republic Kitchen and Bar this afternoon from 12 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. There will be a live question and answer, probably about 12, just about the time that the event's going to get going. Then you could have your picture taken with Slam and Sammy. You could have autographs done, baseballs, bats, whatever, baseball cards. There's also going to be an authenticator out there for you to prove that you've actually got the real deal Slam and Sammy autograph. So, that's probably one of the reasons why I am a little, why I got the butterflies going. Playing baseball back in the day, way back when, before a big game or whatever, I would get the butterflies and it would let me know that I was locked in. I got the butterflies now because I don't know if anyone out there knows it or if I've really, made mention of this. Back in the day, 2002, I was the video intern for the Chicago Cubs, which means I was responsible for putting all the reels of the pitchers, the hitters, the defensive plays, the not so great defensive plays and everything. And I actually had the opportunity to rub shoulders with the Chicago Cubs back then. Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor when he was a rookie, giving Mark Pryor a little bit of shiatsu when he first, came up to the team. And, hindsight being 2020, I'm not exactly sure if a snot-nosed, 25 or 26-year-old should have been doing that to probably one of the most premier phenom pitchers that the Cubs had back then. But, yeah, But one of the things that I do remember fondly is the fact that being the video intern for the Cubs, I had, I had the security badge and everything, but I did not get the security badge until maybe like the second game of the regular season. So I'm going throughout the Cubs clubhouse, and Sammy Sosa's there. I'm there. And he's like, he stops me. Who are you? Oh, Mr. Sosa, I am the video intern. Well, where's your badge? Oh, yeah, I wasn't issued it. Well, how do I know that you're the video intern? How do I know that you're actually supposed to be here? Fair points. I mean, fair points. This is in the height of Sammy Sosa's notoriety, popularity, and all that fun stuff. It's like, okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm just going to go back to, the cave that was the video the video room for the Chicago Cubs, right? So maybe about 15, 20 minutes later, before the Cubs were about to, take the field for the first time in the season that year, Sosa comes into the video room, introduces himself, and I'm like, who are you? He looks at me kind of like perplexed, astounded that I would be actually asking, like, well, who are you? And keep in mind that he's in complete uniform. He's in complete, Chicago Cubby blue pinstripes, all that stuff. He's in his uniform. And he's looking at me like I'm an alien. And like, well, I don't know you. You could be an imposter or something. And he takes his hands. He's like, going up and down on his, person, like, I'm in uniform. Can't you tell, like, I am slamming Sammy Sosa? And I'm like, well, and then we laughed about it. It for me, it was kind of funny. I'm obviously reminiscing about it, but it was a good time. It was a lot of fun. It was, well, quite honestly, probably one of my more memorable experiences working in this industry. Now, keep in mind, I had absolutely no idea that I'd be on radio. What is it? 2002, 23 years later, 22 and 3/4 year later, actually being on the radio and doing this. But life has a funny way of working itself out. But I'm your host, Derrick Geyer, on the Rise, and you are listening to WRMN 1410 AM. Listen live with WRMN1410.com or the WRMN app or the TuneIn app or the smart speaker. If you want to be a part of this show, call 847-931-1410. Or if you're listening online, or if you want to listen online, go to the youtube.com/@WRMN. So, as I had mentioned, we will be broadcasting live from Old Republic Kitchen and Bar, and that is brought to you by Chris Keller from Top Shelf Sports Cards, along with Brandon Summers, who runs Summer Sports Cards, and who is actually, I believe, Sosa's representative for this event. So come on out. Admission is free. If you want to have anything signed, go to their website for topshelfsportscards.com and purchase a ticket. You'll be able to get in there and, take a picture with Sammy, have him sign some memorabilia. It's going to be fun. It's, I'm really looking forward to it. Marcus Mack will be kicking us off there from the Truth About Chicago Sports. So it's going to be good. And later on, if you're still in the mood to hang around at Old Republic, later on that night from 8:30 to 11, Bad Motor Scooter will be playing live. You may be asking yourself, well, who is Bad Motor Scooter? Well, they cover Montrose, Van Halen and Sammy Hagar. Come on out. They are, they're the tribute band that covers Montrose, Van Halen, and Sammy Hagar. So that should also be good. They're also going to have their prime rib specials. They have a $7 Goose Island pint, $10 Mai Tais. I could really use a Mai Tai right about now. I could really use the weather to actually, warm up a little bit, how it was in the beginning of this week But $10 Mai Tais in a 22-ounce souvenir cup. So that should be good. That should be fun. But what we're going to do now is I'm going to kick it off to a little mini break, overcome my dry mouth here, and we will be back with On the Rise. You're listening to AM 1410 WRMN.
An eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem. If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
When it comes to real estate, you want the best. Choose RE/MAX, the #1 name in real estate. Located at 113 West Oak Knoll Drive in Hampshire, Illinois, RE/MAX leads the industry in brand awareness and provides comprehensive services, residential, commercial, leasing, and investment solutions, all tailored to your needs. With innovative marketing and cutting-edge tools, RE/MAX helps you find your dream property or sell faster. At RE/MAX, they take a client-centered approach, offering personalized strategies to achieve your real estate goals. Ready to get started? Call them today at 847-683-9200. That's 847-683-9200. Or visit their website at ildealmakers.com to begin your journey. RE/MAX Dealmakers, making real estate simple and successful.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off healthcare because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
You're currently listening to On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Welcome back to On the Rise with your host, Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer. Hey, Mike!
How's it going?
Nice of you to join us this morning.
We're prepping for this big Sammy Sosa event, and I know you were breaking it down a little bit. Did you see all the moves that your Cubs made this week?
Let's see. I do believe we got a closer in Presley.
Yeah, so the Cubs acquired Ryan Presley from the Houston Astros in exchange for Juan Bellio. He's another right-handed pitcher. They also agreed to terms with infielder John Birdie on a one-year contract, and they designated right-handed pitcher Matt Festa and Luis Vasquez for assignment. That was before trading Luis Vasquez. They acquired cash considerations from the Baltimore Orioles for him. So a lot of moves coming out of the north side, but I think the biggest one was the announcement of the yard, is what they're calling it. The yard. It is going to be a center field seating area for probably about, I think, 50 people or so is what they were saying was the size.
If I'm not mistaken, it was anywhere from, you could get packages anywhere from like 4 to 50.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, it's going to be like a party deck.
Might be like a mix and match kind of thing where they'll have like loungers, grassy area.
Yeah.
Not to be mistaken with the grassy knoll. But yeah, and the best part about that is tickets per person, if I'm not mistaken, were like somewhere around $150.
Yeah, but that includes all you can eat, food and drink. So, well, supposedly, I think, is what they're going for.
I know that the cooler was supposed to be supplied with like all you can drink. So which means you can drink from beginning to the end of the game. You don't have to worry about the 7th inning cutoff because you could refill the cooler with that. I'm not so sure about the food.
I think
it might be included, but
That's it. Honestly, for what I've seen Cubs tickets go for, that's a decent price to get all of that in one.
And you're talking about tickets in the bleachers going anywhere from like $40 to $75.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm sorry, $40, and then you're talking about like the $12 or $15 beers. So if you have if you have 3 of those, you're already at the $75 threshold, and it just. Yeah, all you can drink. Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
Baseball game. Lounging in a chair. It kind of like your own backyard. Doesn't sound horrible.
No.
Although it's got to be like, somewhere after April. Maybe like, past mid-May, because we all know how this the weather and everything here in Chicago is. Hey, I got a question for you. I wanted to ask this earlier when I was talking about the live remote that we're going to be doing at Old Republic later on today. And I had briefly regaled the audience about my time as the video intern with the Chicago Cubs and my interaction with Sammy Sosa. Well, also one of my interactions that I've had with Sammy Sosa was at least like once a homestand. When the McDonald's was still across the street, I would be tasked with going across the street to the McDonald's to get Sosa a couple of Big Macs, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And in talking with Brandon Summers from Summers Sports Cards, who is also a co-sponsor of the event at Old Republic today, he's saying that Sosa still likes his fast food.
Okay.
So with all that groundwork being laid, I need you to play Jiminy Cricket right now, because I am thinking after we get done with On the Rise today, here on WRMN AM 1410, that before I go over to Old Republic, that I pick up a couple of Big Macs for Sosa.
Absolutely.
Now, the quandary that I have here is because I don't want to be rude to Old Republic, because obviously it's, Old Republic Kitchen and Bar.
Right.
I don't want to bring in outside food. This is our first remote that we're doing. We're trying to put our best foot forward. But I also kind of feel that Sammy would get a kick out of it. He may not remember me, but
yeah, no,
so Jiminy Cricket this thing for me. Yes or no? Give me yay or nay and reason why.
I like it. I think it's a decent idea. I'm also not 100% sure if the kitchen's going to be open right away at Old Republic. I would imagine it is. But
well, they open at 11, so I would imagine that they would be.
Okay.
We're going to Marcus Mack's show is going to be The Truth About Chicago Sports is going to be there broadcasting live from 10 to noon.
While you're stopping to get the burgers, I will run into Old Republic and let them know what's going on, and I'm sure they will be okay with that. The worst case scenario, Sammy Sosa just has to take it in a doggy bag to go, right? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, it feels right.
Yeah.
And it almost, and like I was saying, 22, 23 years removed from being the video intern to actually being on radio now. And to having the live signing at Old Republic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it kind of seems fitting.
Yeah, I would say so.
I don't always have the best ideas. Which is why I needed to bounce this off of someone.
Yeah, no, I got no problem with it. I think that's a decent idea.
Well, yeah, you have no problem with it. You're not going to be the one looking like a schmuck bringing in McDonald's and everything.
I will.
Here, Sammy.
No.
Here's a couple of Big Macs, just like the good old days.
Well, I will. Like I said, I will go in and vet the situation with our gracious hosts over at Old Republic first and let them know what's going on. And then, while you're picking them up, I'll give you the yay or nay on the green light. Not to be gross or anything, but it is kind of cold enough outside that I think if they said no and you just had to keep them in the car and give them to them after, I don't think that would be awful.
He can microwave them, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's McDonald's, so you're already kind of,
Well,
not eating the best, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. Anything going on in the South Side since you are going to be apparently showing up at the live remote with Sammy Sosa in a White Sox polo?
I don't own any Cubs gear, so this is what I've got. I will be repping Sammy's lesser-known career, which was on the South Side. Speaking
the whole first season of his career.
Yeah. Well, no, he was with Texas at the start, wasn't he?
No.
For half of the season.
I don't.
But yeah, came to the White Sox for a little small stint. But last weekend there was some happenings going on with the Southsiders. It was White Sox Fest. We kind of briefly talked about that last week. They had a bunch of announcements, which included the giveaway schedule. I think we briefly mentioned that, and also the Mark Burley statue last week. But one thing we didn't go over was the 05 Forever documentary that was announced this past week, that there's going to be a documentary recapping the most forgettable, and I say that I don't forget it, trust me, but ESPN and the rest of the world seems to forget that 2005 ever happened. So I think this documentary will cement in stone that the White Sox won the 2005 World Series. Not only did they just win it, they went 11-1 and swept the World Series. This was a dominant team, and we're going to get to regale that on full display. Part of me is a little bit torn because, yes, this is the 20th anniversary. There wasn't a whole lot done, I will say, at the park for the 10-year anniversary. There was a day in which a lot of the 05 players were going to be there. They were all up in a suite. There was no ceremony out on the field. There was no signings. There was no meet and greets with the fans. It was just, let's remember 2005. Let's come to the ballpark. So spend your money. 2025, I feel, is going to be very similar, where the White Sox fans are going to be persuaded to come to the park and remember 2005 and forget everything that's happening out on the field. Sounds similar to that Derrick Rose night with the Bulls. Forget everything that's going on the court. Remember Derrick Rose's years. So
pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, so we'll see. This documentary should be great, though. I'm just excited to get some baseball underway.
Yeah, very excited about that. I mean, it does feel like spring training weather out there, that's for sure, at least here in Chicago. So we're going to be talking a little bit more baseball when we come back. We're definitely going to be getting into hockey and Bulls. But you are listening to On the Rise on 1410 WRMN. On the Rise.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip: the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first, because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Are you unemployed, underemployed, or considering a career change? Or maybe you're looking to take your career to the next level? The Business and Career Services, located at 1400 South Wolf Road, Building 200 in Wheeling, Illinois, is here to help. As a nonprofit organization, BCS supports all aspects of career development, from personalized career coaching and resume help to interview prep and even funding for job training. We're your partner in navigating high-growth careers. And it's not just individuals who benefit. Businesses can also rely on BCS for recruitment support, training resources, and strategies to retain top talent. Whether you're looking to grow your career or business, BCS has the resources and expertise to help you succeed. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 847-484-8187. That's 847-484-8187. BCS, your future, our mission.
This is On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
Can you hear? Oh, I can hear me. I don't know about you. Are you able to hear you? I think we did
last time.
Oh yeah, it's just getting stuck a little bit.
I don't know.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure what the deal is. Seem to be running in this like the second week in a row. But anyways, you were listening to On the Rise, AM 1410, WRMN. Mike Napolitano, Derrick Geyer. And before we were talking about Sammy Sosa, and his rookie year was actually in 1989 with the Texas Rangers before getting traded to the Chicago White Sox. So wanted to clear that up a little bit. And actually going through his baseball reference page, the whole WAR, 58.6 WAR for his career in 18 years. That's pretty damn astounding right there.
That's impressive.
That's pretty impressive, yeah.
I don't think it comes to much surprise that actually it might, because it wasn't exactly the home run year, but 2001, he had a 10.3 WAR. That's incredible. So
what year?
2001.
That's insane.
So yeah, it was after the home run race, but it was it was at the same time that he was running out in the field with an American flag. So
right, that was also one of the years where he actually led the National League in RBIs.
Yeah.
So that completely and totally makes sense.
It was one of his all-star years too, so that adds up. So, but yeah, let's
cool.
Let's shift gears just a little bit, talk about some minor league ball before we jump into the hockey segment. We had a couple of transactions that we wanted to catch you up on as far as the Schaumburg Boomers. We did get a chance to talk to Frontier League Commissioner Steve Tassler just a couple weeks ago, and we're going to be eventually talking to some local Boomers personnel. But in the meantime, they signed right-handed pitcher Dylan Kirkeby and Mitch White. This was the January signings. There was also a number of signings back in December. I'm not going to run through all of them here. In fact, we've covered a couple of them on the show. We talked about first baseman Kyle Fitzgerald and Anthony Calarco, but also the Boomers signing catcher Sam Kuczynski, left-handed pitcher Antonio Frias, and then they moved a lot of contracts around December 15th. They exercised and or reserved the 2025 contract options for their infielder Alec Craig, Tyler DePreta Johnson, Antonio Frias, we just mentioned, Aaron Glickstein, Christian Lopez, catcher Jake Meyer, Daniel Parrott, infielder Will Prater coming back into the fold, left-handed pitcher Jacob Smith, Peter Tevet, I believe is that, and then Dallas Wolfirk. So that was a number of signings right there. I also thought it was funny. The Schaumburg Boomers, Cleburne actually acquired right-handed pitcher Christian Lopez from Schaumburg. Cleburne is in the Cougars and Dogs League. That is the American Association. So a little bit of cross-league trading right there. That was in exchange for a player to be named later. So we will see who that turns out to be for the Boomers. Boomers also signed utility man Christian Fedko. If you remember the name, he was on ESPN Top 10 for making an incredible snag in the outfield this past year. But the biggest thing, I think, coming out of Schaumburg is the new beer garden and a second Ben's Pretzel location. So we just talked about the Cubs including a new beer garden called the Yard, if you want to call it that. The Boomers will be adding one as well. It looks like it will be down the first base line, so it will extend the seating area. I think it's, if I can picture this right, it's going to cut into that grass section, the lawn section on the first base side, and it will be for fans 21 or older, and the tickets can be purchased at the stadium or online, of course. It does say in here, the stadium can have access to the beer garden during the game. Lawn space remains on the first base side. The lawn area is still available to all ages. So there will still be a lawn area over there, but that's pretty cool. They will have extended netting over there. And then the thing I'm most excited for, a second Ben's Pretzel stand. If you've ever had a Ben's Pretzel at the Boomers game, it's a must. There's one on the third base side, but the lines are super long towards the middle of the game, so either get there early or go late if they're still open. Now you don't really have to worry about that too much. Now there will be two stands, one on each baseline, so that'll be cool as well. I guess there's also going to be some team store upgrades.
Nice.
So that'll be cool.
Yeah, there's always room for another beer garden.
Yeah, true. As far as the Kane County Cougars go, they made just a few transactions. They signed right-handed pitcher Logan Nissen. They signed infielder Derrick Mabin. Oh, sorry, that was the Chicago Dogs. I was like, that sounds like a familiar name, but from the Dogs side of things, the only other transaction Kane County made was they signed infielder Josh Allen. He was a big part of that championship team. He is not to be confused with the Bills quarterback, Josh Allen, which I think we were all pouring one out for after this past weekend.
Nope.
No? You wanted the Chiefs?
Nope. Yep.
You wanted the Chiefs?
I wanted the Chiefs.
Oh, not the rest of America.
Yeah, well, apparently so. I don't really care.
Yeah.
And you know, the reason why is because I'm a sucker for history.
Yeah. Okay.
And the fact that there's never been a three-peat Super Bowl winner, I kind of want to see that happen.
But there's been a 4-peat Super Bowl loser, and it was the Bills.
That was also the Bills.
Them to get one.
That was also the Bills, but that was Jim Kelly back in the 90s.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hell, and even that was an accomplishment in it of itself.
Not the one you want, but yes.
No, yeah, that you don't want to live synonymously, with that. I mean, that's a tough act to swallow, tough pill to swallow, I should say.
I think I speak for the majority of football fans here, other than, football fans in Kansas City or Philadelphia, is I think we're tired of the same old matchups, and it's so funny. It's the perfect time to use the quote from The Dark Knight, where you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Because everybody was rooting for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs when they went up against the juggernaut in Tom Brady.
Yeah.
I made a generalization there. Not everybody. There was a bunch of Brady fans still, but people wanted to see the passing of the torch, and they wanted to see this kid, Patrick Mahomes, beat the GOAT, Tom Brady. And now that Patrick Mahomes hasn't had a finish worse than the AFC Championship in a season, now everybody wants to see him fail.
Well, considering the fact that Patrick Mahomes has been in the playoffs and basically in the AFC Championship for what seems like already a decade now.
I think he has 7 or 8 seasons, and
straight.
Every year has been at least an AFC title appearance.
Something like that, yeah.
So, yeah, either lost in that game or lost in the Super Bowl, or three times won in a Super Bowl, because it was this back-to-back and then the other win that they had separate was that 2020? Exactly. I can't remember. But anyways, yeah, so this will be, I guess, an interesting one. Hey, it took the Avengers twice to beat Thanos, so maybe
this is true.
Second time's the charm for the Philadelphia Eagles, who will be getting a rematch against the team that beat them in the last Super Bowl that these two teams met up in.
Yeah, but I can't really feel sorry for Philadelphia either, because they've already won a Super Bowl in the last, 7 years?
Which is why
something like that.
This will go, mark my words, this will be the least watched Super Bowl in a long, long time. I think a lot of people are going to be tuning this one out, because these two teams have already won. It's old news for most.
Yeah, but you're neglecting the fact that this is going to be the Taylor Swift engagement Super Bowl.
I know I just lost a lot of Swiftie fans out there, but I don't care. This is, if Travis Kelce,
how do you not like Taylor Swift? She's so pretty.
It's just not my cup of tea.
And then I just lost a whole lot of credit from all the other sports fans out there.
Just not my cup of tea. Sorry, but
whatever, dude.
Yeah, I've seen all the memes of, you're a diehard football fan and you've waited your entire life to watch your team go to the Super Bowl, and yet all the Swifties, who most of them, I will say, are only watching it to see Taylor Swift. They don't understand football.
True story.
Probably they go and see their famous Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl every year. They think it's a usual occurrance.
And I actually have some firsthand knowledge of this, because my niece, who is 11 years old,
Big Taylor Swift fan. So what does that mean now? She's a big Kansas City Chiefs fan. Oh, no. Jump the bandwagon there. I mean, if Travis Kelce doesn't retire and or propose to her,
If they win.
I mean, yeah, if they win. I'm already counting chickens, but that's because Kansas City is favored by 1.5.
Yeah.
They were 15-2. Philadelphia was 14-3 finishing the season. But you know what? Those records don't really matter. It's all how you play in the playoffs. And both of these teams have dominated in the playoffs. Here they are. Look at the Eagles last week. They posted 7 rushing touchdowns, which is a new NFL record in the playoffs.
Oh, man, they absolutely hammered the Washington Commanders.
Sorry, Jaden Daniels, but...
Not sorry.
Not nearly enough to take on the juggernaut Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, Jaden Daniels, you had one hell of a rookie year for being a quarterback in the NFL. And coming from Chicago and being a Chicago Bears fan, I could care less that you got hammered like that.
I thought you were going to go down the same path that I was thinking, but I was thinking, coming from Chicago, being a Bears fan, of course we want Caleb Williams to do well, and of course we're going to study his career very closely. However, I'm going to keep my eye on Jaden Daniels from here on out. To do something like that in his rookie year, I mean, this kid might be destined for greatness, just like Mahomes was. Look at Mahomes. Like we said, the worst he's ever had is an AFC Championship loss finish of the season. Jaden Daniels, he's already on that course. He had an NFC Championship loss. Who knows? Next year, maybe they win it. They go to the Super Bowl, lose in the Super Bowl. Maybe they build up to that. But I mean, it's tough to accomplish such a feat. And that's why I do.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
I do give Patrick Mahomes a lot of credit, and I'll pat him on the back because that's an incredible feat.
Oh,
be able
without a doubt.
Be that consistent with that team. And it's not just him, it's the whole team, it's the coaching, it's Andy Reid. I swear, if I see another Bundle Ruski commercial, I'm going to lose it, though.
Bundle. Save. Bundle. Save.
Horrible.
Isn't that? Yeah. But come on. The first couple of times you see it, you do chuckle. But they play them so damn much that... it's like, oh, this freaking commercial again? Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. Brutal. We're going to switch gears here and head into our hockey segment. First and foremost, we're going to be talking AHL. That's Ice Hogs and Wolves, because both had a little bit light of a week, but it was heavy in the fact that they played each other. So going head-to-head, of course... Ice Hogs, they had a game 2 Saturdays ago that we didn't cover against the Iowa Wild. That was a 2-1 loss, unfortunately, for your Rockford Ice Hogs. Then they went on the road to face the Milwaukee Admirals. They took it to overtime. However, they fell short. A 5-4 win for the Admirals. In this game, you had goals from Marcel and Landon Slaggert. So that is looking up for those future Blackhawks prospects. Last Saturday was the 7th meeting between the Ice Hogs and Wolves, though, at BMO Center in Rockford.
Hold on a second.
Felix Unger-Sorum gets to it. He'll spin it up top. Here's Morrow at the point. Over to Fensori. Fensori has traffic. Lets it go. He scores! And Dom Fensori continues to be red hot for the Wolves as they tie the game at 1.
That puck had ice.
Now here's a chance out in front for Suzuki. He scores! Over to Robida. He has an overtime game winner. Robida breaking down low. Robida takes a lap behind the net to Nadeau out in front. He's knocked out. Wraparound. He scores! Bradley Nadeau! The first lead of the night for the Wolves is the overtime game winner. What hands by Bradley Nadeau?
Yeah,
do we have the, is that AHL TV?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That was courtesy of Flow Hockey and AHLTV.com.
Okay. Yeah, those 3 goals that you heard from the Chicago Wolves side of things were the 3 goals that they needed to get the win here, and that was in overtime. Bradley Nadeau scoring 41 seconds into the extra frame to get the job done for the Wolves and take another win against this Rockford Ice Hogs team. Spoiler alert, these 2 teams played last night. Same score, wasn't overtime, but a lot of the same culprits finding the back of the net. On the Rockford side of things, you had Zach Sanford and Joey Anderson notching goals, but I think for Rockford, this game was a little bit bigger than the final scoreline, as it was Autism Awareness Night. They had a specialty jersey auction benefiting the autism program at Easter Seals. They wore Chicago Storm jerseys representing Chicago's special hockey. The bidding is now open for those game-issued jerseys for Colton Dock, Ethan Del Mastro, Louis Crevier, Kyle Maximovich, and Frank Nazar. Of course, some of those guys are up playing with the big club in Chicago, but they still have jerseys created for them, so you can bid on those, or you can customize your own, it looks like.
Yeah, those are pretty sweet looking, too.
They are very nice, and it was very special because Alex Vlasic, his brother, plays for the Storm, so he was a big advocate of it last year when he did majority of his season and his time down in Rockford. The Vlasic jersey was designed special for this auction due to, of course, his connection with the Chicago Special Hockey. That's his brother that I said plays for the team. He was also a champion, Alex was, for the Rockford chapter of Chicago Special Hockey during his time in Rockford. So a great cause. We'll get into another great cause that the Blackhawks had just this past week as well, but that was what was going on the Rockford side of things. So fighting great battles on both fronts. That leads us, well, actually, before it leads us into last night, Rockford had one more game. Unfortunately, they fell Wednesday night in Van Andel Arena against the Grand Rapids Griffins. Your only goal coming from Joey Anderson in a 4-1 loss. But then, yes, last night was the 8th installment between the Wolves and the Ice Hogs. And once again, the Ice Hogs fell at home 3-2. This time, they did not get a point. That was in regulation. They never had a lead. Their 2 goals came from Artem Levshunov, the second overall pick from the 2024 draft, and Joey Anderson, both goals assisted by Andreas Athanasiou. But it was a giveaway night. That was a highlight. You had the Rockford Ice Hogs pint glass giveaway. These are very nice glass. You had both logos on here.
And for those of you that are listening on the radio and not checking us out on the YouTube live feed, Mike is holding up a collector's item from the Rockford Ice Hogs with the Rockford Ice Hog logo on one end, and then the Rockford
Screw City logo,
Ice Hogs, yeah, Screw City
with the R,
and that's a cool one with the screw in the R.
Those jerseys are beautiful too.
Yeah,
they did not wear them last night, but this was a nice giveaway and a nice way to put both logos on here. I think that's really cool. But unfortunately, as I said, Ice Hogs fall. Now the Wolves have won. Let's double check this here. 8. I can't do math right now. No. 7 of the 9 meetings that these two teams have had thus far this year. Now, they only meet 12 times, so we're going to see them again. Am I doing my math wrong here? Why are there 4 more games? I guess of 8.
Do you need to take off your shoes?
4, 5, 6. Oh, I was counting last night twice. So the Wolves have won 6 of the 8 matchups that these two teams have had. They have 4 more to go. That is on Valentine's Day. I don't think there will be any love lost there, though. On February 23rd, March 25th, and then at the very end of the season on April 19th. So there's still a couple more games at BMO. In fact, 2 at BMO. The other 2 are at Allstate. So hopefully the Ice Hogs can get a couple more wins against their rivals at home, but it didn't look great. When you look at the standings, the Wolves are hovering just above the Ice Hogs. They have 32 games remaining compared to the Ice Hogs 31. They have 22 wins, 16 losses, 2 overtime losses for a total of 46 points. The Ice Hogs, 16 wins, 19 losses, 5 overtime losses, and they do have a shootout loss factoring in there. So that is 38 points, and just behind. Wolves are sitting in 4th. Rockford is in 5th. I don't know if that's going to get them into a playoff spot. We'll have to look and see if that gets them into like that first wild card round that the AHL does. But I don't know if that's going to be high enough for them to start playing teams like Grand Rapids, who leads the division, the Texas Stars, who are in 2nd, and the Milwaukee Admirals, all very solid, dominant teams.
Yeah, and the Wolves have actually had a pretty decent week this past week.
They have, yeah, and we're going to get into them in just a second. I just want to let you know a couple of games coming up for Rockford tonight after our live show. They will be in action at home against the Milwaukee Admirals at 7 p.m. That is a Screw City winter hat giveaway for the first 2,500 fans. So go out and get your little toque, your little beanie. And then the Rockford Ice Hogs will be in Texas to face those Stars next Friday and Saturday at 7 p.m. both nights on Flow Hockey. If you're asking why aren't there a whole lot of games this week, that's because Sunday and Monday will be the 2025 AHL All-Star Game at Acrisure Arena in Thousand Palms, California. That's the Palm Desert or Palm Springs where the Coachella Valley Firebirds play. The AHL All-Star Skills Competition presented by Spotlight 29 Casino and Silvercrest will be on Sunday, February 2nd at 8 p.m. Central Time, followed by the AHL Hall of Fame induction and awards ceremony presented by that same Spotlight 29 Casino and Silvercrest on Monday, February 3rd at 1 p.m. Central
And that's
Time.
the NHL Hall of Fame induction ceremonies?
AHL. Did I say NHL? So I'm sorry. AHL. And then the 2025 AHL All-Star Challenge presented by Spotlight 29 Casino that evening at 8 p.m. Now, the All-Star Game is similar to the NHL All-Star Game because it's split up by divisions and it's like a round-robin tournament. There are more games here.
So what is it, like a 3-3?
I think it's 3v3, but I'm not sure. I didn't find any information on that, I would imagine. But the rosters don't seem big enough to do a full team. So there'll be a bunch more games starting at 6:20, going until 8 o'clock. All the divisions will be playing each other in like a round robin, and then the two teams with the best records will be playing at 8:20 for all the marbles. Yeah. So
And not a bad cover band either. All the marbles.
The Wolves and Ice Hogs, that means they're representing the Central Division. That means you will see Ice Hogs and Wolves on the same team. You have two representatives from both teams. You have Cole Gutman, forward for the Rockford Ice Hogs. That is his first appearance.
He's having a good year.
Defenseman Kevin Korchinski, we've seen him up, as well as Cole Gutman, on the Blackhawks roster. He is also making his first appearance in an All-Star game. And then for the Chicago Wolves, a couple of first-timers as well. Defenseman Scott Morrow, who has been having a heck of an offensive year for a defenseman. And then forward Ryan Suzuki, younger brother of the same Suzuki that plays for the Montreal Canadiens. The 2026 All-Star Game, though, we will be able to cover that a little bit more. That will be held at BMO Center in Rockford, Illinois. So it has been announced that we will have the All-Star Game right in our backyard next year. All right, we're running out of time here. I do want to get into the Wolves news, but I don't want to cut that short. Last Saturday, the Wolves were back home to host the Bakersfield Condors. That's Edmonton's AHL affiliate. That was Animal Adoption Awareness Night and Superhero Night. The Wolves did come out with a 7-3 victory in this one. However, they gave it right back on Sunday with a 6-3 loss to those same Condors. And then the Wolves went on the road to play the Cleveland Monsters, the Columbus Blue Jackets affiliate. That it was at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. That was against Stefan Matteau, who is their captain. He is son of Stefan Matteau, who scored the double overtime game-winning goal for the New York Rangers in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Final in 1994 en route to their Stanley Cup Final, if that name sounds familiar.
Hitting the Wayback Machine on that one.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you how these Wolves fared against the Cleveland Monsters, all leading into their weird split weekend with the Manitoba Moose. That was kind of cut in half by last night's game up in Rockford. And then, of course, their upcoming schedule. Leading into some more hockey talk, we've got Blackhawks. We have a little bit of Steel to cover, all before the 9:30 hour when we jump over to basketball, uncover Bulls and Windy City Bulls. And then, hey, stick around with us here on WRMN if you're not joining us in person, but you should join us in person over at Old Republic Kitchen and Bar for our live event featuring the one and only Sammy Sosa. You are listening to AM 1410 WRMN, and you're listening to myself and Derrick Geyer on the Rise.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. A medical transport jet slammed into a northeast Philadelphia neighborhood last night, killing everybody on board, 6 people on a medical flight there. Thankfully, nobody was killed on the ground, even though that did cause a fire. Philadelphia Dispatch via Broadcastify announcing reports of plane debris inside a vehicle.
I did get a call for 3216 Princeton Avenue in the 15th for a piece of a plane inside of a dark blue Hyundai.
The FAA says a Learjet 55 was on its way to Springfield Branson National Airport when it went down shortly after takeoff. Meanwhile, the NTSB says it will be releasing its initial report on what it knows about the mid-air collision near Reagan National Airport in about a month. Daryl Feller is a retired U.S. Army National Guard pilot. He says that night vision in the Metro D.C. airspace can be very difficult with so many flights coming and going.
I-295 is right over there, so moving lights, they get mixed up with ground lights, with cars. You just can't see them, even with goggles on. Goggles actually make it worse down there. It's so bright. So a lot of times we would flip our goggles up going through that area.
In the aftermath of the tragedy, many familiar with the complexities are sharing their insights and experiences flying at that very busy airport. President Trump's approval rating is on the rise. Here's correspondent Bernie.
The Rasmussen Report's daily presidential tracking poll for Friday shows that 52% of likely U.S. voters approve of President Trump's job performance. 45% disapprove. The latest figures include 39% who strongly approve of the job President Trump is doing and 37% who strongly disapprove. This gives him a presidential approval rating of +2. On January 23rd, he held a total approval rating of 56% and disapproval rating of 40%, with an approval index of +6. 40% strongly approved of his performance and 34% strongly disapproved. Bernie Bennett reporting.
More at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
Federal officials have approved a new type of pain pill designed to eliminate the risk of addiction and overdose, often associated with opioid medications like Vicodin and OxyContin. Dr. Charles Argoff is a pain management physician at Albany Medical Center.
Not only is it a non-opioid medication for acute pain, which is the first that's been approved in decades, but it also allows people a new option. And each of us are different, and we need as many options as possible to manage acute pain for our patients.
And he says the list of side effects from the new drug is not only different,
but don't involve the risk of substance abuse and other key side effects associated with opioids that really make it very exciting that we have this new option.
It is the first new pharmaceutical approach to pain treatment in 20 years. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. An NBA player is refusing comment while being investigated in a federal sports betting probe.
Terry Rozier declined to answer questions Friday about the investigations by federal prosecutors into unusual betting patterns surrounding his play in a game when he was with the Hornets in 2023. Rozier, now with the Heat, is linked to the same probe that led to former Raptors player Jonte Porter being banned for life from the NBA. Porter faced criminal prosecution and eventually pleaded guilty to committing wire fraud. Porter is awaiting sentencing. There has been no indication that Rozier is under criminal investigation.
That is correspondent Gethin Coolbaugh. Elite athletes are competing longer than ever before. If you haven't noticed, LeBron James and Lindsey Vonn just turned 40. Portuguese soccer star Cristiano Ronaldo turns 40 next week. Experts say what's changed is a frequency and array of support teams helping the stars. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Welcome back to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN, alongside my co-host Mike Napolitano. I am Derrick Geyer. And we got more hockey?
We do.
Let's talk that hockey.
Let's recap a little bit of our Wolves talk. As we were leaving off with that, I mentioned that the Wolves posted 7 goals in that superhero night at the Allstate Arena last weekend. That was 2 goals from Carolina Hurricanes prospect Bradley Nadeau after he had scored that overtime winner against the Rockford Ice Hogs. He also had 2 goals from Nick Swanee, one from Josiah Slavin. So they're throwing it around. Nobody was able to complete the hat trick in this game, despite having the 7 spot on the board for the Wolves. 3 of those coming on the power play, I might add. But, you know, that was still a pretty good showing. Unfortunately, like I said, that next night, they fell a little short against Bakersfield, kind of gave it right back up. Instead of a 7-3 win, it was a 6-3 loss. Familiar name you'll notice on the Bakersfield Condors if you're a Blackhawks fan. Drake Kajula gets a goal in this one, playing in the AHL. He was up on the Blackhawks about 4 or 5 years ago now. Wow, it doesn't seem that long ago, but I guess.
And it also sounds like a very forgettable name, too.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, so we had goals from Ryan Suzuki, Nick Swanee, and Ryan Stillman in this one, but of course it wasn't enough for the Wolves to get the win. Now, I did mention that they went on the road to play the Cleveland Monsters. Those were games on Wednesday and Thursday. The Wolves get the win in overtime on Wednesday, a 6-5 barn burner. 1 goal for each team in the first. The Wolves explode for 3 in the second, but they allow Cleveland to come back with 4 in the third. Luckily, Chicago scored to take it to overtime, and then they get the extra one in overtime. You had goals from Austin Wagner, Noel Gunler, Scott Brindamore, son of Carolina Hurricanes head coach Rod Brindamore, and then Dominic Fensori, Bradley Nadeau, another overtime winner. I mean, talk about how much this kid is on fire. I saw him get drafted in that same draft in Nashville with Connor Bedard in 2023. He was the 30th overall pick, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, either 30 or 31. I believe it was 30, though. And, I mean, he is just starting to really find his skates underneath him in this AHL level. You got to wonder if, I mean, I know Carolina's not in the same position that the Blackhawks are in because they're not a team that's looking to have another lottery pick. They're looking to make moves, and we saw that with the acquisition of Mikko Rantanen and Taylor Hall this past week in that same trade. So they are a playoff team, but you got to wonder if maybe they even call up Bradley Nadeau as a black ace going into the playoffs, or a black ace is an extra player, somebody who is
an ace in the hole.
No, the term, I don't actually know where the term comes from, to be honest with you, but black ace is basically like you're not a healthy scratch, but you're around the locker room so that if there are enough injuries, all of a sudden you're on the playoff roster. It's like when in baseball you expand your roster going into the playoffs a little bit so that you can have a couple extra arms if necessary, because
Okay.
Guys will go down with injury. So I mean, he wouldn't get his name on the cup, but if they
really,
of course, counting chickens, but I think he would get a day with the cup and get to, of course, celebrate with the team.
Would he get a ring?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't think Black Aces get their name on the cup, though. I could be wrong. They may have changed that, but
in all of my years of watching hockey and being a hockey fan, I've never heard that term Black Ace before.
yeah, it's I'm gonna have to look that one up. I'm not actually sure where it comes. I did look it up before. But
This is where the young whippersnapper is teaching this old dog a new term, new term.
Black Ace is a term used in Major League Baseball, ice hockey. A slang to describe a group of players or player. Thanks. That's what I wanted. Okay.
That worked really well.
We'll have to do some more research off air. But let's get back into the Wolves. They win that game on Wednesday against the Cleveland Monsters. However, they fall 3-1 on Thursday. Their lone goal by all-star defenseman Scott Morrow. But you had goals from Rocco Grimaldi in this Cleveland game, former Chicago Wolf and former Nashville Predator, if you know the name. He's also a local kid. Last Saturday was that 7th meeting between Rockford and Chicago. We kind of covered that one. That was the 3-2 overtime win for Chicago. That led into Wednesday's matchup where the Wolves hosted the Manitoba Moose.
Ooh.
And then...
Wolves back in. Here's a backdoor play. Finishes off the Fensori feed, and the Wolves take a 1-0 lead on the power play. So with this 1-goal lead here, under 7 to go in the third, keeping the shift short. Now Nadeau with Suzuki, 2-on-1. Pass to Suzuki, shoots, he scores! Ryan Suzuki, number 6, scores goal number 6, and it's 2-0 Wolves.
Yeah. It's always fun when I could actually bring in the highlights that I cut. I get very excited about that, Mike.
No, you're good. So, of course, you heard the Ryan Suzuki goal in there. Like I said, brother of Nick Suzuki, who plays for the Montreal Canadiens. While you were playing that highlight, I was able to find the term Black Ace is apparently derived from the dead man's hand in poker. So it's a card reference. I kind of, being that it's an ace, I figured.
Ace is an 8. Dead man's hand.
But yeah, I guess it's something that you could kind of keep in your back pocket type of thing, and have when you have a good hand. I guess I know what a dead man's hand is. I don't know the use of it as much in a poker game. So yeah. I'll have to do my research on that as well. The Wolves go 1 for 2 on the power play. They hold Manitoba 0 for 4, and this is where things get weird because.
Excuse me, Mike. And that highlight was brought to you by Flow Hockey TV and AHLTV.com.
Yes. This is where the schedule gets weird because the Wolves played the Manitoba Moose at home on Wednesday. Then last night was the 8th installment of Rockford versus Chicago. In Rockford, the Wolves, as I said, got the win with goals from Carolina prospects Bradley Nadeau and Dominic Fensori. It was a great game. Both goalies played really well, but it was, of course, the Wolves who came out on top in regulation 3-2. Then it's really weird scheduling because what did Manitoba just hang out all week? Because they will play the Wolves in the Allstate Arena again tonight. So they play them on Wednesday. They get to hang around and watch the Wolves play the Rockford Ice Hogs on Friday night, and then they have to stay in town and play Saturday.
They weren't going out to Rockford.
No. I'm sure they were maybe just watching it on AHL TV.
Yeah.
Flow Hockey.
But
tonight is Star Wars night with CDE Collision bobblehead giveaways. That'll be, for the first 2,000 fans. It'll be a player bobblehead. It does not name who it is, but there will be a special ticket package that will score you a light-up pint glass as well. I believe that is also Star Wars themed. And then we talked about the AHL All-Star Game happening, so it's a light week. But next Friday and Saturday, the Wolves will be in Bakersfield to play the Condors again. That's at Mechanics Bank Arena in Bakersfield, California, at 9 p.m. on both nights. So get your hockey in now because both the Rockford Ice Hogs and the Chicago Wolves are on the road next week for the All-Star Game and for their next weekend full of games. Who is not on the road are the Chicago Blackhawks. Let me just get to my notes here from this past week. The Blackhawks had a very interesting week. I guess you'd say it was better. They started off.
That's one way of putting it.
They started off, unfortunately, with a loss on their Hockey Fights Cancer night, which, of course, that night was bigger than the final score, as we mentioned with the Autism Awareness Night that happened in Rockford. But you would have liked to see the Blackhawks get a win. Instead, they go down 3-0 to Minnesota early on. They do crawl back and make it 3-2, but a goal late for Minnesota seals the deal. That was goals from Seth Jones on the power play, assisted by Connor Bedard and Tyler Bertuzzi, and then Frank Nazar, assisted by Ethan Del Mastro. But it's Marcus Foligno, brother of Captain Nick Foligno, who once again, I believe he did this to the Blackhawks earlier this season, where he sealed the deal with the empty netter. That was in the Blackhawks 4-3 loss right before Christmas. Of course, that his goal made it 4-2 in that game as well, but the Blackhawks did come back with seconds to go with a late goal, but it just, once again, wasn't enough. The Minnesota Wild win the regular season series. These two teams will not meet again this year. They played 4 times. Minnesota wins 3-1. The Blackhawks' only win came in overtime on November 10th in a 2-1 victory. So not a great showing against a very tough Minnesota team. But then the Blackhawks went on the road to play the Tampa Bay Lightning. This was a game that the Blackhawks definitely wanted to get back in because they hosted Tampa Bay last week and had a lead on them, 3-0, and still somehow found a way to lose 4-3 in overtime. I mean, this is another Chicago team that is, what is the term?
Fledgling?
Yeah.
Middling?
But also
mediocre? Roller coaster?
Finding ways to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
The lone highlight in this one was Connor Bedard's goal on the power play that everybody was talking about for his 14th of the year. Connor Bedard.
Oh, you mean this one?
Zags hangs on. Here's Bedard to the net, looking for Bertuzzi. Back goal again. Kutrov's out of the box. He races back in there. Shot saved by Johansson. Power play still in effect. 5-on-4 for 17 seconds. Penalty killers hanging on. They're tired out there. They've been out there for a while now. Connor Bedard over on the outside. Scores. What a shot by the kid. Bar down. Ties the game.
The unexpected brilliance of this shot is just more than Johansson can deal with here. But I had to see this one again. Bottom of the circle. Yeah, he just catch it. Looks like it must have gone over the shoulder, short side. He's been measuring everybody the entire shift. He's down. Yeah, oh my goodness, yeah. That thing is about 3 times larger than, the opening's about 3 times larger than the puck, maybe.
If that.
Yeah, but he doesn't have his head next to the post. That's the thing about the intelligence of that shot.
It was an absolute amazing shot.
Yeah.
I thought that initially the goal where Connor Bedard put it was off to the left of the goalie, not going in between the goalie's head and the crossbar. And he only had probably 6 to 8 inches of room to fit that in there.
If that. I saw a stat that said it was a chance that only about... You talk about shooting percentages a lot in sports like basketball. Well, it's in hockey as well. It was a 3.54% chance from where he was. I mean, he was coming down that right side, and Connor Bedard, being a righty, just throws this puck up into that little crevice that is kept open between the goaltender's helmet and the post. And I mean, just what a spectacular goal. You heard from
I would be remiss if I did not mention that was courtesy of NHL.com too. And I really, had to dig a little bit deeper because I didn't think they did that, did the call justice.
A look and plays it across the line. Here's Bedard, works it down the near side. Bedard with a shot, scores! What a shot by Connor Bedard! Wow! Top shelf, 1-1.
Oh my gosh, it 2 or 3 chances, and finally from the worst angle, he's almost at the goal line, roofs it on Johansson. Hawks tie it up. Oh my goodness. Tyler Bertuzzi in front. I mean, mean, this was all Connor Bedard. He's in motion. He's using Seth Jones right here. Looks like he's going to drop it back to him. Nope, takes it all the way down. And when Johansson's not expecting it, he gets that left pad down.
And that was courtesy of CHSN.com.
Yeah, you heard their excitement there, of course.
Lots of excitement.
The home side broadcast. Yeah. I think you're right. I think that Lightning broadcast, they go, oh, wow, Connor Bedard bar down. That wasn't just bar down. That rattled around in there after it found the smallest little hole, just enough. You heard Connor Bedard in an interview afterwards. He said, I thought there was a slot just big enough for the puck to go in.
Yeah, pretty much.
He shot it, and the puck went in. So,
which is absolutely amazing because the way, the skill level, this is probably one of the best plays, best shots that I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically an impossible angle from there. There was really nothing Jonas Johansson could do, the backup goaltender for the Lightning, on that shot. I mean, that's just an incredible shot. When you're a goaltender like that, I mean, yeah, maybe you lean your head over and you cover the post a little bit more, but then you're giving him the other side. You're the far side. So, and is he going to score on the far side from that tough angle? Probably not, but also, I mean, you're on that post.
Yeah.
You're expecting nothing to really sneak through that small of a space.
No.
So maybe just a little bit more work touching your helmet to the post. Maybe at that
couldn't
point.
Have been a little bit bigger than a cue card.
Yeah. No. It was.
That's about it. You know, that's about the size of the hole that he shot that in, which is damn impressive.
Incredible. And you know, the goaltender's sliding over too. So I'm not saying that Johansson wasn't thinking about covering that post between his head, but I mean, his shoulder, his pad, and his glove are already on that post. I mean, he's moving over to cover this shot. There's really nothing else he could have done. Arvid Soderblom does take home the #1 star in this game with 34 saves, a .971 save percentage. Bedard gets that second star of the game with that beautiful goal. But Landon Slaggert gets his first of the season here. And that was what put the Blackhawks up 2-1 after Bedard tied it on that power play. You also had goals from Ryan Donato and Teuvo Teravainen's empty netter sealed the deal. Blackhawks get the win 4-1 against a very good Lightning team. They hold the lone goal scorer, Braden Point, assisted by Nikita Kucherov and Jay Gensel. They hold the Lightning to just one goal, which was impressive, and it was the first goal of the game, too. So you dug yourself a hole, but you got out of it quickly.
Another instance of the Blackhawks actually coming to play against a more accomplished and better opponent.
Yeah, and you kind of saw that last week with their game against Tampa Bay at home.
Yeah.
Like I said, they were up 3-0. Unfortunately, the wheels fell off the bus, and they let the Tampa Bay Lightning tie it, go to overtime, and get the extra point. I mean, if you're the Blackhawks, you get a point in that one, so you're still playing well against these top-end teams, but this time you get the full-on win. So that was incredible to see. Unfortunately, Thursday night, that was Tuesday night, I should mention, Blackhawks and Lightning. Yeah, I was getting my days mixed up. I thought that was Monday night, but it was Tuesday. The Blackhawks then played again Thursday night against the Hurricanes. In this one, you had goals from Ilya Mikheyev, Jacob Slavin, and then the second goal, Ilya Mikheyev for the Blackhawks, and then Connor Bedard for the Blackhawks as well. Another beautiful goal as well.
Orlov tees it up again, and another save by Soderblom. And now it's going to spring Bedard. Bedard goes in and scores. A little flip shot. He took something off of the pitch, and Bedard gets it past Kochetkov.
Orlov lost his stick on that transition pass from Jones up to Bedard. And Bedard had Kochetkov drifting backwards, #1, and worried about a pass that he shouldn't have, #2.
And that was courtesy of NHL.com.
Yeah, so you're talking about this Blackhawks goal that Connor Bedard, this time he has a much better angle going to the net. He's not off to the side. It's a little bit more of a breakaway on this one, and he finds the
went through the goalie's 5-hole.
Yeah, 5-hole. So that was a beautiful goal. 2 goals in 2 games for Connor Bedard in this one. I started to mention Jacob Slavin's goal. That was for Carolina, as well as Seth Jarvis's shorthanded goal, which started the scoring in this game.
Yeah.
You also had a goal from Mikko Rantanen. Now, that trade just happened last week. We kind of covered it. It was Mikko Rantanen from the Colorado Avalanche to Carolina in exchange for Jack Drury and Martin Necas with Taylor Hall coming from Chicago to the Carolina Hurricanes.
So you mean the guy that the Chicago Blackhawks are paying $5 million to not be on their team?
This guy swallowed up. Good chip from Roslovic, starting with that back check.
Now it's coming the other way. Drops it from Rantanen. His shot. He scores! Welcome to Raleigh, Mikko Rantanen. It's 2-1.
You know, I wonder what feed that was. But, I mean, it was still off of NHL.com, you know, giving the credit to them. But, I mean, you could obviously tell that was the Canes, you know, play-by-play crew.
Yeah. No, so that was funny to see.
$5 million
as you
score
said,
against.
Yeah. The guy that the Blackhawks are paying scores against him. There was no Taylor Hall in this game, though. So, Blackhawks won the trade, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. But,
it reminds me of that scene in Moneyball where I forget Billy Beane is talking to, I don't know what player. It's like, no, the Yankees are paying us or paying you to play against them. Yeah. That's how badly they don't want you on their team.
Yeah, true.
I mean, is there any possibility that Rantanen could be a Hawk at the end of this season or for the free agency coming up?
I was listening to our buddy Charlie Romeliotis talking about this, and then I was also listening to a couple other sources that have differing opinions on this. I think Charlie was saying that they got it straight from Kyle Davidson, the GM of the Chicago Blackhawks, that he said that doesn't open up any special window for the Blackhawks to be able to talk to Rantanen first privately.
Well, no. I mean, he's part of the Carolina team. Carolina Hurricanes.
Sorry, I should preface it. When he becomes a free agent in the summer, it doesn't open up anything for the Blackhawks to get first crack at him just because they took on 50% of his salary.
Yeah.
Do I think the Blackhawks should talk to him? Yes. However, if you look, Rantanen wanted $14 million in Colorado. Colorado wasn't willing to give that to him.
My bad.
So I don't know if the Blackhawks are willing to. I know the cap is going up, but with all of the young stars that you're going to have to eventually pay, which includes Connor Bedard, I'm sure there's money in the cap to do this and to give Rantanen what he wants. Do you want to pay him $14 million, though? Because he is a winger. He's not a center. Mm-hmm. The only other person making $14 million in the league or higher is a comparable. Is a comparable contract is Leon Draisaitl. But Leon Draisaitl is a center at times. I mean, he can be a winger. He's been put on that McDavid line, and you allow McDavid to take some of the faceoffs. But I mean, you look at what Leon Draisaitl does compared to what Rantanen does, and I think they're in a very similar echelon. I just don't think Rantanen is that guy. You can make the argument for Leon Draisaitl not being that guy without Connor McDavid, but he's proven that when McDavid is out with injury or this recent suspension, that he is able to continue to put up points.
Yeah.
Rantanen, I'm sure, can do that, but on this Blackhawks team next year, I mean, you're still not quite a playoff team. I don't know if that makes sense to be paying a guy $14 million. Plus, you'd have to do something with the Seth Jones contract. I know you have room otherwise, but now even though you wouldn't be over the cap, that's a lot of money on the books for a team that's not making the playoffs. You're starting to become the Chicago Bulls at that point, where you're paying a lot of money to a lot of stars and you're barely scraping by. It may work out in the long run, but, I mean, make the offer to Mikko Rantanen. See if you can get him down to a number like 11 or 12. You have the opportunity to say, hey, you're coming to Chicago. You're coming to play with Connor Bedard. It's an original six franchise.
Well, and
those things do factor in.
And that right there is for me, a very tasty morsel. Because if you're going to get Rantanen, and obviously you got Bedard, and Bedard is sick. His ice knowledge or his ice vision, the vision of the ice.
Yeah.
Is pretty nasty, and he's actually able to do already, in my opinion, some of the stuff that Patrick Kane can do. You know, finding the people, getting the outlet passes, all of that. You know, no look passes. So I mean, that is just Connor Bedard and Rantanen on the same line.
It'd be beautiful to watch.
I mean, now if only they could go ahead and shore up their defense, and getting their heads out of their arses. Because this is part of the reason why the Blackhawks are losing these games. Because they're losing sight of the forwards. They're getting beat down deep. They're not getting the guys out of the crease. it's kind of hard if you're the goalie to see the puck when you've got like a 6'4", 6'5", 6'6" guy in front of you, wagging their tail in front of you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with that being said,
yeah, you're not wrong. And like I said, it would be nice. I know we're both kind of salivating at the idea of Mikko Rantanen playing with Connor Bedard.
Why can't we have nice things?
However, that's one line. Doesn't quite give you the depth you need on offense.
True.
There's not a whole lot of scoring with this Blackhawks team. And as you mentioned, the defense needs shoring up. A lot of young guys that will develop, but it's not there yet. So I don't know if Mikko Rantanen makes sense. However, you took on 50% of Mikko Rantanen's contract, and my last point here is, even if you don't get Mikko Rantanen in this offseason, that 50% should do something for you, give you maybe a discount from Colorado or Carolina in the future, because those teams kind of owe you, and you cash in on that eventually. So I've got a little bit more Blackhawks news for us when we come back from the break. But then we're going to switch over to basketball, talk about Bulls and Windy City Bulls before we go to our live show
at Old Republic, where Sammy Sosa will be signing autographs. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to him. You are listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 with Mike Napolitano and yours truly, Derrick Geyer. We'll be back in a few.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
You're tuned into On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on 1410 AM WRMN.
That's right. You are listening to On the Rise with Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer on WRMN AM 1410. And as we've been talking about all morning, we will be doing a live remote. Or actually, Marcus Mack and the Truth About Chicago Sports will be kicking off the live remote at Old Republic Kitchen and Bar, where Top Shelf Sports Cards, along with Summer Sports Cards, will be doing a live meet and greet, signings, and autographs with Slammin' Sammy Sosa. So don't forget about that. That event's going on, like I said, at Old Republic Kitchen and Bar from 12 p.m., 12 noon to 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. So don't miss out on that.
Do we know, is Marcus's show still going to be the 10 to 12?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Marcus will be going on from 10 to 12. We will be there, as that event is kicking off.
Right.
Hopefully, knock on wood, knock on my head here. We will have maybe 5 or 10 minutes to speak with Sosa.
Yeah.
I believe Brandon said that he, might be able to arrange that. Brandon Summers of Summer Sports Cards, said that he might be able to arrange that.
Yeah.
Along with, Chris.
Gotcha. So we're excited for that, and we're going to head on over there. Doors open at 11, I believe, so we'll be there a little bit earlier, I think, to kind of jump in with Marcus, but then get on over there. Doors should be open as soon as that event basically is getting underway. The only other notes I had for the Chicago Blackhawks, the St. Louis Blues announced that Brandon Saad has cleared waivers, and he was going to report to the Springfield Thunderbirds of the AHL. That is until both Saad and the Blues decided to mutually terminate his contract. That was a $4.5 million salary cap hit. Saad would like to continue playing in the NHL, it sounds like he's expressed. He will be walking away from $5.425 million in cash owed to him. That's
Mike.
Per Puckpedia. Mm-hmm.
He got picked up by the Vegas Golden Knights.
I did not even see that. Was that just today?
He got picked up less than an hour after he became a free agent.
Oh.
No, that was the day that he...
20 hours ago. Yeah. Okay.
That was the day that he got cut.
I made these notes on Thursday night, so as you can see there.
I was actually paying attention to all that hockey.
Well, I was going to say, Blackhawks fans don't get excited. I don't think the Blackhawks are going to take a waiver on a flyer out on Brandon Saad for a third stint here in Chicago. But I did hear some connections to Saad possibly going to Edmonton. I mean, you do have Stan Bowman there, who has signed him in the past. And you also have Saad, who has... I think he still has some speed at 32 years old. Could be playing with McDavid or a bottom six forward to give you some speed there. But Doug Armstrong, the GM of the St. Louis Blues, said obviously the production's not there. Right now the cap is tight, and obviously statistically he's not having a great year, and he's got another year left. If we could find a match, we would try. Unfortunately, that didn't come to be the case, so the Blues just parted ways with him, and then as you mentioned, Saad does sign with the Vegas Golden Knights. It's a deal that is prorated $1.5 million.
That's not a bad proration there.
That's decent for this. As of right now, Saad has 16 points. That's 7 goals and 9 assists in 43 games, along with a 9.3 shooting percentage, which is the second worst mark of his 14-year career. Yeah. The Blues would have been charged a $1.15 million cap hit had Saad played for their AHL affiliate in Springfield. So he ends up getting 1.5 with Vegas. the Blues avoid a 1.15 cap hit in a situation where the Blues, not quite a playoff team, but they're taking more strides, I think, right now than the Blackhawks are. They're not quite in a rebuild. I don't think they've come out and said that. It's more of like a retool. They only won a Stanley Cup in 2019, so they're not as far removed as the Blackhawks are.
Yeah.
But yeah, this would have been an interesting one for Brandon Saad to be playing for the Springfield Thunderbirds. The team will now be cleared of his full contract, giving them financial flexibility. Let's take a look at the upcoming games for the Chicago Blackhawks, though. While we are at Old Republic Sports Bar, it should be on the TV because there is a noon matchup in Florida with the Panthers. That'll be on ABC and ESPN+.
The Stanley Cup defending Florida Panthers.
Stanley Cup defending champions. And then the weird how the schedule is, because earlier in the year we saw Edmonton within the same week that we saw the Florida Panthers, I believe, if I could find that in here. Actually, no, they were maybe a week separated. But once again, the Blackhawks will face both teams that were in the Stanley Cup final last year. Wednesday night, the Blackhawks are back home to face those Edmonton Oilers. That is on TNT, True TV, and Max at 8:30 p.m.
Mortgage the house, bet on the Blackhawks when they're playing Edmonton, because
you might be right, actually.
Don't take
don't mortgage the house.
Don't mortgage the house. Don't take anything betting wise that I say with the no. I am Mr. Mush as far as the betting stuff goes. So
you know what you do though?
Don't.
You know what you do? You bet for the Edmonton Oilers because they're predicted to win this game. They have the better record. They have the better team. And if the Blackhawks win, you might lose some money, right? But at least your team has won. You pay a small, but hopefully it's a small price to see your team win. You walk away happy no matter what. A little sad either way. But
you won't be watching it on CHSN though.
No. That'll be, as I said, TNT
antenna.
True TV.
Oh, yeah.
Max.
Okay. My bad.
Friday's game will be on CHSN. That'll be against Nashville at home. That's a 7:30 p.m. game. Nashville struggling this year despite a lot of the big moves that they made in the offseason. So that's a game where, I don't know, the Blackhawks, they struggle against these lower, weaker teams. So I wouldn't put money on the Hawks then either.
It's kind of funny, we say they struggle against the lower, weaker teams and everything. The Blackhawks are the lowest and the weakest team.
Of course. But I'm just saying, I
had to get it in there.
They play well against the teams that are looking to make the playoffs. You look at Vegas, you look at Tampa Bay. Yeah. They almost had a win against Carolina at home before this 3-2 loss on the road. So, and we talked with Charlie Meliodas, and he's got that same theory. I was just
going to say that.
But, so hopefully the Blackhawks can get a win against Nashville. That's Friday at 7:30 p.m. on ESPN+. And, of course, I think it'll be on CHSN as well.
And don't forget, Nashville sucks.
Yeah. So does St. Louis.
They suck.
They are going to host the Blackhawks next Saturday at 6 p.m. So after another edition of On the Rise and the Truth About Chicago Sports, once again, ESPN Plus and CHSN.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're listening to On the Rise, AM 1410 WRMN. Your hosts, Mike Napolitano and Derrick Geyer.
So that wraps up our hockey talk mostly, other than there are a couple scores that I want to run through here for the Chicago Steel. We haven't really covered them in a number of weeks. I think we mentioned the hockey stick cooler bag giveaway a week or two ago. That was a 6-2 win over the Green Bay Gamblers, so nice for them to get back in the win column. However, January 17th, they fell 6-3 to the Madison Capitals on the road. They did come home for Star Wars night. The Force was not with them as they fell 7-4 to those same Green Bay Gamblers that they had previously gotten a win against. Then just last Friday, the Steel were at home to face the Cedar Rapids Rough Riders. That was a rough game, a 5-3 loss.
Pun intended.
The following night, they stayed at home. Oh, sorry, I should mention the Cedar Rapids Rough Rider game. That was their country night. And then right after that, it was their military appreciation night. They played a little harder for our veterans in this one. They took it to overtime. However, they fell once again to those Madison Capitals. That was a 3-2 overtime loss. Just last night was their last game that we have to recap. That was an away game in Nebraska against the Tri-City Storm, but that was a 3-1 victory. So nice to leave off on a win, get back in the win column. They will play that same Tri-City Storm tonight at 6:05 p.m. And then next weekend, Friday and Saturday, they will be in Madison to take on the Capitals in Wisconsin at 7:05 p.m. and then in Green Bay on Saturday at 6:05 as well to take on the Gamblers. Okay, let's jump into our mediocre Bulls. And by that, I mean both the Windy City Bulls and the Chicago Bulls. Yikes.
This is another instance where you would expect them to beat a team like the 76ers.
Yeah.
They lose 109-97 in that game. Come out and then beat the Denver Nuggets the following game.
Yeah, we talk a lot on paper about both of these teams, the Bulls and the Blackhawks, how on paper they are supposed to lose to these top-tier teams, especially in the NBA. In the NHL, sometimes you get the lucky puck breaks, pounces, it's anybody's game.
Yeah.
In the NBA, there's really not a whole lot of leeway for that. You look at how the playoffs go. If you're not one of those top teams in the playoffs, if you're where the Bulls typically are, hovering in the play-in rounds, you don't have a chance, especially because in a 7-game series, the better team is most likely always going to come out with the win. There's rare upsets.
You may win one or two.
It's just the way the game is.
Yeah,
it's the way teams are built these days.
I kind of also feel like we buried the lead in talking about the Chicago Bulls because the All-Star selections were made.
Right.
And the only one that will be representing your Chicago Bulls in a dunk contest is Mateus Buzelis.
Yeah, that's all we get here in Chicago. We get nothing else.
Wait.
We covered we covered the All-Star Game festivities last weekend, and that's coming up within the next week. So we'll bring you more about that information next weekend here on the Rise. But only Matas Buzelis will be in this dunk competition, not even in the actual All-Star Game. So you have all these superstars on the Bulls that we keep talking about, like we talked about with Kendall Gill. They are consistent individually. Mm-hmm. They are not consistent as a team. So going back to my point of these games that you would expect the Bulls to lose, somehow they win. They play up to their opponents, but then they play down, so far down to a lot of these opponents. The 76ers were 16-27 coming into this game last Saturday, and Philly was sitting right below the Bulls in the standings as far as the play-in rounds go, yet the 76ers blow the Bulls out of the water with a 29-point fourth quarter, 30 in both the first and second quarters in order to win 109-97. I mean, you can argue all you want about, the Bulls are supposed to win this game and supposed to lose this game, and your analysis has to be deeper than that. But it's really just inconsistency. That's all I can chalk it up to. I mean, what analysis can you do? You can't go and dissect this game and say, well, yeah, the Bulls aren't built like this, because then they turn around and they beat the Nuggets, who are 28-17 coming into Chicago. There's no consistency to this. There is no rhyme or reason. We can look at the schedule as we do, and we say, all right, this team is supposed to beat the Bulls because they are higher than the Bulls in those standings. It makes sense. I mean, it's cut and dry like that in the NBA.
Yeah, it really is.
And yet the Bulls are somehow defying the odds in the best ways when they play the best teams and the worst ways when they play the worst teams. And it's the same for the Blackhawks. And both of these teams, the Bulls and the Blackhawks, have struggled at home this year. I don't know. Is there like a United Center flu or something like that?
I don't know. I mean, is it the ownership? Oh, wait. Well, I mean, there is the one aspect. It's the Jerry ownership side of things for the Bulls. But I mean, even still, I mean, people are coming. They're going to the United Center in droves for the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea why.
I will say it's nowhere near like it was, and here, who am I to talk because I wasn't alive then, but it's nowhere near like you saw it was in the 90s. I mean, it's still not a completely packed house, but I would say it is definitely a role reversal from the 2010s when Bulls games, unless it was the Derrick Rose games and that era, Bulls games were a little bit more of a library compared to Hawks games.
Yeah.
Now Hawks games are that library. There's a lot of open seats, and Bulls games, I won't say it's a completely sold out crowd, but it's a packed house.
Yeah.
For an inconsistent team.
So it's so frustrating, especially for the people that don't have DirecTV. And, you know, we kind of talked about it with the RSNs, the regional sports networks, where are you going to be paying, you know, the $20 to see one individual team, you know, whether it be the Chicago Blackhawks, the Chicago Bulls, or, you know, the White Sox? Probably not.
Why would you when you could just listen to the White Sox right here on AM 1410 WRMN?
Well, that is definitely where you should listen.
We give it to you for free.
Yeah, we give it to them for free. And then, you know, not only that, not only do you have the voices of the Chicago White Sox, then you'll have us, you know, doing pre and post games.
As well as recapping stuff on the weekends like we're doing here. So,
absolutely.
I mean, you might as well just get your news from us at this point. I don't know why you would pay an arm and a leg to sit there and watch these teams. Of course, there's a lot of people who want to just go home and put their feet up and enjoy a game after a long day of work, right?
Yeah, because you love
going to
the
enjoy
teams.
it?
Well, that's, you know, that's the thing. I mean, how many times can you watch a Chicago Blackhawks game where, hey, all right, things are looking up. They're up by 2 goals.
They have a 3-goal lead against Tampa. Let's go.
And what happens?
4-3 loss in overtime.
Right. Or the Bulls are up by 20 in the first quarter or the first half of a ball game, and then all of a sudden they can't hit a water if they fell out of the boat in the middle of Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, and they lose by 20.
This Denver game was the opposite of that, actually. And then, you know, you had the Denver Nuggets going up.
Oh, that was so close, Mike.
You're good. But the Denver Nuggets, 35 and 33 in the first half, in the first 2 quarters. The Bulls responded with 34 in both the third and fourth quarters after they were outscored in the first 2. I mean, either these teams don't start on time and have to climb back, and they don't always do that, or they start on time, things look good, and as you said, the wheels fall off the bus. They don't...
The wheels are not going round and round.
You know, I mean, this is just... I mean, Zach LaVine had a high of 21 points here compared to Nikola Jokic's 33 points. Yeah. I mean, you know, you're not outscoring their top scorers, yet you're still finding a way to get the win. Why, if you're putting together that much of a team effort and it has to come from the collective and everybody, why is that not happening every game? It gets chalked back up to inconsistency. You go back and look. So they beat the Nuggets.
Mind-numbingly frustrating.
The Nuggets won the NBA championship in 2023. You know who won the NBA championship in 2024? The Boston Celtics. And that's who the Bulls played that next game on Wednesday night in TD Garden. Now, the Bulls beat Boston in TD Garden. We talked about it on this very show right before they came home and lost to them.
Got whooped.
This time, you're not beating the Boston Celtics again at home. A 122-100 loss.
Yeah.
And
got whooped.
You know, this game really wasn't close at any point. I saw Kendall Gill on the intermission reports talking about how the Bulls had 0 rebound control in this game. Amidst him also talking about that singing kid video that, you know, Kendall Gill went out and got Culver's. And I want somebody to sing to me every single time I go out and get fast food. Maybe when you get your Big Macs for Sammy Sosa later, somebody will serenade you.
Go, Cubs, go.
All right, not that, though.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Sammy's going to sign today.
How do I turn these headphones off? But, yeah, no, I mean, so the Bulls, another loss here.
My singing's not that bad.
No, you're fine. You're good. Kristaps Porzingis, 34 points in this one. Patrick Williams was the lead scorer for the Bulls. That's a name you haven't seen on this high-end list, the game leaders list in a long time.
If I'm not mistaken, he's been hurt.
And yeah, he was hurt for a little bit, but also high draft pick. And you haven't really seen a whole lot from him when he is on the court. You don't see a whole lot from him in this one. Of course, yes, like we said, they're playing the Celtics. It's a tough team, but 16 points from Williams in this game. That was your Bulls' leading scorer, 16 points.
Yeah.
Somehow they still made it to triple digits. Just barely. But what is going on?
Well, congratulations to Pat Levine, though. I mean, he did, him and his wife are having his, I believe, second child. So he is on maternity leave for, the last 2-3 games. He should be coming back.
Zach Levine?
Did I say Pat Levine?
I was like, yeah, why didn't that sound right in my head?
Okay.
You're thinking Patrick Williams, Zach Levine.
Yeah.
But Zach Levine, congratulations. We just talked about him hitting a scoring mark last week.
10,000 points as a Bull.
So, yeah, a lot of things going on for him.
I'm so sorry, Pat Levine. I mean, Zach Levine.
But then there was also that video of, should Zach Levine be back in the dunk competition for the Bulls because he was dunking at practice?
No.
Maybe just get an all-star game selection, man. Maybe just have consistent play enough to warrant that selection. I mean, like I said, he's been consistent individually, which you would think would earn him an all-star selection.
Yeah.
But this Bulls team is going to get overlooked because they're not as good as some of these other teams who have guys who are just as consistent at being better than most of these Bulls players individually.
Absolutely.
So the Bulls did get the win last night, despite all of our negative talk. A 122-106 win against a struggling Raptors team, and that was up in Toronto.
And that's what you need to do against a struggling Raptors team.
You need to get your wins where you can. That goes back to me saying, we talk a lot about, the Bulls should win this game and they shouldn't win this game. It's a game that you should win that typically the Bulls wouldn't, which is where a lot of our disappointment comes from, I believe. We don't think this Bulls team is built to win an NBA championship right now.
No, not at all.
None of these Chicago teams are. However, the games you should win, the Blackhawks versus Nashville, the Bulls versus the Raptors, those are the ones we expect. We are delightfully...
Against the 76ers.
We are against the 76ers. We are delightfully surprised when the Bulls get wins over the Nuggets or the Celtics. They didn't this week. But the Blackhawks get wins over the Tampa Bay Lightning or
maybe the Edmonton Oilers.
But, we're not expecting it.
Yeah.
It's the ones that you expect that make your team good. If you can cash in on the games that you're supposed to win, then the games that you're not supposed to win that you still do feel that much better. You have that much of a better record. You're that much higher in the standings. You're where Kyle Davidson wants you to be. You're where the Bulls front office wants you to be, AK and all them. I mean, it's just, I don't know.
Frustrating?
It is.
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
It's like banging our heads against the wall with Chicago teams because they never do what you expect them to do.
Yeah, and the game coming up tomorrow at 2 p.m. against Detroit, I mean, you're talking a Detroit Pistons team that has a record of 23-24. This is a toss-up game. This is one of those games that could go either way.
Yeah.
So
and the Bulls are basically going either way as they are hovering in that 10th spot. 21-28. They're playing .429 basketball, 18.5 games behind the leading Cleveland Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference. The Bulls still just grasping onto that final play-in round. As you mentioned, they will be in Detroit tomorrow at 2 p.m. Tuesday, the Bulls are back home against the Miami Heat at 7 p.m. That is the Lunar New Year game. And then Wednesday, they will turn around and go back on the road against the Minnesota Timberwolves at 7 p.m., followed by next Saturday after another edition of On the Rise. It'll be a 7 p.m. home game versus the Golden State Warriors. That is City Edition night, so get there early. You'll get a City Edition 3/4 sleeve t-shirt giveaway presented by Starry. All of those games are on Chicago Sports Network or AM 670 The Score. I should mention those Blackhawks games, despite the televised ones, as I said, you find them on CHSN or WGN Radio.
Yeah, and this is going to basically conclude our time here at On the Rise. That's Mike Napolitano. I'm Derrick Geyer. Don't forget, we are going to be out at Old Republic Kitchen and Bar, which is at 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. Why am I saying that? Because Slammin' Sammy Sosa is going to be out there signing autographs from 12 to 3:30 p.m.
Get your tickets.
Get your tickets. It is brought to you by Top Shelf Sports Cards, Summer Sports Cards. And up next is going to be the Mac Man, Marcus Mack, with the truth about Chicago sports, kicking off the live remote at Old Republic. Kitchen and Bar. Anything else you want to add, Mike? We got about 30.
No, we didn't get to the Windy City Bulls. We'll cover them more in depth next week, and we'll also talk a little bit with Sammy, hopefully later on today. I want to pick his brain on if he saw that kid that turned down the 30 Years of Pirates season tickets with that Paul Skeens card. So you're listening to AM 1410 WRMN, and this was On the Rise.
Get ready for an unforgettable Saturday night of music on WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Court Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Court mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiast Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Lisa Dwyer reports on a tragic plane crash that happened last night in Philadelphia.
A small Learjet plane crashed in Philadelphia early Friday evening, about 30 seconds after taking off.
Dead by right now. And all the dead by units over here to Cottman and Boulevard and Bustleton. The plane just crashed into the plaza where Macy's at.
The plane's owner, Jet Rescue, provides global air ambulance services. According to FlightAware, the jet was en route to Springfield, Missouri. A doorbell camera shows the plane exploding in a fireball as it hit the ground in a residential neighborhood near a shopping mall and major roadway, setting residential structures ablaze. Officials say there were 6 people on board the plane.
Testing one,
I'm
two.
Lisa Dwyer.
Federal investigators are holding off on giving much more information now on their investigation into the deadly midair collision near Reagan National Airport this week. Juan Brown is a retired Air Force pilot and current commercial pilot. He says one of the key moments prior to that collision was a late warning from the tower to the Army training crew.
The late call out to the helicopter, do you see the airliner? Because when you merge targets like this, you will get a collision warning.
And the investigation, of course, still underway. Hamas has freed 3 hostages, part of the ceasefire deal.
2 released hostages, Ofer Calderon and Yarden Bibas, arrived in Israel and were on their way to an initial reception point. Hostages and nearly 2,000 prisoners, as well as the return of Palestinians to northern Gaza and an increase in humanitarian aid to the devastated territory.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display. At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
And welcome to the show. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. Let's go. We are live here at Old Republic at 155 South Elgin, Illinois. Top Shelf Sports is sponsoring the event of Sammy Sosa signing today. Sammy Sosa will be autographing memorabilia. They are selling things at the door as well that you can pick up for Sammy to sign. Purchase your tickets by going to topshelfsports.com, and you can get your tickets to purchase and take a photo with Sammy or meet Sammy live. We're here, Marcus Mack, joined by brother Blake Cowell, live on site. Come in, place doors opens at 11 o'clock. Meeting Sammy starts at 12. Blake, what's going on, my brother?
In the flesh. It's been a long time coming.
I know,
but
I know. Here we are, and we're in a great place. It's a great establishment. I love this place, Old Republic. This is my first time here, and I got to tell you, I'm really liking this. I'm loving this whole bar scene right here. And a lot of people can't see this, but this is like some old school kind of like takes me back, some like 70s style design right there. That's pretty cool, man. I'm liking that. Big room on the big other bar on the other side. This is obviously the event hosting room. And then I see that they've got an outdoor stage.
We won't be out there today.
No, we won't.
Not today.
But it looks like they put concerts on, man. They do it big time here. So, yeah, this is the real deal, and we're just glad to be on site. We want to thank everybody for letting us join, for having WRMN here, and let us do our show and talk about some sports. And maybe we get a chance to even meet and talk with the great Sammy Sosa, the Cubs legend Sammy Sosa, here today signing autographs at Old Republic. Wow, huh? Man, that's something unique, isn't it?
Something unique, something... when you have an opportunity like this to be on site, talk to a Cubs great who's now welcome back to the franchise. The fans are ecstatic. He was just at CubsCon. Great welcome from them. Great welcome from everyone in the Cubs organization. And now he's out meeting some more fans. And opening day is right around the corner. It's only a couple months away. Fans are gearing up. Spring training is coming up. And you can really feel the baseball weather. Maybe not today, but this week, at least down by me, exactly 50s, can't complain about that. It felt like baseball weather, and you could feel it in the air.
It's starting to come around. It's kind of funny as the NFL season is getting ready to end. We've got one more game to play, the big game next Sunday, Chiefs, Eagles, and we're going to talk about that and break that down as well later on in the show. But the season, therefore, it wrapped up for the Bears, but there still was a lot of action that had to happen. Ben Johnson being hired. We talked about that last week. And now, we see that the roster's being solidified. Dennis Allen now has been added as the defensive coach. They hired the young 28-year-old. I can't think of his name right now. Declan Doyle. And I'm, a lot of people question that. And we're going to get into that. We're going to talk about that as well. If you're too young to be a coach, I don't know about that. I doubt that. I mean, I've seen so many examples from Sean McVay to the coach Shanahan. These guys, they started out young. They were 28, right? And they got their shot and they were ready to go and rock and roll. I love having a young mind like that being paired with Caleb. So, like I said, we're going to get more into that later. If I'm correct, Blake, Sammy's also going to be introduced inducted into the Cubs Hall of Fame this year, correct?
Should be this year. Him and Derrick Lee both going to the Cubs Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so this is just an exciting time. We got Cubs legend, soon to be Cubs Hall of Famer Sammy Sosa is going to be joining us at Old Republic here. And while we're talking a little bit of Cubs and some Sox and baseball, we see now the Cubs, as these winter meetings are all wrapped up, spring training is literally getting ready to start next month. Now we're starting to see these rosters kind of be solidified. We know who's going to go into spring training kind of at this point. The Cubs still need, as we know, a closer. They still need a closer, maybe a couple relievers. Do you think that can happen, or do you think they're just going to try to go with what they've got on the roster?
Well, so I think that really last week, so they made a trade last Sunday for Ryan Presley from the Houston Astros. And if you're a Cubs fan right now, you have to be ecstatic. Even if you don't like Ryan Presley, the player, you have to like how they got him. Sending over Juan Bello, who is a Myrtle Beach guy. Prospects are suspects. These guys are so young, and when you're shipping over a guy who's 19, 20, could he turn out to be the next Clayton Kershaw, Mariano Rivera, whatever you want to call him? Absolutely, but that's a wild card. And you're getting a guy like Ryan Presley, playoff experience, has closed in the back end of the bullpen before, and the only reason he lost the closing job in Houston was because they signed Josh Hader, who's a little bit better.
Who the Cubs, I'm pretty sure, would have loved to have signed.
Who they've faced for years. And now even on top of that, giving them Juan Bello, the Astros sent money back. They sent about $5 million, so you're paying a closer, a Ryan Presley back end high leverage reliever, $8.5 million. And with how the reliever market is shaping up, guys are getting $15 million in the back end of the bullpen, and we're paying $8.5. That's just good business, and Jed Hoyer's on top of this game right now.
Yes. And a lot of people are saying that Jed is basically, making a lot of moves to try to save a job. But Jed has openly said that he does not care at this point. He wants to try to build a winner, and if it's at his detriment for him, getting fired, it doesn't matter. We all know Jed right now is on the last year of his contract, and so, you don't want the moves to be made out of desperation, and I don't think that he is. It seems like he really is trying to set this roster up. Is there anything left to be done before they hit spring training?
I would say yes, because like we've seen with the Dodgers, enough is never enough. And if you want to compete in this NL and compete for the NL pennant, you never have enough talent. One name to watch for Cubs fans that have been rumored last week is Alex Bregman. Third base. We're turning into the Houston Cubbies. The
Houston Cubbies.
We're going to get three. We might get 3 Houston Astros coming over. Alex Bregman's been rumored. Now, how does that work with Matt Shaw? How does that work with the contract? Because he just rejected a 6-year, $150 million offer from the Astros.
Wow.
And I don't think anyone else is going to give him that money. But where the Cubs succeed is short-term, high AAV, opt-outs after the first, second, third year. And that might be what he does, a Cody Bellinger type deal. Bring him to the Cubs, add an extra bat, and even outside of him, the Cubs are still rumored in the starting pitching market. A guy like Michael King from the Padres, a guy like Dylan Cease, former Cub and White Sox.
Yes, I've heard Dylan Cease, and that one. If Jed can pull that one off, that alone right there, I would think that would be an excellent. I don't know if that's possible. I really just don't. If they could get him out of the Padres rotation,
it's gonna be expensive,
and especially because the Padres are competing. Let's just be honest. I mean, the Padres aren't waving a white flag at all. But I would really, that would be awesome if we could get Dylan Cease back in Chicago and on the Cubs.
Yeah.
I think that now, like I say, is that a pipe dream? I don't, but at the same time,
rumors are rumors.
Rumors are rumors. Now, could the Cubs realistically do it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, they could. So, like you say, as we're getting ready to pitchers and I think it's going to be catchers report first, and then the pitchers was a pitchers report.
Pitchers and catchers should report on the same day. And I think it's Super Bowl Sunday, so a lot of action that day.
And then after that, it's going to be, all the rest of the team's going to join. I would love, they do need, I feel like, one more bat. But, at the same time, like, you do have some young guys on this team. You got some guys that have not hit their peak whatsoever. So you could see someone have, an exploding season, a bat that just pops that hasn't popped before. But I would love to see one more proven bat on this roster to really help fuel them because, it's not doom and gloom because that's just the reality. They won 80 games. It's not doom and gloom. They could easily find themselves where they could be a 100-game winner, just a couple little tweaks here and there.
Yeah, we know baseball is a high-variance sport, and that's what the Cubs ran into last year. 83 wins for a team that blew 21 saves. Jed Hoyer left that season saying, here's where we went wrong. Here's where we need to improve. So what am I going to do? Address those needs. Nothing to chance. Ryan Presley, bringing back Porter Hodge to keep in that high leverage role, bringing in a guy like Tyler Zombro with Tread Athletics, who is one of the most smart guys when it comes to pitching, a pitching coach who's excited to work. I talked to Tyler, I actually interviewed him. He's excited to work with guys like Ben Brown. He's excited to work with guys like, all these guys in this bullpen that have all this raw talent, harness that talent and elevate them, because a lot of these guys on this Cubs roster have not met their peak yet on the pitching and the offensive side. I mean, the lineup has an interesting dynamic. You have guys like PCA, Michael Bush, Matt Shaw, young guys that still have a lot to prove.
A lot to prove still.
With the dynamic of a lot of veterans like Dansby Swanson, Seiya Suzuki.
Yes.
Guys who have been there.
Guys that can make an impact.
The young guys down.
Yes. So, I mean, I do like the direction they're headed. And I'm going to be honest, even on the South Side, and once again, just to remind everybody, this is now a home of the Chicago White Sox. We'll be carrying all Chicago White Sox games, including spring training as well. They have made moves, though. And I'll give credit to Getz at one thing. He has admitted openly this roster is bad. It needs a rehaul. And, I give them credit for not making desperate moves. And desperate moves lead to dumb decisions. And they're not adding some old veteran washed up bat just to try to, say, hey, look what we're doing some of the roster. Like, no, they've stripped it down to the studs pretty much. It's young, it's raw, but there is potential. They still got Luis Roberts, so they still got some pop in the lineup. The cupboards are not completely bare. And like you said, the one thing about young prospects is that you don't know. You don't know how it's gonna. You hope. So yeah. I mean, am I predicting the Sox to go out there and win 60 games, 70 games? No. But I also am not going to say that they're going to win 40 like they did last year. I do think they could win 60 games. I do, and I want to give them hopefully some credit for that. That would show improvement. They got a new manager. Is he an in-between manager? Is he a manager that can lead? That's still to be seen. That's and there's only so much you can do when you don't have that much talent. And that's just the reality. So. We're going to just wait and see, but it's going to be exciting because, like I said, we're going to have all the games right here broadcasting on WRMN 1410. Once again, we're here, Old Republic. The event is sponsored by Top Shelf Sports Cards. Go to TopShelfSportsCards.com to get your tickets as they are here. With Sammy Sosa today, you can get your autograph signings, picture taken with Sammy Sosa. Just go to TopShelf.com to purchase your tickets. The event starts from 12 and lasts at 3:30 today. Old Republic opens at 11 here at 155 Elgin Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. Come on down. The doors open at 11. They got a lot of cool stuff here. I'm seeing on the menu on Saturdays. They got the prime rib is the special. Oh, I like that. The juicy kind, slow cooked overnight, served with some market vegetable, potatoes, and au jus sauce and horseradish cream. $7 Deuce Island pints, $10 Mai Tai. So come on down today, Old Republic, and get yourself a nice little drink. Get yourself something to eat and meet Sammy Sosa here at the event sponsored by Top Shelf Sports Cards, which is also located in Elgin, Illinois. Blake, we're going to be joined also by the great Sophia Blackburn later at 10:30 after the break. That's always a great time. And, of course, we're going to tease and make fun of her because,
trouble as usual.
Listen, right, the Canada thing, we're still not letting that go. So we're going to say, we get to meet Sammy. You're not invited. That's going to be our way to pay her back. Yeah, yes, indeed. We'll show her. So, like I said, now we're talking baseball and we're looking at, where things would be. Honest gut feeling, can the Cubs compete this year? Can they overtake the Brewers?
Can they overtake the Brewers? I definitely think so, but I will say that with caution because I've said that last year as well when I thought the roster was way much better than the Brewers. But one thing, at least this season, they lost two of their best players. They lose Devin Williams. They lose Willie Adames. They lose guys who contribute back at the end of the game and offensively. So it's easy for me to say that now, but the Brewers are the Brewers. They develop well. They have good young talent, and they somehow find a way. So can the Cubs find a way to upset them in that way? I hope so.
And that's the thing is that, is right now is still the hope. And eventually I want to get to the point with all Chicago teams where it stops being hope and it starts being unknown. You know, I do want to be the Kansas City Chiefs. I do want to be annoying. I want people to be like, oh, I'm sick of them winning. I remember those days with the Bulls, and I loved it. I loved it. And you know what? I'm pretty sure there were people that couldn't stand Michael Jordan. I didn't care. Didn't bother me. Didn't bother me. Matter of fact, I was like, hey, root some more against them. Oh, we won another championship. Yeah. Root some more against them. That's the way I felt. So I really want the Cubs to turn it. I want the White Sox to turn it. And I know the White Sox are some years away. And, you know, fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed, you know, and I'm rooting for my South Side team. I'm rooting for my boys. You know, I'm a born and raised South Side. I love them to death, you know, and I'm hoping that there's finally some direction. Sometimes you got to fall all the way to the bottom to rise back to the top. And that's how we're going to do it, you know. But at the same time, you know, stars. We talked stars. That's what the Cubs and the Sox both.
So the city needs
stars. We need some stars. You know, that's the problem.
This town can be box office.
Box office, but it lacks stars. And that just absolutely drives me nuts. You know, as we sit and you watch these championship teams, they play, you watch the Super Bowl getting ready to get played. Who's driving these teams? It's star players, man. Star players, blue chip athletes. And, you know, for some kind of reason, we're always like not there as a Chicago team. And with baseball lately, it's just been horrible on both sides of the baseball. Where is our Mookie Betts? Where's our Ohtani?
We hope it's Kyle Tucker. You know, we have him first season, but coming off a season where he was injured a little bit, not really concerned of injury prone because it was really a one-off situation. But you gotta expect that he's gonna come out and he's gonna put up a 6-7 WAR season and carry the lineup when they need it most.
Yeah. You know, as you guys heard, they're doing a little announcements in the background there. They're getting ready for Sammy Sosa to make his appearance at 12 o'clock once again here at Old Republic, 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. It's sponsored by Top Shelf Sports Card. And you can go and get your tickets at topshelfsportscard.com to meet Sammy. We're here. The Truth About Chicago Sports live on site is WRMN 1410. And, you know, we had somebody come and they asked us right away today, what about Zach LaVine? And, you know, because we were watching that amazing Connor Bedard goal, which we'll talk about with the great Sophia Blackburn. I didn't want to entertain that at that moment. But now, okay, fine. Zach LaVine, I don't think the Bulls can trade him. That's my issue. I don't see a way for them to move off. The biggest mistake they made was signing him to that max contract. I go back to that moment, and I just remember me, you know, who am I? I'm just a pundit. I'm just a sports guy, right? But I'm going, no. Don't resign him. Let him walk away. We need to blow up. You know, let him walk away, you know. So I just, you know, and instead, they doubled down and re-upped. And then this is where we're left with now. We're left with a guy that I don't think I believe they tried. And maybe the asking price is too high. I'm not sure.
Yeah. We kind of joked around with a guy who asked. We said, you know, maybe we'll send him and Patrick Williams for like a bunch of second-round picks because that's what the Bulls have done.
Yeah.
They buy high on these guys and they put them on this pedestal of elite athletes. And like we said with the Super Bowl, stars. Zach LaVine is just not that guy.
No.
And when you're paying a B+ athlete, A+ talent, it's just running these problems, and no one wants to take that contract. There was rumors for a while the Denver Nuggets would throw their hat in the ring and maybe give us Michael Porter Jr., but even if Michael Porter Jr. comes back,
that's not an upgrade. Okay. That's not, you know, it's just like,
we got to stretch forward that can shoot three. Like, all right, cool.
I mean, I guess it's an upgrade over Patrick Williams, who refuses to play basketball, which is so funny because they gave him a contract. And, you know, he's been removed from the starting lineup of late, which is just even more of a like, really? For real? Why did we re-sign him to remove him from the starting lineup?
Yeah.
These are head scratchers, man. These are head scratchers. But yeah, I'm serious, Zach. We're stuck with Zach LaVine. We're stuck with Zach LaVine for the unforeseeable future. And I don't see it no other way right now. You know, I would love for them to move on from him. I'd love for them to be able to find a suitor. At this point, you know what? Hey, Lord asking price, man. You know what? We're not going to get a superstar back from him in return. Can we at least just get some prospects?
Just offload it and see if you can clear some money for maybe next free agency and run it back with kind of the same team. But on a positive note, a guy like Matas Buzelis, we talked about him last week. We're like, what can this guy do? He's not getting enough minutes. Billy Donovan's got to let the reins go. Let the dogs eat.
Let the kid.
And now he is, and he is playing very well, and he's getting more minutes, and you can see the development. You can see him attacking the basketball. Like we said, he's a 3-tier scorer. He can score from the outside, score from the inside, and dunk the basketball. The madhouse on Madison has to get back to business.
Yes, we have to get back to business. And, you know, like I'm looking at the roster, and they need to add excitement. It's something like, okay, they played Houston the other night back here. And, you know, you look at this Houston team, they've got 3 exciting players on their team now. They stripped it all down. James Harden, goodbye. You know, Russell Westbrook, goodbye. You know, Chris Paul, you were okay, didn't work out, goodbye.
You embrace the youth movement.
You know, and now look where they're at. They're exciting again. They have some potential, and that's what I would love for the Bulls to get back to. And I know that's tough to say, and I don't like the tanking word whatsoever. But at the same time, like, what are we playing for, especially even this season? Like, come on, man. Let's at least try to do something better than a 10th pick or the 7th pick. Let's try to at least see if we could get in the top 5 and maybe get some type of viable good player out of this.
We're the Pittsburgh Steelers of the NBA. We're good enough to like just kind of get there, get into the playoffs, but then you get to the playoffs and you're like, oh, we play the Chiefs round 1. Oh, we play the Bucks. We play the Celtics round 1.
Yep.
But we're not bad enough to get a guy like Cooper Flagg, who a lot of people are. They say capture the flag. That's the hashtag going on right now. Capture the flag. Who's going to get Cooper Flagg from Duke? It's not going to be the Bulls because we're not bad enough.
And, you know,
we have a guy like Zach LaVine.
And here's the thing about a draft is that there's always, out of every draft, there's always at least one guy, 2 at least for sure, that turn out to be solid pros. That's just how it goes in any draft. So maybe if you're not able to get Cooper Flagg, that's fine. That doesn't mean that you still can't find another prospect out there, another kid that's coming out of Scotland that's going to be impactful for your team and be that athletic playmaker that they so desperately lacked. And that's just the one thing about it. They have no real like game changers. You know, Kobe White is
game wreckers.
Game wreckers.
When the game's on the line.
Yeah, who do you fear? There's nobody on the Bulls you're like, oh man, I'm worried about playing against that guy tonight. Because you know, the bottom line is that the great Zach LaVine's going to give you 3 quarters, and then that 4th, he's going to come Casper.
Flip a coin.
Casper, where'd he go? Yeah, I don't know. And I just think it just hurts the development too of people. You know, when we get back from break, we're going to also talk like I said, we're going to talk some Blackhawks, and we'll continue talking some Bulls because I also want to break down the Vucevic situation because that is where I think the Bulls have to give in. I think that Vucevic is the real piece that you just have to let go of. He's playing really good basketball. Excuse me, all-star level. And I just think that this is your real shot. Move that piece. Start losing some games, man, and let's get yourself in a position where you can, where you can get some top picks. You know, you need some guys, you need some players, you need some people that can put this together. And right now, I just don't see that. And you know, and watching them is just it's harsh. It's harsh, even though it could be fun, but it's the losing still. It's like, yeah, they're upbeat, they're running up and down the court, but the losing in the end is, and then they turn around. But then they win just enough so that it's not enough losing. And that's the back and forth that's driving us crazy. Pick a lane. Either commit yourself completely to winning or commit yourself to losing and starting it over again. But you're driving the fan base insane. I love the Bulls, but I cannot stand the direction they are headed. This is just, you know, we're in that loop. Like you said, we're the Pittsburgh Steelers of the NBA, and it's disgusting. Once again, this is the truth about Chicago sports. You hear Marcus Mack and Blake Cowell. We're here at Old Republic. The event is sponsored by Top Shelf Sports Cars and Sammy Sosa signing today at 12 to 3:30. Old Republic is located at 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. This is our first time being on site, brother. This is a great place. I'm telling you, I'm loving it. Loving it here. Come on down. The doors open at 11 o'clock, so 30 minutes they're going to be opening up. We're going to be getting back from break with the great Sophia Blackburn. That's going to be something that can look forward to giving it back to her. Miss Canadian Excursions, having her fun without us. Well, here's to you, young lady. All right, when we get back, the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. We got Fox Valley Sports.
Listen this Sunday afternoon to Handle on the Law.
I know we're at an at-will date, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what? You're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
It's Handle on the Law this Sunday afternoon from 4 to 7 right here on WRMN.
Want to furnish your space without breaking the bank or the planet? Remix Market is your destination for high-quality pre-loved furniture, home decor, and more. Each purchase helps us rehome items and keep them out of landfills. From statement pieces to everyday essentials, you'll find it all at Remix Market. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and shop secondhand treasures today.
Looking to stay informed on the political issues that truly matter? I'm Dennis Sonar Green, inviting you to join me every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town, is where you'll find clear, balanced analysis of the day's biggest news. We dig into the headlines, cutting through the noise to deliver the facts and insights you need to stay informed. Whether you're deeply into politics or just want to understand what's going on, this show offers the depth and perspectives that matter. Tune in every weekday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on WRMN and be part of the conversation that's shaping our community. Let's navigate today's political landscape together on A Political Talk Show, only on WRMN, the talk of the town.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face, never let them have too much screen time, and never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed, never ever become a minivan mom, and you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
If your restaurant's grease is causing problems, don't worry. Hopkins Grease Company is here to help. Since 1947, they've been providing reliable grease recycling, grease trap services, and more for restaurants across the Chicago suburbs. With a full fleet and expert staff, they offer quick professional service. And as a family-run business, they pride themselves on delivering personal service you can trust. Call Hopkins Grease today at 847-458-1010. That's 847-458-1010. Hopkins Grease, the Fox Valley Grease Boys.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Welcome back to the show. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM, and we are live today. Me and brother Blake Cowell, we are sitting here at Old Republic in 155 South Elgin, 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. The Top Shelf Sports sponsored event. Go to topshelfsports.com if you want to get your tickets to meet Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa's coming out today at a great event where people can come and meet, get a memorabilia signed, can take a photo. It's going to be a great event that's going to start 12 and last at 3:30 here at Old Republic. We're here live doing our show and having a great time. And you know what, Blake? I'll tell you what, this is I'm really loving the atmosphere here, man. We got music playing. I'm feeling the vibe. Everybody's been very awesome here. The staff is awesome. I'll tell you what, I'm very impressed. This is for first time coming in here. I'll tell you, this is a place for many people to come and visit and have a great time.
I think we got to see if we can sign up a lease and maybe do the show here more often.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe full time. Who knows?
Yeah, like just let us just hang out here and just do the show. Why not? Come on, we got everything we need. We got food, we got drinks, we got a good vibe, we got music playing. Why the heck not?
100%.
So we're ready to go. I believe we should be joined by the great Sophia Blackburn. Sophia Blackburn, are you there?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, she is. Sophia, what's going on, buddy?
Nothing much.
So, Sophia, this is to pay you back for your Canadian excursion without me and Blake.
I thought that was last week.
No. This is our payback to you.
This carries over.
This carries over. Yeah, see, you thought you were just going to get away with just running around having fun without us, and we weren't going to find a way to get some payback? No. What's going on, Sophia? How you doing?
We're doing pretty good. I want to recap for a second on the basketball segment you guys were just doing. I know Blake said something about the Denver Nuggets. Blake, do you want to know where their feeder team is from? It's from Grand Rapids.
Oh, look at that.
We have the Denver Nuggets. It's called the Grand Rapids Gold, I guess. We feed into the Denver Nuggets. And I find it really odd that we have a Denver team in Michigan.
Yeah. I think that's a little that's a hike to kind of scout, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like you think you'd be a little bit closer to home. Hey, how's our team doing all the way over there in Michigan? Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think a lot of people go to the games, but I mean, I've never been to one because I personally don't understand basketball.
Go scout for us, Sophia. Go scout for us. Tell us who the Bulls need to start looking at, and we send them our way. We'll talk to our people.
Yes, and we'll get talk to your people. Talk to our people. This could be insider info. You could be playing the insider card. Sophia, do it. Heck yeah. So obviously, the talk of the town has been the goal against the Lightning, the Connor Bedard goal. Wow, what was that about, huh, Sophia?
I actually was able to tune into those games and watch them for a little bit, but I will say they had a comeback. They lost to them last week, and then they won against them this week. So they had a comeback. It was a really good goal too.
Oh my God, what a way to bounce back. And we saw Connor even score again against the Hurricanes in the last game of the month, which was on Thursday. And I'd like to say, maybe I dare say that he's starting to get a little bit on a heater.
I mean, he's on a 4-game point streak, and he's had 19 points in his last 18 games. So he's doing pretty well, I would say.
I think that the talent is starting to and let's be honest, it takes time, right? Mm-hmm. It takes time and to adjust. A new coach had to step in. Obviously, the old coach, it wasn't working, and we've seen the adjustment. But now we're starting to see it seems like a kid that's having fun and being free out there. Do you see that out of him, Sophia?
Yeah, I do. I see that they're having fun and they're playing harder. Except for, I mean, I will say they didn't have a lot of games this past week. They had, 2 games? Yeah, 3 games, and they have one today at 1 o'clock. I mean, 1 o'clock for me, but 12 o'clock CT.
12 o'clock. 12 o'clock Central Time. Be playing the Panthers, actually. And that's actually going to be that should be very exciting. That's going to be on ABC. I'll be definitely checking some of that out for sure.
Same here.
We know they play good against great teams.
They do. They play amazing against great teams. But the last 2 games that I kind of checked into, past 3, I checked into all of them. But it seems like their defense needs just a tiny bit more work because it seems that the forwards all have it there. They all have it there, but it seems like once it gets past the forwards and gets to the defense, they kind of lose it a little bit and they make everybody come down. as they usually do, but it just gets into a scramble and then everything just gets lost. And it's a little jumbled at the moment, but they do play hard. It looks like they're playing a lot better. And for it being a younger team, and they just also traded, like I said last week, they traded one of their veterans, I think Hall, and you can kind of see that they might be reaping the benefits of it, because they traded him. But we'll see for when the picks start coming out.
Exactly, like you said, and that takes time, to kind of, when a trade happens, who won that trade, what's the benefits of it. Really, sometimes don't see that, and maybe sometimes into the next season. So, clearing the deck, though, I think was the right move to do, to get these young guys, get them more playing time, get them out there on the ice, and we were just talking about that same situation with Chicago Bulls, and I think it carries over to the Blackhawks. You need to clear the deck some more so that we can get these young guys, and let's find out what they can do out there on that ice and make some moves. So we know they've got the game today against the Panthers, and that's going to be 12 Central Time. Now, here's the thing. We know that the Blackhawks usually they play good against good competition, but for some reason they lose on prime time. So do you think they got a shot today, Sophia? You think they could break their prime time streak of losing and get the victory today?
It's definitely a more earlier game than what they were used to. They usually play prime time. So maybe let's see if they have more energy in the midday to morning time than they usually do at night. It's going to be something to tune into and something to watch for sure. I'm definitely going to turn it on at some point because I have the privilege of being able to not have a blackout for it. But
I know.
She doesn't need the antenna, the Jerry antenna.
Exactly. And trust me, I'm trying to use every hack site known to man to kind of keep up with stuff. And the government keeps finding me every time. Mm-hmm. It's a very tough process right now.
On the run.
On the run. Sophia, they've turned us into outlaws. The Blackhawks and Bulls have turned us into outlaws as we do everything we possibly can to pirate games. It's horrible.
You guys
it's horrible. Yeah, no, we're shut out right now, man. We're doing everything we possibly can to be able to get some access, and hopefully we can again. But yeah, it ain't been good right now. It ain't been good for being able to get access.
No, it's the same for me when I want to watch my Red Wings.
I'll tell me.
I have to figure anything out.
It's a tough process, but we're going to push on through it, Sophia. We're going to find a way. Sophia, we do have a favor, though. Now that Ben Johnson has joined our roster, we would like you to donate a couple of the Detroit Lion players to the Chicago Bears. If you could please find a way to make that happen. Offensive lineman, preferably. Just
Dean Hutchinson, we'll take him too.
Yeah, we'll take him too.
D-line help.
Yeah, we'll take him too. Gather these players up for us, bring them to the Chicago Bears, and say this is a gift to Ben Johnson, please and thank you.
Oh, I think they like it here. It's less tax and getting a lot more money.
We'll get you some apparel too, Sophia.
Yeah.
We'll get you some Bears gear.
Right.
We'll get rid of that whole Detroit Lions stuff.
What do we got to do?
The coaches are coming. The players coming. Hey, the fans are welcome too.
Yeah. Come on down.
I think the Lions are just fine. I'm excited to see what these new coaches do. And am I sad about the coaches leaving for 13 million reasons why? Kind of. But at the same time,
there you go.
It's gonna be interesting next season and seeing all the preseason games and such. It's gonna be interesting, but you never know with these preseason games.
That's very true. It's very true. You never know.
Good, very good, and then once the real pressure hits, you never know.
Yeah, well, all we ask, like we say, you just grab up a couple players, you bring them on over to us, and nobody has to know, Sophia. It's just going to be us. It's just going to be people that know about Chicago sports. We won't rat you out, I promise, unless you go to Canada without us again.
Hey, aren't you two there together right now?
Yes, we are.
That's why we said it's our payback. You're not here, but we are.
Yes, yes.
The trip?
That 3:30 alarm hit early, but we made it.
Yeah, Blake was able to make the trip. It wasn't easy for her, but he was able to make it indeed. Maybe next time we'll let you join.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Yes, indeed. Once again, everybody, that's the great Sophia Blackburn. Thank you for joining us and talking some Blackhawks hockey. We look forward to you next week.
Yes. Don't forget to tune in today.
Yes, indeed. We'll be watching Blackhawks Panthers, 12 o'clock Central Time. All right, Sophia, have a great day.
All right, you too. Have so much fun there.
Bye, Sophia.
All right, and once again, that's the great Sophia Blackburn joining us for the show. We're once again live on site, Old Republic, here on 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. This is the Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN. This is the Top Shelf Sports Card sponsored event. Top Shelf Sports is a sports card show where you can come in, you can purchase memorabilia, you can come in and get autographs, signed stuff. They have all type jerseys, they have cards. You know, if you're a sports junkie, go down to Top Shelf Sports anytime and you're going to feel right at home, as they are sponsoring your event today with Sammy Sosa, Cubs legend, soon to be Cubs Hall of Famer. Sammy Sosa is going to be down here signing memorabilia, taking photos, signing autographs. Go get your tickets. Just go to sportsshelf.com, and you will be able to purchase your tickets to be able to meet Sammy and have a greet. Walk-ons are also, I heard, are going to be welcomed as well. That's going to start from 12 to 3. That's going to start at 12 and last at 3:30. So once again, come on down. The place, Old Republic, opens in about 15 minutes. They're going to be opening their doors at 11 o'clock. So you can start out, get yourself something to drink, get yourself something to eat. They got the specials today. Prime rib is the Saturday special, along with $7 Goose Island Pites and $10 Mai Tais. So come on down and have a good old time. Join me and Blake as we're sitting there breaking down sports, having some fun. We'll definitely take some questions once they start letting people in. This is nothing but a good time today, man. I'm looking forward to it, Blake. This is a great event. I love it. This is why we do it. This is why we do it, man. This is the fun time. So how was that ride up here, man?
Hey, you know, when I say when duty calls, when boots need to be on the ground, doesn't matter what time of day, you get in your car and you come, an opportunity to see to hopefully meet a Cubs legend. Sammy Sosa, not even a Cubs legend, but an MLB legend. We're talking about a guy who helped save baseball, him and Mark McGwire. We talk about this time in baseball history, and a time where baseball right now is thriving with a guy like Shohei Ohtani.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was -2 when the summer of '98 happened. You know, I'm a young buck out here, as they say. But you look at phases of baseball history, and you can't talk about that period of baseball without talking about Sammy Sosa.
Without talking about Sammy Sosa.
We're so lucky to have him here today.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll get him on, ask him a couple questions, and have a word with him, and we'll see. But excited to have him here nonetheless.
Excited to have him nonetheless, indeed. You know, before we went to break and then we came back, we talked with Sophia about the Blackhawks. We left off talking about the Chicago Bulls and Vucevic. And I was telling you that I think that by hands down, the Bulls have to move on from Vucevic. And I think that it's just a no-brainer, but yet here we are still as the trade deadline is looming, and there's been no trade happening. And what I just think is that the axe is too high, and they need to come down off of that. Enough is enough. Let's just, make our transition. That's the spot to go with, and let's do it. And you know what? You're probably going to get some pretty good pieces out of that deal as well.
Mm-hmm. The NBA trade market is so it's curious to get into. It's difficult to understand because these guys, their values are so weird, and especially in the NBA, like the MLB, if you trade a guy at the deadline and he's a high leverage reliever, a big package is coming back because they affect the game in so many ways. A guy like Nikola Vucevic, what does he bring to the table? Shoot the three, pick and roll, down low. He's dominant down low. At times, he can be a little soft and doesn't protect the rim. So what value does that bring to certain teams? It depends what roster he goes to. I've heard the Golden State Warriors mentioned a ton, but you're not getting a first-round pick for Nikola Vucevic, and you don't want to repeat what happened last year. Last year, AK and Eversley held their cards too tight on a guy like Alex Caruso, and the offseason comes, and they say, okay, we need to get rid of this guy. We'll get a Josh Giddey and whatever else they got back. I think they sent a second-round pick with Alex Caruso. So if you can get a good enough package right now for Vucevic, by all means, I think you have to do it. You have to.
I'm going to be honest with you, and here's a truth right now. The Bulls management has made nothing but fireable offenses for some time now. From the re-signing of Patrick Williams, the re-signing of Zach LaVine, the decision not to trade Alex Caruso last year, and then you still end up letting him go. I mean, these moves have made no sense. You bring Josh Giddey here. Why? You took the ball out of Kobe White's hand. Yeah. Kobe White was developing and really starting to show he could do something, being a primary ball handler. Yeah. Now you've taken the ball out of his hand, and Kobe White just seems like, an average player. I really think that at this point, you have to say, is there anything AK and Eversley can do up there and not get fired. I mean, I literally think that they can just say, hey, they can come on TV and say, hey, you know what, this roster is good enough to compete for a championship, and they wouldn't get fired. And that to me would be the most fireable offense, is to keep coming up here and lying to the fans when we all know, we all see this is not working, this is bad. They have to have carte blanche. Jerry has had to tell them, and I'm talking about Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner, he's had to tell them that, hey, doesn't matter, your job's cool. Because these guys operate with recklessness that you would think that they were like a championship team.
Yeah.
There's no desire, there's no sense of urgency to want to be a winner. It's just a commitment to average. And that's the part where it's like, how do they still have jobs? I like Billy Donovan. I think he is a good coach. I think Billy Donovan would actually be perfect if we had a winning team. Problem is, you're giving him nothing but duds to play with. And you're telling him to make something out of it?
Yeah. The NBA is a superstar-driven league. And we have to remember, too, it took Garpax almost to be so pressed up that they had to really resign without resigning. You know, Jerry had to twist his arm enough like, hey, I like you guys. This is nothing personal, but please step down.
Step down.
Because they're still in the organization. They're still around.
They still work there. They still work.
They're not like Matt Eberflus isn't hanging around Hallis Hall anymore. Let's get out of here.
That's what people don't realize. That's what people don't realize. John Paxson still works
Jerry
for
likes
the
his guys.
Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
And like, think about that.
Yeah.
He could make it as the general manager. In some kind of way, he still has a job making personnel decisions or business decisions for the Bulls in some type of a way.
Yeah.
This is insane. This is what I'm talking about. And it's not even disorganization. No, they're very organized up there. That's the problem. They're organized. They're committed to being average.
Yeah.
Like that's where it is. There's no disorganization up there whatsoever. They know exactly what they're doing. They're right on schedule.
And the sad thing is the fans know it too. And like I've kind of mentioned with the Cubs, hey, if you give me some tickets to United Center and go watch a Bulls game, sure, I'll go.
I'm going to go. It's a fun time.
It's a fun time.
We
love it in this town. We love it.
It's a fun time when you go to the United Center. I'm telling you, that's the thing that curses more than anything. You go there with your family, you go take the kids, and I'm telling you right now, it's a great night to go see a Bulls game, whether they win or lose. And like I say, right now they're playing actually exciting, up-tempo basketball. So it's not like you're watching a boring game.
Yeah.
You get the highlights. You're getting up and down play. The problem is the Bulls have no way to defend whatsoever, and they are devoid of a superstar. Man, this team would be so much more interesting if they had that. If they had a superstar, I'd take a LaMelo Ball, man. Like, give me anybody. Yeah. Like, seriously. But right now, this is where we're at. And so, yeah, the Vucevic trade it has to happen.
Got to shake it up. Shake it up.
It has to happen. And the part that worries me the most is that deep down, I don't think it will. And we're going to be looking once again as this trade deadline passes, a team that's going to piddle around just enough to get yourself out of lottery contention, and then the suck starts all over again. The cycle of suck starts all over again, Blake.
Yeah.
And it's like, no. I mean, I don't have any hair anymore. The Bulls may be pulling it all out.
Mine. You can borrow some.
They made me pull it all out. But my frustration is just through the roof, and it's got to be something better. You know, we're crying for it, Jerry. Please. You don't want to give us a good baseball team. Fine. Can you at least give us a good basketball? You own two organizations here. You own two organizations here, and yet we are still porous on both sides, south and west side of Chicago. Ugh.
Yeah. It's like we mentioned, that somehow, some way, you know, Jerry Reinsdorf, we kind of think of him as the bottom of the barrel with George McCaskey, and now George McCaskey's kind of ticked his way up a little bit. Now Jerry's kind of at the bottom all by himself. And you're like, and he's making the most money out of everyone because he has two teams.
He has two teams, and you know, whatever he doesn't make with the White Sox is offset with the Bulls, because like I said, the house is packed every night. Memorabilia still sells. Michael Jordan memorabilia still sells. Scottie Pippen memorabilia still sells. Derrick Rose memorabilia still sells. The Chicago Bulls are still a hot ticket item out there. So the Chicago Bulls make plenty of money, man.
Yeah.
They make plenty of money. Make no mistake about it. And you know what? I think that's the thing, is that he knows, hey, I don't got to spend a little bit, and I don't got to do much, and I'm gonna get all them big bags of money, and you know what? Who cares? Because I got my championships, and that's the worst thing that could have happened to us.
Worst thing that could happen, and kind of like we mentioned earlier in the show, I don't even think it's the frustration. Obviously, we want to win games. Obviously, we want to make the playoffs. We want to get deep in the playoffs and be in those big championship level series. But the Chicago Bulls are a box office franchise. The logo, you will see it in Los Angeles. You'll see it in New York City. You'll see it in Miami. You'll see it across the world because Michael Jordan put that franchise on the map forever. Forever. Guys like the Knicks, you'll see that logo every Lakers, Celtics. You'll see those logos everywhere you go. And there's one team that isn't good out of those four, and it's the Chicago Bulls.
Yes. We're gonna be talking some Chicago Bears as well. We're gonna be talking about the roster moves that need to be made. We're gonna be talking about the coaches that have been added. There's the Ben Johnson starting to round out his coaching tree, as you might want to say, for the Chicago Bears. We're also gonna talk about the Chiefs and the Eagles. The Chiefs and the Eagles are getting ready to play in the Super Bowl next Sunday, and that's gonna be the rematch of Mahomes and Jalen Hurts. And I think the thing that surprised me that I've kind of heard it, and we talked about it a little bit earlier as well, is that I guess like there's a Chief fatigue because of the Chiefs winning and Taylor always on TV. Well, she's not actually she really hasn't been on TV that much this year. But I guess apparently there's a Taylor fatigue, a Chief fatigue, and as a person, that's coming from a town that had a dynasty and would love to see that again, I am not fatigued at all. I absolutely love it. And would it be nice to see the Eagles win? Sure. But let me tell you something. If the Chiefs three-peat, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. I'm not chiefed them out yet. I'm not chiefed them out just yet.
We'll get into it in the next segment. I disagree, but you got to respect greatness, right? And that's like we're saying in Chicago. We want greatness. We're starving for it. We talked about the Bulls again. I was -2 when the Bulls were in their second three-peat, so I haven't seen the greatness from the city quite yet to that level. But you got to respect what Patrick Mahomes is doing. He went in last week. I mean, going against Josh Allen again. And I said to my friends who I was watching this, I'm like, Josh Allen is not leaving here without a win because he is starving for his moment.
And he played great. He played really good football game. Played really good
Zero
football.
Turnovers.
And he just couldn't get it done. And and I know people talk about all the refs and this and that. And I'm pretty sure people said the same. I know people said the same thing about Michael Jordan when he gets all the calls. And I heard Mike Greenberg say, and he said when he was a young reporter covering the Bulls, and he sat there and he asked Michael Jordan one day, he says, they were playing the Knicks, and he said, the fans, everybody complains, says, man, you get all the calls, and you know what Michael Jordan's response was? So. And that's just the way it is.
He doesn't have the whistle.
Superstars don't care because here's the bottom line: you still got to make the play. You still got to throw the football. You still got to catch the position. You still got to catch the ball. And Patrick Mahomes still has to throw. The refs don't throw for him. They don't catch for him. You know what I mean? The play still got to get made. And that's just bottom line. And the thing about it is that teams have tried their best to stop them, and it just hasn't happened. So when we get back from break, we're going to break down that some more. And like I said, we'll be talking some Bears as well. This is the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. We are live on site at Old Republic 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois, as Top Shelf Sports has got sponsored event from Sammy Sosa. We'll be here signing autographs. Go get your tickets. Just go online at topshelfsports.com. Get your tickets to take a photo op or get signed memorabilia from Sammy Sosa. That's going to start at 11 o'clock. Republic, and then the event will start 12 and will last at 3:30 here. Once again on WRMN 1410 AM. This is the Truth About Chicago Sports with Marcus Mack and Blake Cowell. Everyone, have a great time and come join us today.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has 2 convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
And welcome back to the show. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. We are live at Old Republic at 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois, with Top Shelf Sports sponsored event. Sammy Sosa signing today here from 12 to 3:30. Come on down, get your tickets purchased, and go to TopShelfSports.com to get your tickets to meet Sammy Sosa photo opportunities as well as signing memorabilia. We're now joined by the guys who opened up Fox Valley Sports Saturday, Derrick, and Mikey P from On the Rise. What's going on, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Very excited to be here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course.
We're probably going to be looking over our shoulder this segment because the doors are just opening here, so get on out here. Yep. Sammy Sosa will be here. Plenty of food and drinks to go around. I'm looking at the Hulk smash right here. I mean,
tell me,
this menu, it's dangerous.
Nice. I like this. I like this.
Don't forget about the prime rib special.
Oh, yes.
Or the $7 Goose Island pints, not to mention the $10 Mai Tais
with the souvenir
in a souvenir cup.
I want to know what this Thunderbolt sauce is on the.
I know, man. Look, I might have to try it. I'm definitely going to get in this menu. I'm definitely going to get in this menu.
Don't forget, we are actually in a heated igloo tent area.
Yeah.
We're outside.
Yes.
But we're warm. It's not 50 degrees outside. But we're inside. Inside, but we're inside.
And so we want to remind you that WRMN is going to be the home of the Chicago White Sox. So we're representing Sammy Sosa for the White Sox as well. Yeah. But just keep in mind, this is a beautiful venue here at Old Republic. Could be a venue that we broadcast the pre and the post-game shows of White Sox games this summer. It'll be opened up. It'll be much warmer. No, opening day might not be much warmer. That's still
April. That's still kind of cold here in Chicago.
But here in the summer, I see a stage out here.
I see a stage.
I haven't been here before, and I will say I've heard a lot of great things about it. My buddy John lives up the block. I mean, they always have live bands.
Rumor is Derrick can break dance. We're going to have him out in full display.
You getting out there?
Let's going to do that.
I'll dance if that's what the audience requires. I'll get out there.
Take some $10 Mai Tais, but get there.
Might take like 20 $10 Mai Tais. So that's going to be an expensive bar tab.
Oh my goodness, guys! This is such a great time, a great event, right? Great coming together. This is awesome. This is what it's all about. This is why we love to do sports. Now, of course, me and Mike, we got to deal with these Cubs fans here. But
is that why we're sitting the way that we are?
Yes, we got to make sure that it's
good team, bad team, good team.
We got to have a stacked deck there. We got to bust up that monotony.
I heard you guys were talking to Sophia earlier.
Yes, the great Sophia Blackburn.
Detroit fans too.
The great Sophia Blackburn. We always love talking some hockey with her and giving her a hard time. It's what we like to do.
Thank you for Ben Johnson.
Yes, thank you for being.
Yeah, thank you.
And, speaking of that, so now we see that the roster's really starting to fill out. Dennis Allen is now the defensive coordinator. Declan Doyle is now the offensive coordinator.
Wait. The 28-year-old offensive
let's talk about that. What do you guys think? I am not an ageist. I never have been. I have always been open. I don't care, old or young, as long as you can get it done. Now, I have heard some people calling and complaining and say maybe he's too young to be, leading the offensive coordinator position. But I love it. I love having this young mind pair with Caleb. What do you guys feel about it?
He's coming over from Denver.
Denver, tight end coach.
So he was tight end coach. Thank you. Over there in Denver. He's learning from who's
Sean
the
Payton.
coach? Sean Payton. Thank you. I almost said
from the Sean Payton tree. Okay.
You know, so I wanted to get the right Sean. But yeah, I mean, he's doing what he needs to do to, you know, elevate himself. And why would you not take a promotion? I don't know anyone that wouldn't take a promotion.
Yes, indeed. Especially when you're 28.
And this is a great opportunity for him to learn, especially under the tutelage of now Ben Johnson. Now, I know he's a first-time head coach. However, I mean, everything that he's done with the Lions over the last few years, I'm kind of getting excited again, and I vowed not to get excited.
I did. I
until
told
saw
myself not to let the juices flow. Too late. The juices are flowing.
I'm thinking Detroit for Ben Johnson. He hasn't even coached a game here.
Yeah.
So let me reel it back a little bit. I don't think this was a name that we heard when talking about the potential offensive coordinators, but despite him just being the tight end coach out in Denver, he did get to see that offense with Bo Nix this past year. And I think that could lead to a lot of great things for this Bears team. We're just going to have to see how it gels with the system.
Yeah, and Ben Johnson's even said that he's still going to have the final say, right, Blake? He's not just turning the whole thing over to the kid. The kid's going to be crafting more of a the week play-by-play playbook, and then Ben Johnson will look over that.
Yeah, and I want Bears fans to feel at least somewhat enthused, though, because like you said, if Ben Johnson's got the play sheet in his hands, let's not get too concerned about the offensive coordinator. But I will say, like we mentioned, first-time head coach, first-time offensive coordinator. Well, I'm not going to sit here and act like that's a foolproof plan. I mean, the floor could be very low, and I don't want, like we said, we're going to get excited because we're Bears fans. That's what we do. We will always get excited. But compared to the defensive side of the ball, Dennis Allen, tons of experience, head coaching experience. Yeah, not a lot of experience on the offensive side.
Cautiously optimistic is how I would put it.
Yeah.
But I'm still of the opinion of you got to wait and see, you know, to see what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get to that mountaintop like they did me this last year.
No.
I am not gonna start proclaiming plans. I want to see something first. They're not gonna fool me again like they did last year.
Oh, they promised us the sun and the moon and the stars, and we got a big pile of shiatsu.
They got me good. I bought a Caleb jersey. I was like, yeah, I was feeling strong, you know, all pumped. And then the season started, and I wilted.
Don't worry.
But no, but Caleb had a great season. He had a great season, and I'm not gonna look at that any other way. I know people wanted more. They wanted 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns, but you know what? The kid still threw 3,520 and only 9 interceptions.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal as a rookie.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Considering that he's gone through like what 3 different play callers
in one season.
Yeah, that's rough.
So that's rough. I mean, you're coming from college. Then you got Shane Waldron, who I don't know what the hell that was.
That was a
Then you've got
Thomas Brown.
Thomas Brown, thank you.
Well, for 1 week until he gets promoted.
And then
2 promotions in a month.
The other guy became
He's doing a great job, yeah.
Then he get another OC
sample size.
My paycheck grows to $20,000 in 2 weeks. Oh, another $50,000 is becoming like the interim coach.
Why, thank you.
Okay.
Well, going back to that coaching, though, how many times have we seen that from this Bears team and Chicago teams in general in recent years, too? First-time head coach, first time in the league, first time. I mean, I don't want to reuse, because there's a lot of leagues that tend to reuse coaches, and it becomes the boys club, and it becomes, oh, this guy's been here. You look at Tony La Russa with the White Sox, and that didn't work out too well. So I'm not saying necessarily go that way, but also all these rookie coaches, we'll have to see. The jury's still out here. So
yeah, it is. And I love the direction. I also love the fact that they added Antoine Randall. We brought Antoine back home. That's so awesome. And I think that's just a great pickup. The quarterback's coach is former player JT Barrett?
Oh, yeah.
I think that one, yeah.
One of the old Ohio State. I want to say JT Barrett.
I think it's JT Barrett. And so I'm really just liking how this is rounding out very well.
Yeah, and piggybacking off of Antoine Randall, I mean, he's also going to be the assistant head coach. So
I know. I mean, and I'm telling you, that guy, man, he's got a bundle in. I don't know if you guys saw him.
A hell of a player.
He's a great player and a tremendous coach.
Yeah,
he's got juice. Yeah.
When's the last time on the Bears sideline you've seen some at the forefront? Matt Eberflus, he didn't get excited. Mark Trestman.
When you're blowing games, it's hard. It's hard.
Mark Trestman didn't even know he was the Bears head coach until year 2. So you're looking at
my
juice. You're looking at, we talked about DJ Moore all last season. Where's the juice? Where's the fire?
Yes.
This guy is the wide receivers coach, and like you said, the assistant head coach. He's bringing the juice. These guys will be fired up to play for a guy like Randall L. I think that was, outside of Ben Johnson, so far the best move of the Bears offseason. Draft still to come, combine, Senior Bowls going on right now.
Yeah, Senior Bowl's going on right now.
The juice was in DJ Moore's tickets to Cancun that he was talking about in like week 14. Like
Cancun Bears.
Cancun Bears.
Do you really blame him though?
No.
And the way that the question was posed to him, he answered it. That's long and short of it. He answered the question. Have you thought about vacation? Well,
yeah.
We suck right now.
Right.
So absolutely. I'm looking to go to Mexico or
hang out
or
have a good time.
Any of the other locations where the Beach Boys were talking about in that song.
But you know what? I mean, I'll tell you what, though. I still give them credit. They showed up for the Packers. And yeah, they went to Cancun for the rest of the season. But you know what? For some reason, they decided to come back from vacation and play that game. And, we got to give them some credit for that at least. Yeah. You know, they came back from vacation for that. Now we got to see how it moves forward. And now that they've got that head coaching piece in place, which was that was step number one. And now you've got two things that the Bears have not ever, and somebody actually said this to George, and they said, you've gone out, you got the quarterback that you wanted. Now you got the coach that you wanted. I can't tell the last time the Bears have had a situation like that, where we got the coach that we wanted and the quarterback we wanted.
Do you want to handle that?
Well, I mean, at least on that point, I think that this is the least question marks we've had. I mean, I don't know what point you're getting to, but if we're looking at, you're getting the bona fide number one prospect at the time. Whatever happened this season with Jane Daniels, who I think is a phenomenal talent. Phenomenal. Hindsight 2020, but at 31 teams who needed a quarterback were drafting Caleb Williams. And now you look at the head coaching cycle. Raiders, everybody wanted this guy, wanted Ben Johnson. And he said, I'm choosing that quarterback with that franchise. He might have that owner, but I don't care because this is what I want to do. The Bears said, we want the best option for us. And I think this is the least, for the longest time, the least question marks we've had from a head coach and a quarterback perspective.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that right now in the situation that it is, Super Bowl was in, less than 2 weeks. And this is probably the most excited Bears fans have been about the coaching prospects.
Yes.
Now, yes. What I was kind of like alluding to is because, okay, you had Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah. I was never sold.
Yeah.
I was never sold.
Okay. And then you had Justin Fields.
I did like.
And the coaching staff absolutely ruined both those guys.
Yeah. They
didn't know how to use them. They didn't know seemingly they didn't know what the hell they were doing with them. And I mean, Nagy, as pig-headed as he was, calling his own plays and not sculpting it to Justin Fields. How do you win with a recipe like that?
You can't, and that's been the issue. It's been failure after failure. So finally, we're seeing a direction, and me and Blake talked about this last week, and I've been talking about it with fans around town as well. Is that we were all wondering what is going on with Kevin Warren? What is he doing up there? What is his effect? And now we're really starting to see that there is a Kevin Warren effect.
Professionalism.
A professionalism has come into that building, and George is listening to Kevin Warren. They're handling it, they're doing things the right way. They said, hey, we got to pay Ben Johnson $13 million to get him here. Kevin Warren told him, this is what you got to do. George said, fine.
Yeah.
We want Dennis Allen to come in and be the defensive coordinator. You're going to have to pay. George, fine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is that, and that's the Kevin. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Ryan Poles did not have that effect before. And you got to remember, when Ryan Poles got the job, they still had the bean counter, Ted Phillips, the accountant. Yes, the Bears accountant. He was in Chicago. Remember that. Everybody forgets that. He was the McCaskey's accountant, and he was in charge of football operations. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
You can't have the man that's in charge of saving you money trying to spend money. Yeah, that never works. He's going to be like, actually, we just saved that right here. Come on. We get 50% off of it.
I will admit, I did get a little distracted because the noise and everything that you may or may not be hearing behind us or with us
we got
is because the doors have finally opened up here at Old Republic.
Yeah.
We're at 155 South Randall Road.
The fans are out.
The fans are out.
I see a lot of Cubs jerseys out there.
Sosa here to sign autographs.
Yeah.
Take your pictures with us. I mean, and this is our first live remote.
Yeah.
I mean, we're here with Marcus
things, yeah.
Hey,
Truth About Chicago Sports.
And this is the Fox Valley Sports Saturday live event, baby.
Yeah.
And we couldn't be more excited.
And many more to come. I think it's safe to say that.
Yes,
and
indeed.
like I said, with the White Sox, all this summer, maybe some other events. I mean, I'm more than open to having us cover whatever. I'm sure you are too.
Yeah,
so,
man. I mean, like, right? This is a great time.
And one other thing, it's not just the Sammy Sosa autograph signing today. Old Republic will have a cover band today.
Oh,
it is called Bad Motor Scooter.
Okay.
They cover Montrose Van Halen and Sammy Hagar.
Sammy.
So that is, you know, they will be here live and in person from 8:30 to 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
Awesome venue to see cover bands here. Let me tell you, they've got the sports screens inside. Yeah. We're in a heated tent area.
Tented, baby.
I am not cold.
No,
I am not cold.
My bald head feels good right now. And that's when you know it's good.
You might need a rag because it looks like you're spritzing a little bit.
That means it's warm in here.
Oh,
yeah. Yes, I like it. I like it.
Great.
So, guys, as we're sitting here, and now that like I said, that the roster, we got the coaching set. Now it's time for roster moves. Senior Bowl has started. I heard that Ryan Poles stayed extensively with the offensive and defensive line. Can they get this fixed this year with at least the O-line? Let's just focus on that first. Can they get the O-line situation straight, considering that the Bears are going to need probably 4 offensive tackles?
Well, they have, is it the 10th
4 offensive linemen.
They have the 10th overall pick,
is it? The 10th overall pick. I believe they have 2 third-round picks, and then they should have 2 fourth-round picks, if I'm correct.
There's a couple of names, I think. I haven't really studied up on which ones they are in this draft yet. I haven't looked that far ahead. But there's a couple of names that I believe they could bolster their offensive line with this draft. Am I right?
Yeah, let me help you out there. That Will Campbell, he's a tackle right now out of LSU. Right now, he's projecting to be a guard. And where the Bears need big offensive help, they need interior line.
Well, that's my issue, is that I'm afraid that they're going to try to run back Braxton Jones. One, just because I don't think that they believe that there is a generational left tackle in this draft. 2, I think that Ryan Poles has some weird affection towards this guy because it was one of his first draft picks. And I'm sorry, I do not want Braxton Jones back at left tackle. I don't. I mean, he could be a backup. He is a great guy to have as your swing and backup. But if you're going to tell me that Braxton Jones is going to be the Bears' left tackle next year, I'm going to tell you that that's going to be an issue.
But let me play devil's advocate for you here. Is Braxton Jones really the top level of our concern with this offensive lineman? You want Coleman? You want Sheldon coming back? You want, our bouncer Doug Kramer on the offensive line? He's a better fullback, right?
The 300-pound fullback Doug Kramer.
And I understand what you're saying. Braxton Jones, is he a top 10 tackle in the NFL? Probably not. But if we're looking at this Bears roster and their offensive line, I mean, he's not the worst of our concerns. To go back to your original question, do I think they can fix it this offseason? If I'm sitting here in November next year still saying how the Bears need to fix their O-line, I might pull all my hairs out. Yeah. Because this is a problem we've seen with Mitch Trubisky, like we saw with Justin Fields. Guys running for their lives, and Caleb Williams needs time in the pocket to let the Ben Johnson plays because he likes to go downfield. If you want a downfield of passing attack, you need to give your quarterback some time.
And they have a ton of cap space. They have a ton of cap space.
Absolutely.
And I keep hearing Trey Smith from Kansas City.
Yep.
Now, which is so funny that we're talking about a guy that literally is still on a team that's about to play for a championship, and we're already saying how he could be on this team. So I kind of find that funny because it's like he still has to.
Ben Johnson?
The team still has to let him go.
Speaking of existence, right?
Yeah, we gotta manifest it. But let me tell you, that would be huge. That's a great place to start. If we could start with Trey Smith right there alone, we've already hit a huge banger.
Yeah. I've got one that may or may not be a little shocking considering that we've already seen him. Maybe we could get a retread with him. Khalil Mack.
I've heard that. I've heard the Khalil Mack be thrown out there. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm not opposed to that. I am not opposed if you add Khalil Mack on the other side of Montez Sweat. I've also heard about the kid that used to play with Montez Sweat in Washington, Chase Young. And Chase Young is going to be, I believe he's a free agent this year as well. Chase could come at a good price. Now, he only had 5.5 sacks last year, but that was with the Saints. There wasn't they were playing from behind a lot, so there wasn't a lot of pass rush opportunities necessarily.
Yeah.
If he's healthy and healed, because I know he had a couple lower leg injuries, that
Dennis sound familiarity as well.
We got the Dennis Allen connection as well coming from the Saints. That could be a route you could go. So I'm not opposed to either one of those. But Khalil was definitely still very effective, I felt like, last year for the Chargers. He obviously knows the city. He's comfortable here. I mean,
do you think he still has the get up and go, I guess?
The desire, the hunger.
TBD, I guess.
Yeah, true.
And so it's a thing where, we're just trying our best to get as many options as possible, because we know that defense and that offensive line, they both need major work. And I know I keep hearing that the Alshon Jeanty, is that Jeanty? Is it Jeanty or Jeanty?
Ashton Jeanty.
Ashton Jeanty. And I can't, no. If the Bears draft a running back, I'm sorry. I'm doing something drastic. I'm going to Hallis Hall and I'm starting a fist fight. Me and Ryan Poles, we getting it on.
How would you be able to pass the offensive line of the Bears?
Yeah. If that's what's guarding out in front of Hallis Hall.
I'll easily be able to penetrate.
I mean,
not a problem.
You mentioned that there's a lot to be done for this offensive line. There are a lot of holes. We know that as Bears fans. But as you mentioned, Marcus, there's a lot of cap space. I believe the Bears are either the fourth or fifth most cap space team going into this offseason. So paired with that 10th overall pick and all that cap space, you would expect the majority of that, right? The majority of that. You have receivers, you have Caleb Williams, you have a decent defense at times. You have an all right special teams. Yeah. I don't think there's any real issues there. Cairo Santos is still doing what he's doing. Yep. The biggest thing now that you have the coaching has got to be that offensive line.
It's got to be that offensive line. You have to address it and like we said, the one position that, because we know the guard position where it said Tevin Jenkins, there has to be a decision made. I mean, and the sad part about it is that I would love to re-sign Tevin, but he can't stay healthy, man. Yeah. The health just drives me so far off of him. The only thing I could live with is maybe a one-year prove-it deal. That's really all I could probably live with. Mm-hmm. The Bears giving him, like, hey, if you could stay healthy, then we could talk about something more long-term. Because when he is on the field, he's a difference maker. Yeah. And that could be a step to shoring up that line, because the center position, to me, is still the biggest problem. The Bears haven't had a competent center since Olin Kreutz.
Well, maybe they
haven't had a competent center since Olin Kreutz, man.
Yeah. Maybe you do give him that one-year prove-it deal, because let's be real, this is not a Super Bowl contending team going into 2025, 2026. Everybody wants to say your goal, of course, is to always win, get a Super Bowl ring. The Bears are just not there yet. It's not even going to take 1 year. Maybe it takes 2. Maybe you give him that 1 year, try it out this year, and then see what comes of that. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, you do want to make this team a lot better.
Yes.
So you do need to make a lot of changes.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off that point real quick. You mentioned the Bears are not a Super Bowl contending team going into this year, and I totally agree. But what are they? They are going into next year what the Commanders were this year, what we thought we would be this year. Give them enough on this roster and see if your quarterback, you believe to be a superstar, can elevate them to that next level, because we're watching it right now with Mahomes. The Chiefs have not had the best roster in the NFL for all these years, but they've had the best quarterback and the best coach, and they elevate the entire team. And that's what Bears fans should be, excited about, because are they Super Bowl contenders? No. But can they make the NFC Championship game and be in a position to be in the big game? Yeah, absolutely.
We saw that.
We've already seen it.
We saw it. That kind of answers my next question, but real quickly, you expect them to be a playoff team this next year?
You know what? Yes, I do actually. As crazy as that may sound, especially after they had only 4 wins this year, it was a very pathetic season. Was it 4? Was it 5? It was 5 wins they finished with, because they beat the Packers there. So they finished with 5 wins. And so I do think that could be a very quick turnaround, because I believe that much in Caleb's talent, and his roster's not there. It's not a bare cupboard. So yeah. We definitely could see this team make the playoffs. When we get back from break, we're going to continue. We're going to have the guys stay with us on the show. We've got Sammy Sosa getting ready to join soon. We got the crowd here lined up. We're at Old Republic over here at 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. This is the Truth About Chicago Sports on WRMN 1410 a.m. Guys, when we get back from break, we're going to talk and see, are you guys chiefed out? Are you chiefed out? We're going to talk about that more when we get back from break. All right, guys. This is once again the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM.
I should have saved that for a spoiler.
Oh.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Are you looking for the perfect wedding planner? Or maybe you've always dreamed of hosting that unforgettable corporate event. At the Serendipity Collective, your dreams await. Located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, the Serendipity Collective specializes in both traditional and non-traditional weddings. They also offer event planning services for birthdays, bridal and baby showers, quinceañeras, corporate events, and more. From the moment you step into your attire for the first time, to the tears of joy during speeches and dances, they're sure to make you savor every moment of your special day. At the Serendipity Collective, they love what they do and are passionate about helping you create memories that'll last a lifetime. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., or evenings and weekends by appointment, or call at 847-749-7848, or email at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. The Serendipity Collective, your dream wedding awaits.
And welcome back to the show. This is the truth about Chicago sports here on WRMN 1410 AM. We are here live at Old Republic Bar and Grill on 155 South Elgin Road. We are now joined here by the owner, Nick. Thank you once again for being on. Thank you for having us.
Nick, welcome.
Welcome.
Happy Saturday. Thank you.
Yes, happy Saturday. Indeed, this is a great, awesome event. We love this. Top Shelf Sports helped sponsor this. Sammy Sosa is going to be here. How exciting is that, huh?
Yeah, actually, it's funny. We've actually had the good fortune of having a lot of really fun events here at the Old Republic. We're obviously in our outdoor patio right now. We cover it for the winter. It's called the Igloo. But, we've had professional wrestling. Actually, right behind where I'm sitting right now, we had a ring. We had
Oh my gosh.
3 pay-per-views, actually. Eric Bischoff was here. I mean, we've actually had a lot of really fun things like this. So, but nothing, you know, I don't think anybody as big as Sammy Sosa.
Yeah, no, this is awesome. And the hospitality has been great. The staff, everyone's treated us so well. We see that you got a big, awesome stage for outdoor venues as well, outdoor concerts. Man, this place is great. Tell us, so what about on a Saturday? People come on down. They can get the prime rib, I see. $7 Goose Islands, $10 Mai Tais. So yeah, this is the way to go. How long have you been the owner of the establishment?
We opened in 2018, so we're coming up. Would that be 7 years?
Yes.
You know? Where we're sitting right now is a parking lot, and then in 2020, with the pandemic was you know, going, you know, full tilt. We did all this that year, actually this summer. So this was parking, you know, and we kind of you know, created a destination here in Elgin, you know, off Randall Road for live music, entertainment. Sports is a big thing. Super Bowl next week on Sunday. It's like one of the largest parties in the area, actually. This entire thing will be filled. This igloo, the inside will be built. We bring in giant screens. So everybody has a good view and whatnot. So yeah, it's a fun place. I don't know if you get that vibe yet.
An invitation, guys, for the Super Bowl.
We were talking about a little bit of, this is not your only event today. You have a band coming on later tonight, and so you guys are just on the roll here, on a roll. And then you talked about the Super Bowl party next week. I mean, how often are you having events? Is it every weekend, live music, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we have events every week. I mean, we do bingo on Tuesdays, live trivia on Wednesdays. Actually, our live trivia show is one of the, I believe it's for the company, Sporkle. I believe it's top 5 in the nation as far as how big it is. It's a really, really good trivia game. And we do live music every weekend, you know, Fridays and Saturdays, and special events on Sundays as well. You know, in February 16th, we're doing we have a princess ball. So for little kids, even, you know, we have princesses from the Disney movies and whatnot. They come, and music and dinner and whatnot. So all different types of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And
amazing, all ages too.
Yeah, and I love that. And I love that you guys are big with sports. As you know, WRMN now, we're affiliated with the Chicago White Sox. So we would love to definitely have another couple events up here with some games and sponsored stuff. I think that'd be really cool. So anytime you want to have us back, we would be glad to come back here. This was an amazing an event. So thank you very much, Nick. We really appreciate it.
We've been here for about an hour, and the hospitality has just been, well, I guess you guys were here longer than that, but the hospitality has been great. And it's about to be great for these fans coming to meet Sammy today. So,
well, I appreciate you coming. It's been our pleasure. Let's have a great day. Go Sox.
We got another White Sox fan here. All right.
I'm a big White Sox fan. 3-on-1. Growing up, you know, Frank Thomas was playing, so it was hard to not be a White Sox fan.
Well, then guess what? We are now the home, baby. We are now the home.
Sammy is a perfect guest to have here for both sides because, of course, he played for both teams, so encompassing both, and of course, an all-star. Most of what I'm seeing here is Cubs, though. Of course, it's probably expected, but we'll probably maybe get a chance to speak with Sammy later. I don't know if he'll be on camera and get to pick his brain a little bit about his career. And you're hearing the announcement maybe in the background. They're getting started, but we'll keep you on for a little bit. I don't know. Do you have anything else you wanted to ask him?
No. I think that was it. We just want to say thank you very much for having us, and we really appreciate it. Thank you for the event. Thank you for letting us come in, and we definitely look forward to doing it again here.
Thank you for supporting. Thank you so much. Thank you. And for Sosa.
Once again, that's Nick, the owner here at Old Republic, 155 South Elgin. 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. As they're starting to really ramp it up here, as we're getting ready for the event. Sammy will be getting ready to be announced here in about 30 minutes as we're getting ready to wrap up the show. And you know, before we went to break, I asked you guys, you chief out?
Yes.
Okay, please explain. I need to hear this. Why are you chiefed out?
Listen, what Patrick Mahomes has done in his career is nothing short of incredible. And I give him all the praise and all the credit, as well as the rest of the team, too. I mean, it's not a one-man show here. However, I would like to see somebody else in it. I would like to see a team that maybe doesn't get some benefit of some calls, because we saw that a lot just last week alone in a very important game against the Bills in the AFC Championship. All of that aside, though, the NFL does a lot to market, which is great. A lot of other leagues lack in that. The NHL specifically, they don't market their stars. The NFL not only markets their stars, they market who their stars are dating. I've seen a little too much of Taylor Swift for my own liking.
I've seen enough of Taylor Swift.
She's super all-stars on the field and the booth. Yeah, and Caitlin Clark too. Listen, all the respect in the world for Caitlin Clark and Taylor Swift and what they do. They are legends in their respective fields.
Yes.
With Taylor Swift, though, it's just not my cup of tea. And you know what? When somebody else scores a touchdown and they're about to do a celebration and the camera pans to the stands and it's her, she didn't score the touchdown. Give the guy some credit.
I want more Taylor. I absolutely love it. I absolutely eat it up. I love it. Now, like I said, will I enjoy if the Eagles are to beat this Chiefs kingdom and some kind of a way finds a way to get this miraculous victory? Yeah, I'll be like, go Eagles, go. But let me tell you something, man. I don't bet against Patrick Mahomes. I just stopped doing it. I stopped doing it, man.
Okay.
Stop doing it.
Give me this three-peat, then forget the Chiefs.
History. Okay.
Give me the history.
Okay, give me the history.
Three-peat, because I'd like to say that, back in my day, in 2025, I saw Patty Mahomes and Taylor Swift win
Yes. Taylor Swift is not winning any Super Bowl.
Okay, fine. But I could say,
Travis Kelce is.
I saw when Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift got engaged.
Yes.
Because they won the third Super Bowl.
I was saying it on our show earlier today. Travis Kelce better either or retire or engage. Get engaged.
One or the other, no in between.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
there's no going for the 4-peat.
Well, I mean, I heard the comparison. Yeah, 4-peat's off the table.
Yeah.
I heard the comparison that like if you propose
for them to do this third one, I can't see a 4-peat.
No.
They propose and then they go to Disney World.
You ever heard the thing where like if you propose, is the relationship over? And then somebody said, yeah, if you lose in the playoffs, is the season over? Like, that's the comparison right there. I probably have 1 million Swifties about to send me threats. I might not make it to the Super Bowl.
WRMN.
They're gonna stalk me.
I just want to let you know Marcus Mack is on your side, and I love Taylor.
You're saving yourself.
Everybody needs to have mercy on me and my family. Everybody else is on their own.
I love the point that you make about history. And, when we talk about Patrick Mahomes, it's all history. It's Travis Kelce. It's history. We're watching it in real time. And we're talking about storylines. And Patrick Mahomes has built this awesome storyline. But you know who has a storyline that has yet to win a championship? Saquon Barkley.
Yes. Yeah.
We're talking about, I think him and Derrick Henry, you want to talk about active running backs to make the Hall of Fame? Those are the only two guys. I mean, you look at running backs around the league, they're dropping like flies.
Yeah.
You have a lot of tread on those tires when they get to age 30. And then you have Barkley, who sat the last game and could have broken Eric Dickerson's all-time rushing record and no Super Bowl. There's a legacy still to be built there with Saquon Barkley. I am personally not so much juiced out, but rooting for other legacies to be built, like we talked about with baseball, the Shohei Ohtanis, the Mookie Betts, building their legacies, watching history. Mahomes has a legacy. He could retire today and be bona fide number 2 quarterback all time. Saquon Barkley, if he doesn't win a Super Bowl, where does he land all time? No, but that's a discussion for another day.
Well, the funny thing is, you mentioned Shohei Ohtani, and you see him leave the Angels and immediately go to the Dodgers. And despite his injury restricting him from pitching, he immediately wins the World Series. Yep. Saquon Barkley, look at the storyline this year with that behind the scenes of the NFL. Hard Knocks?
Hard Knocks.
They were always talking in that Giants room about we'll never be able to sleep if Saquon goes somewhere else, especially to Philadelphia. Here's Saquon in Philadelphia. He's immediately in the Super Bowl.
Special. Special. And I'll tell you what, though, here's the funny part, too. It's been a long time since we've had a Super Bowl that featured a great running back versus a great quarterback. That's been a while. I was trying to think in my head, when's the last Super Bowl that we had where we had a great running back versus a great quarterback? It's been a long time. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to go back some years to really kind of nail that down, because it's pretty much kind of been the last few years, quarterback versus quarterback, pretty much, but, and then not to say like to negate anything from Jalen Hurts, because I think Jalen Hurts is a fantastic quarterback, but Saquon is the guy that has the Hall of Fame as talent to him. Not to say that Jalen could, because if you really look at Jalen Hurts, 2 Super Bowls now in his first 5 years, I think. If he wins one, comes back, and let's say he gets to another one before his career is over, might start talking Hall of Fame for him possibly. And that's crazy to think that way, but I mean, you can't take away the fact that the guy's been to 2 Super Bowls in his first 5 years. And if he wins one, that changes the trajectory of his legacy over Mahomes. So it's 2 very good storylines that are being played out. And, you know, like I said, growing up in that dynasty with the Bulls, I'm not burnt. I love seeing dynasties. I love it. I love seeing winners. I love seeing people trying to take them down. And that's the best. I believe it brings out the best. You go back to that Patriots undefeated season, and then we see them play the Giants, a team that was a lowly team, and yet they gave them the fight of their life in the Super Bowl and ended up winning that game.
How sweet was that, though?
How exciting was it? How thrilling was that? So, you know, that's why I love seeing that. Let's see the best come out when the best situations are put before us.
Yeah, that was probably akimbo to what we're going through with the Chiefs right now. Because at that time with the Patriots, I know I was patrioted out. I was tired of Tom Brady. I was tired of, you know, the coat, or I'm sorry, the jersey, or the hoodie. I was tired of, you know, and Gronk and all of that shit. Yeah. Because I mean, yeah, they were the team. Now it's the same thing as Mike was alluding it to on the rise. You know, the whole villain thing. Or
it took the Avengers twice to beat Thanos. So
there you go.
Well, no, and you got me thinking, when was the last time we saw a matchup like this with a really great quarterback, really great running back? Was it that Patriots Super Bowl against the Seahawks when you had Marshawn Lynch and Russell Wilson? Russell Wilson, pretty good quarterback. Jalen Hurts, a pretty good quarterback. And Marshawn Lynch game in. And they didn't run Marshawn Lynch. Now you had Rob Gronkowski and Tom Brady. Now you have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. This is very similar to that. You got it. I haven't thought of that until right now.
And let me tell you something. If they don't hand that ball to Saquon on the one, shoot the whole staff.
No, they're the whole.
We're gonna get a post-game press conference. You know why I'm here.
Yeah.
You know why I'm here.
Because we did the tush push and it failed.
Yeah. So you can stop it though. You can stop it though. And I'll tell you that man, you talk about just a devastating move in football. You know, there's certain things in football that you're like, wow, like what can you do against that? And that's just one of that tush push, man. I'll tell you that is just a lethal weapon. It's a very lethal weapon, and it's very effective for the Philadelphia Eagles. And the crazy part is, not every team can do it.
And they've been doing
the Bills. The Bills tried been doing it.
No, the last time they were here in the Super Bowl, it was the Kelce brothers facing off, and they were doing the tush push with Jason Kelce. Yeah, and now they don't even have him, and they're still succeeding with that.
They're still finding a way.
I do have a question. It's a little bit off topic, but how was the interview with Nick?
Oh, it was great.
So the owner of Old Republic here at 155 South Randall Road.
Nick had a lot to say
for the live event here with the Sammy Sosa autograph signing.
And guess what? Nick's a Sox fan.
Nick's a Sox fan.
Wow.
Have to do the Kansas City thing where I jump over the fence.
Hey, but don't jump yet, because you know what that means is there could be opportunities for WRMN to come back here. Shows. We talked about how many events that they have coming up. This is a packed house weekly.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
This is a great time. This is a great play.
And I love crowd is electric.
They're ready, man. They're ready
for Sosa to come in.
Yeah,
So
it's like we're about 10 minutes
here for me.
Mikey P, listen, big name in this town, but not that big yet.
And not to mention, we got to thank Chris Keller for having us here.
Yes, indeed. Thank Chris Keller.
Sports Cards.
The cards, indeed, also located in Elgin as well. Very awesome that he had us here and let us come in and do our show before the event.
Chance to talk to him?
No, we did not.
No, he's running around with like a chicken with his head cut off right now.
It would have been nice if we could have. I'd love to have got a chance to talk to him. He's a great guy, and it's really cool that he helped allow this to happen for us. Because I see him kind of walking around over there, and he's kind of running around all over the place.
He's a very busy guy. We've been setting up here since
I think Derrick's going to try to see if he can get him to talk real quick. I don't know if he can or not.
I don't know what time Sammy is actually arriving, and the event, of course, starts at
12. So I don't know if
we're
he's going to
10 minutes out.
right in at 12, but we're going to wait a couple minutes.
Yeah, we might actually have Chris on after this announcement that he's going to make to the crowd.
Wonderful. We got an announcement to the crowd coming up here. So
I don't know if you guys will be able to hear this announcement because we're piped in only to these mics. But Chris is going to make an announcement about when Sammy's getting here, what you can buy as far as autographs, pictures, memorabilia. We have a whole table set up over there. So this will be an amazing event. So 3:30 p.m. today.
Yeah, 12 to 3:30 today. They're explaining the rules about how they want people, the fans, to come around, which makes sense. This is really cool, and I really like how organized they've done this, man. This is definitely top shelf. I like it.
It's pretty packed in here right now, but I think I see even more people like trying to get in out the door. So
and definitely, I can't wait. Once we are done with here, I'm gonna fill my belly up with some nice food.
Absolutely. And
maybe even see a Mai Tai with a souvenir cup. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. And this event is going to be going on here at Old Republic from 12 to 3:30. You have absolutely no obligation to buy anything. Just show up. The event is free. Show in, walk in through the door. You do buy something for this event, it's going to be also 10% off of food and drinks for Old Republic. So that's also another thing.
This is just gonna, man, I'm telling you, it's just a great time all the way around. I know, right? I love it.
I'm still a Cubs fan. Thank you.
Like
Someone to say that.
It's a free
Wow, this time.
It's a free event.
You got Kyle Tucker. Everyone's feeling good. Sammy's there. It's because the Cubs fans are here.
Hey,
I had to
like
sneak it in.
but like we said, this time of year, we're really feeling good. We got the quarterback we want. We got the coach that we want. There's excitement in the air. Spring training is coming around. Yeah, man, it's like everything.
No, 2 good goals.
Connor's been doing like we talked about with Sophia today. We're really impressed with how things are kind of turned around for him. And
I was
obviously that sick goal was just disgusting.
I was just at the Ice Hogs versus Wolves game last night up in Rockford, and you get to see a lot of the young talent coming up, and there's some really promising things coming. Now, of course, they lost the game to the Wolves. It's a tight game, but as long as those players continue to excel and then eventually make that step up to the NHL and play us alongside Connor Bedard, I have no doubt that this Blackhawks team can get back into competing. So that's going to be good. As I was going to say earlier, Derrick mentioned that this is a free event. You don't have to buy an autograph.
Yes.
Just come and hang out, be in the presence of the Mike Napolitano. I mean, Sammy Sosa. The Sammy Sosa.
Always toot your own horn.
Hey, toot your own horn. If Mikey P isn't out here trying to sell himself, then what's the point, all right? Marcus Mack has been selling himself for the last 10 years, and I'm still going to keep doing it.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Okay.
Derrick actually has an autograph signing right now. He's actually got to head on.
Yeah, right. In all honesty, I got to learn from this young whippersnapper right here. I'll be honest. I got to learn. I got to do better. I got to do better with my social media and everything. But in case you don't know who Sammy Sosa is, he's an 18-year
baby.
Major League Baseball legend. He is a 6-time Silver Slugger Award winner, 7-time Major League All-Star. He is the 1998 NL MVP.
Yes.
In the record-breaking season with home run record with Mark McGwire.
Who's Mark McGwire? Never heard of him.
Yeah, right.
Oh, sorry.
You're going to say sorry to me. That's the other
He's
side.
coming from St. Louis, but he is a Cubs fan.
Yeah. 2-time NL home run leader. 2-time RBI leader. One of only 8 Major League Baseball players to hit over 600 home runs. The only player in Major League Baseball history to hit 60-plus home runs in 3 seasons. And not to mention, he is going to be getting inducted into the Chicago Cubs Hall of Fame on July 27th of this year. And I believe you already alluded to it with Derrick Lee.
That's awesome. I mean,
not this Derrick. I would like to go into the Cubs Hall of Fame.
Legally change your last name.
Yeah, and get a tan.
From attending, liberated.
But how timely is this event? I mean, he's just getting honored and reingratiated to the Cubs, and
great to have him back.
Having him live at an autograph signing. WRMN is here. We're covering this. We're the only station covering this.
Yes.
I will say, my only question to you guys, maybe more towards the Cub fans here, does this come with a statue out front in Gallagher Way?
I was just about to say, Tom,
wonder about
let's get working on it. You can't tell the story of the Chicago Cubs
and not
without Sammy Sosa. Tell the story of baseball without Sammy. So
that's very
true. I mean, between Sosa and McGuire, they saved baseball. They brought it back after that strike year.
Yeah.
Without them, forget about it. And as far as like the statue and everything, maybe retiring the number and hooking it up on one of the foul poles first, seeing how that goes over, and then, after everything transpires with Sosa, maybe a statue, because he is probably I mean, he's probably like one of the most iconic Cubs.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Top 3, top 5 of all time.
Ernie Banks, Rhino.
Yeah,
maybe Mark Grace over him.
Billy Williams,
Fergie
Jenkins.
And then I have to say Sammy.
Yeah,
I'd put Sammy right up there, man.
And most of those other guys have statues out front. I have a buddy that's actually showing up today who covers both the Cubs, the Iowa Cubs, and also the Chicago Sky. We'll make it to talk to him, maybe not today, maybe on another episode of On the Rise. He was actually just down at Gallagher Way. The podiums that they have the statues on that have the engravings in front, there's an empty podium.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, say there's room. I know 2016 we got the 10-year coming up.
Yeah, I think that's going to be next year with the the conglomeration of all the Chicago Cubs players and all of that fun stuff. And then afterwards, who knows? But
we can make room. Tom Ricketts, we can make. You're telling us you're breaking even, but we know you can make a little room. Throw a couple more dollars to make some room.
Yeah.
Well, they are breaking even every year. I don't know if you saw that.
Breaking even, but
Derrick and I just talked this morning about the yard is going to be opened up at center field. It's going to be kind of like a beer garden type of situation for the Cubs, which is going to be a cool little party deck area. It seems like it's going to be all you can eat, all you can drink, and just something new to add to the ballpark. Tom Ricketts did come out after that and say, we just barely break even each year. I know there was a lot of pushback from Cubs fans scoffing at that.
No way.
Yeah.
But
show us the book. Show us the book. Prove it. Prove it.
But you know what? It is good to see that they're investing back into the fans and into the team.
Yeah. And once again, guys, we want to thank everyone for joining. We want to thank everyone for listening. We're here with the sponsored event by Top Shelf Sports Cards. And once again, we're at Old Republic, 155 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois, as we're celebrating Sammy Sosa out here signing autographs, taking pictures. The fans are out here. The line is out here. Everybody's excited. Sammy's going to be coming out in a couple minutes. The event is from 12 to 3:30. Come on down. You do not have to purchase a ticket to attend, but you do have to purchase a ticket to get a signing and meet with Sammy Sosa. So please make sure to come on down and join us. Once again, we want to appreciate everybody for helping put this together. Nick, the owner for Old Republic, thank you for joining. And we also want to thank Sophia Blackburn joining us on the call-in line. We want to thank Dennis Sonar Green for help setting this up, and our boss man Dino for making it always happen. Once again, this is the Truth About Chicago Sports here on WRMN 1410 AM with Marcus Mack and Blake Cowell, and we're also joined by On the Rise. Make sure to check us out next Saturday, starting at 8 o'clock and lasting till 12 p.m. Have a great one, guys.
I can't wait to hit up a Mai Tai right about now.
You gotta show us those dance moves.
Well, I'm gonna need more than no
bands tonight. We have time before the band.
Yeah. There you go.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
In Philadelphia last night.
It's at 7:55. We have a lost aircraft. We're not exactly sure what happened, so we're trying to figure it out. For now, the field is going to be closed, so no inbounds or outbounds probably.
Live ATC providing that air traffic control commentary. A medical transport jet slamming into a northeast Philadelphia neighborhood, killing at least one person on the ground. And this Philadelphia dispatch came via Broadcastify.
A staging location for anybody that's been displaced. We'll send them to the giant parking lot so they can find shelter on the SEPTA bus.
According to the FAA, a Learjet 55 departed from northeast Philadelphia Airport en route to Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri when it went down. Federal investigators have said they won't speculate on the cause of Wednesday's deadly midair collision near Reagan National Airport. Darrell Feller once flew for the U.S. Army there, those same helicopters like the one involved in this week's situation, and he explains how confusing it can be.
When I was flying there you'll have an aircraft stacked up, every couple miles, and so you might have picked the second aircraft versus the one that's right in front of you. And you call that, I see the aircraft, but it was the wrong one.
Around the U.S., colleges and universities are cautiously navigating the Trump administration's crackdown on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
Schools are reassessing programs, courses, and job titles that could run afoul of President Donald Trump's recent executive orders. As they figure out how to adapt, some schools are staying quiet out of uncertainty or fear. Trump has said DEI amounts to discrimination. To get colleges to shutter diversity programs, he said during the campaign trail that he would, quote, advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment.
That is correspondent Bernie Bennett reporting. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
A Mexican startup tackling plastic waste by converting it to fuel. Ron Taylor says it's a brainchild of a company that calls itself Pet Gas.
Pet Gas developed a machine in the port city of Boca del Rio that uses pyrolysis, a thermodynamic process that heats plastics in the absence of oxygen, breaking it down to produce gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and paraffin. Ron Taylor reporting.
Federal officials have approved a new type of pain pill. Michael Shue is a pharmacist at the Mayo Clinic.
They tried a new approach here by looking at mechanisms by which the drug works that's elsewhere in the body besides in the brain. So it really works on the peripheral nerves, less so than like an opioid that would work centrally in your brain.
Vertex Pharmaceuticals' Jernavix is designed to eliminate the risks of addiction and overdose associated with opioid medications like Vicodin and OxyContin. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Skaters, coaches, and their families who died in a tragic midair collision this week will be honored on an international stage later this year.
The International Skating Union will honor athletes and others killed in the midair collision near Washington, D.C. when the World Championships are staged in Boston in March. Skating Union President Jae-Yul Kim was visibly emotional, telling media on Friday at the European Championships in Estonia. Skaters, coaches, and family members on their way back from a national skating camp in Wichita, Kansas were among those who died when a passenger jet hit a helicopter on Wednesday. They included 2 teenage skaters, their mothers, and 2 coaches who were part of the skating club of Boston.
I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
The young skaters whose lives were cut short were just beginning their journeys to stardom for many. Some were already rising through the ranks of U.S. figure skating. Others were still learning the very basics on a trip with their coach. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Fix Bandits, comrades. This is the Chief Guard of the Republic radio show with your co-hosts, Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt. Every Saturday, noon to 1, WRMN, 1410 AM, Fox River Valley Media Network. We're streaming live on WRMN1410.com. The studio number here is 847-931-1410. The magic text number is 505-926-1410. You can hit us up in the comments on the Facebook Live and the WRMN 1410's channel. How you doing, Paul?
Good. How are you?
Hey, we kind of ran out of time last week. We were going to do the amendments, and we only got through the Bill of Rights.
We did.
We did. So now we're gonna catch up. But I got a couple things to mention. One of our previous shows where we did on the treaties and two of the treaties and the annexation of territories into the United States. And what's interesting is, like, currently Greenland, Denmark, we talked about Greenland and the possible United States taking control over that through a treaty. Denmark has just put $2 billion additional dollars into the defense of Greenland. Denmark, a little country like Denmark, $2 billion. So that shows that just standing up and saying something, you get some actions done. And the other thing is that it's pretty much people know that the Chinese have absolute control over the ports that access both parts of the Panama Canal, and we're looking at that as a violation of the treaty that gave them back control of the Panama Canal. So that's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next couple months on that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So
I know the Secretary of State went down to Panama recently, the new Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and he's talking to the Panamanians.
Yeah. Well, I hope he lets them know, that and explains to them that, like I said, I'm not being political. I try not to be political here, but the Chinese really aren't their friends. The Chinese are expanding.
Right.
And they will drop Panama in a heartbeat without even caring about if they left those ports unmanned and couldn't afford to maintain them anymore, they would absolutely drop them. It would be devastating for their economy.
For sure.
So now the original Bill of Rights actually had 2 additional amendments in it that did not pass, and those were I had it underlined here. So the 11th one, the 11th
was the compensation of Congress, which eventually did get passed as the last amendment.
Yeah, I know, the 27th. So that was the 12th Amendment, and the 11th Amendment prescribed a ratio representation to population in the House. No law there. So so those didn't pass, right? But later on, in the 27th Amendment, it's amazing. But that wasn't passed in a constitutional convention. So the only amendments to pass in a constitutional convention were the Bill of Rights. Everything else was specifically by Congress and doing the 2/3 vote there. So the 11th Amendment, pretty straightforward, right? An individual cannot sue a state in a federal court. So if I live in
and it's meant for non-residents can't either. So it's to protect states from frivolous lawsuits.
Yeah, and to keep the courts from being swamped with a bunch of frivolous lawsuits.
Right, overburdened. So then 12, the separate ballots for president and vice president. That came in 1804. So that was the last one out of this. I would say the initial amendments to the Constitution after the Constitution was ratified in 1791. Was that? Am I right about that? 1791. Yeah. Yes.
All right. So 1804. That's only 13 more years, and that's where they cast the ballots for the president first, the electors according to the Electoral College, and then for the vice president. So they're not casting them both at the same time. So they elect the president, and okay, so they had this thing in Poland called Libre Veto, all right, and that meant that if one person, one of the nobility, was there in the Diet, right, and said he didn't want a law passed, he would just say veto, and one person could veto it. It's not like he's the president. You have to have 100%. And what they would do is if they knew a guy wasn't going to vote for him, and they really wanted it passed, they would either kidnap him, make sure he didn't show up, or flat out kill him, right? So if the president and vice president, if the president was elected and all of a sudden he just had a massive heart attack and expired, then you would actually elect, I guess the vice president would come in and actually be elected as president.
Right, and it was and back at that time, it was when they ran, the guy who got the second amount of votes, even if he was from a different party, could be the vice president.
Yes, but they had to be from two different states.
That is correct, and they still do.
Yeah, they don't want one state to take over everything. So, or they didn't. Nowadays, you would think that they wanted California and New York to run everything. But okay, so the 13th Amendment, all right? So everyone, now you're talking about 61 years went by before your next amendment to the Constitution. So everything's running fine and happy. We got the original 10 amendments plus 2, and then it goes 61 years, and Congress doesn't see a need to change any of this.
These next amendments you're referring to are what is commonly referred to as the Civil War amendments, because they came in the shadow of the American Civil War.
Yes, and the 13th Amendment. People think that it was the Emancipation Proclamation that freed the slaves, but it was not.
It wasn't.
It only freed the slaves in the secessionist states.
That is correct.
So people don't realize that there were slave states on the north. Kentucky, Maryland, and West Virginia. So all the slaves in those 3 states were not freed, only in the secessionist states. It took the 13th Amendment in 1865 to free the current slaves. However, it did not eliminate slavery, because it said you can still maintain slavery, and this comes to when you're talking about when you sentence a guy to prison and send him to hard labor, right? He's not getting paid for that. So basically he's a slave, right? Because he's in prison, he can't get out, and he's doing hard labor for the state. So the 15th, 14th.
13th.
13th, yeah. The 14th must be a real extensive one. All right, 13th. Neither slavery or involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime thereof. So you could still be sentenced to slavery. Oh, great. Can you put him on?
Hello, caller. Welcome to the show. Hi, welcome to the show.
Hello, I'm sorry. I'm just listening. I thought I was going to be able to purchase certificates.
Oh, no, Shop Show has been discontinued until further notice.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
But I hope you enjoy the show. Thank you for listening.
Did you want to ask the question?
No, she could have. She could have answered. She wanted to buy some tickets. We used to follow the Shop Show, which was a great show. But they had a huge lead-in for me. But now we got the sports shows. I think those are a good lead-in, too. Those guys are great. Everything I know about Chicago sports is from the two shows that precede me. I listen to them as I drive in. So, so 13th Amendment, that came out there. And the next one is the
14th.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment. Representatives shall be apportioned among the several states according to respective numbers, counting the whole number. That was the I believe the 11th Amendment that didn't pass, that came back in the 14th. But then it comes it also talks about Section 3, the 14th Amendment, Section 3, and we realized this in the last election cycle, where they're saying, "Oh, you can't run for president if you've been a
insurrectionist."
An insurrectionist, right? So that's a very loose determination. Oh, if someone calls me an insurrectionist, am I an insurrectionist? If someone calls me president of the United States, am I the president of the United States? Okay, what's the definition and everything? And so there is, even though that was because of the Civil War, because all these politicians in the South that were still powerful, they still had money, they still had connections and everything else. They wanted to prevent the people that originally led the secession in the Confederate States there from acquiring power in the federal government. So they said, if you were one of these insurrectionists, you couldn't hold federal office, or you can no longer be in the federal military. However, if there's what did they say? The 2/3, if the Senate and the House of Representatives votes 2/3 to say, well, no, we're gonna waiver this guy. So where would that? If immediately after Civil War, one of the larger European powers decided that they were going to invade us and everything, and we decided that we needed more experienced generals than we already had on the North, and we needed to absorb some of these Southern generals in, then maybe the House and the Senate could have voted 2/3 to bring these generals back into active service from the South. That's how I can picture that having happened. What do you think, Paul?
Well, I believe that happened during the Spanish-American War with General Wheeler, who I think was a senator at the time, and he was a former Confederate officer, and he became a general in the Spanish-American War.
Yeah, he would have had to receive that. Again, to be a senator, he would have had to receive the 2 votes of the House and the Senate to waiver him back in.
That's correct.
All right. So, and the other thing there, Section 4, saying that the federal government, the northern side, but now the whole thing, wasn't going to absorb the debts owed by the southern states to any foreign power.
Correct.
All right. So then we jump to.
Now, this is also important, though, in that it imposes now on the states a federal equal protection and due process. So prior to that, that was not actually imposed. So this made it, and they did that because of
after Reconstructionist times. This allowed the federal government now to go in, and that's why they call it, the Reconstruction Amendments, and to go into the states and empower the federal government to do some things into the states.
Yeah, because you could have if you didn't have.
It came into effect in its own in the 60s, like forcing the U.S. Marshals to go, I think it was in Mississippi, to force Meredith going to school and things like that. And then they used this quite frequently in the 1960s for voting rights acts and things like that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's you don't want different states to have completely different voting requirements,
or turning their back on the federal government.
Yes,
as we're seeing again play out.
Yeah, because that's not going to work out well.
It didn't back then. It won't now.
People, you got to remember your history, man. You got to remember your history. Let's try this again. Well, it didn't work last time. Hey, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. But that trick never works this time for sure. Wrong cat. Yeah. Okay. So when we go down to the 15th Amendment, that's where they gave everyone, regardless of skin color, the right to vote. So long as you're over.
Not quite everyone.
No.
Because they had to make two changes a little bit after this.
You had to be citizen. You had to be a citizen. You had to be 21 years old, right?
Right.
And
a male.
And a male. Yes. So then you go into the 16th Amendment, and that gets interesting now. I want to talk about that a little more depth there. Is it gives Congress the right. Yeah, 60. It gives Congress the right to issue an income tax. Now, in the it makes it an amendment to the Constitution and makes income tax constitutional because it's an amendment. Before, what was it, Article 4, where the Congress has the right to issue levies, taxes, tariffs, and everything else. And today we're talking about tariffs and income taxes. The income taxes were not very popular. However, they think that it wasn't until 1913 that we had an income tax, and that is, again, untrue. Doing some research on that, I find out that President Lincoln issued an income tax during the Civil War. And that's only for the top, a very high percentage, a very small percentage of some very rich people, according to the Times, that they had an income tax. Now, later on, issuing the income tax here, it gives Congress this right. And so it says that they can have an income tax. It doesn't say that they shall or must have an income tax. It doesn't say what the income tax should be. So just because it's in there, it doesn't mean that Congress has to have an income tax. Now, when it comes to tariffs, nowhere in the original Constitution does it say that the president has the right to issue tariffs. But Congress has given the president rights over several laws that Congress had passed, specifically when Franklin Roosevelt took office in the 30s. There was they gave him more rights to issue tariffs, and then later on, President Kennedy had rights for national defense, so to issue tariffs to protect the nation. So it's very important that we have a steel industry in the United States for manufacturing and everything. And if people are sending in cheap steel, cheaper than we can make it and everything, then our steel industry will completely collapse. And that completely collapses, that's bad for our national defense. So they put tariffs on steel. They put tariffs on aluminum to make sure that these countries can't, even though they make it cheaper, it's going to cost them more. So we can still maintain our own productivity. And so over the years, the president has gotten more and more leverage especially with this national defense thing, which again is very vague, right? Is this good for the national defense? Well, who's to say it's not? So
an interesting thing is, the Spanish-American War was funded by a tax on telephone, and actually, it didn't get paid till almost 100 years after the war, and it was just funded through the phones.
Wow. I wonder what the interest was on that.
I have no idea, but I do know that tax was initiated to pay for our participation in the Spanish-American War, and it was not paid until almost at least 100 years later. It's very interesting how things worked out.
Yeah, well, there was a thing there, when we used to have war bonds and stuff, and the Civil War bonds, tariffs and everything. And to fund your wars, if you can just raise income tax on people and have your people working their butts off to fund a war that they don't want, or don't see any need for, if you're afraid that you can't pay for it, all right. If the defense contractors and the soldiers are afraid they're not going to get their money, you're going to think a little harder about going to war or sending soldiers in harm's way, or on how large your standing army has to be. So it just so the income tax there, a lot of people, economics and everything, they're screaming tariffs, tariffs are going to be bad for us, and you're just going to be passing it on to the consumer. But you know what? If you're paying an income tax and you're not consuming anything, and then you got a person paying an income tax, but they're consuming everything, right? Well, pass it on to them because they're consuming things. You're not consuming things, you shouldn't have to pay a tax on that.
Right.
So like you said, a sales tax, right? And if you went with a flat sales tax on everyone, well, everyone's taxed equally because you're only taxed on what you purchase.
Like in Europe, they do it with the value-added tax and things like that. Bless you.
Yeah, I always wondered what value added. What value does this tax add to the product I just bought?
They put it on there to pay for stuff.
Yeah,
and then it just costs you more.
Yeah, and I was over in Germany, and we had to fill out all these forms because we weren't technically German citizens, so we shouldn't have to pay these value-added taxes when we went to buy something at the PX. And that was specifically for like cell phones, stuff like that. So then we go into sorry, excuse me. We go into the popular election of U.S. senators. And we had a troll on the social media, right? And I'm like, I says, we started to lose our republic when we had a popular vote for Senate. Because before then, it was the state legislatures. So you have a representative form of government, or republic, where people vote for their state legislature, their representatives from each of their state districts, and their senators from their state districts. And then these people within the state elect the senators. Okay? So you could have a very populous county, such as Cook County, but how many state senators do they have? So it's kind of a balance. So if you're on an evenly balanced Republican Democrat, you have more likely in a legislature to vote one side or the other. But if you're a populist thing, it's straight by population, and Cook County is going to carry the day. So, okay, here we go. And when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the 17th Amendment.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845. Are you suffering with anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem? If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with the Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered. If you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem, use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My Grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my Grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvid on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Fix Bayonets, comrades, we're back. More about the 17th Amendment. And I was, during the break, I was able to get my brain a little straightened out on this. And the reason I support the legislatures voting for the senators is because I believe that the senators should have loyalty to the state and not to a party. The other way around, they become loyal to the party instead of the state. And I think they should be loyal to their state and their constituents, because I see a lot of senators that are elected in that vote against the best interest of their own state to stay with their party. Okay, so that was my thing on how slowly the republic is being disintegrated into a democracy. Democracy is mob rule.
Simple. If you outnumber them, no matter how smart you are, you outnumber them. Your vote is equal to everyone else's vote, no matter how harder working they are or how smarter they are. It's more smarter. Obviously, on the mob side on this one. All right. So now we go into the 18th Amendment. I think
put Chicago on the map. The 18th Amendment.
It did, and whenever you ban a substance that have been, alcohol kills you slowly. Cigarettes kill you slowly. It takes a lot to overdose on alcohol. You know, you build up a tolerance for it. It happens. Some people get alcohol poisoning and they die. Very few, but a lot more have heroin overdoses. All right. But you have the prohibition there, and you immediately create a black market. And the black market is run not by honest citizens, it's run by criminals. And criminals get power because people want that little thing. And I think one of the things that happened here is some elitists said, wouldn't our country be so much better if if people didn't drink? And they had no intention of stopping drinking themselves because that's only for the little guys. You know, the local police aren't going to come into my palatial estate and seize all my liquor. All right, so they make this they make the prohibition there because people are thinking highly of themselves, and it didn't really work out in the way they thought. What do you think, Paul?
I do, and I think it had a lot to do with the starting of the temperance societies and the Women's Temperance Union, which then kind of coincided actually with the next amendment, because I think that the women started mobilizing, and they you know, it's like that old movie, Evil Alcohol, you know, and I want to testify, and it you know, I think the old Frank Sinatra movie, Robin and the Seven Hoods, but I think it had something to do with the women's rights movement, and they're mobilizing for temperance, I think.
Yeah, I think a lot of Congress and the Senate, when they passed this amendment, were catering to what they saw coming in as a voting bloc.
That's correct.
For one of the rare times in history, they looked forward and they said, you know what? These women are going to get the right to vote. So we better do something to make sure that they're on our side. So it seems like, I'm not saying all women or anything, but like you said, the temperance movement was
real big.
So they started that prohibition. And then, sure enough, the 19th Amendment gives women the right to vote. And that's a 50% increase in your voting block. I think 51% increase, right? Because there's there's more women than there are men.
That is.
All right, so then the 20th Amendment, kind of boring, you know. Instead of March 4th, the president takes office on the 20th. So you have less time for the incumbent lame duck to cause more damage or whatever. And then we have the nice 20.
He got elected several more times after that, though, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now you got the 21st Amendment and the repeal of prohibition. So now when
it's the first time amendment was outright repealed by another amendment.
Yes, and the thing about this is, like, how do you put the cat back in the bag? Because now you create a criminal enterprise, a massive criminal enterprise based on a substance that people want, you know, that only the criminals have control of. All right? So it's not like you go to a dispensary and buy your ABC liquor like some states and counties have. You know, you go
to county-run liquor stores, actually, and state-run liquor stores.
Yeah, but it wasn't during Prohibition that you could go to these stores and buy this stuff. So you could only buy it from the criminals who made an ungodly amount of money, right, and had control and started to form an organization, right, hierarchy and control and stuff. And now you say, well, if we repeal Prohibition, we're going to take their main funding away from them. Well, if you lose main funding and you still have the organization, what do you do?
You got to switch to something else because you got to keep your guys working.
Yeah,
your crew has to get paid.
You don't get rid of the criminals just because of that, right? No. They go to something else. They'll go
the
to
rackets, maybe. Yes, yes.
Prostitution, gambling, drugs, anything else that's illegal. They're going to go, and that's what they know, illegal, right? So they're going to keep going. So that was a little bit too late, I think. History will show that was a big problem, right? Then you got the next amendment where the president can only serve 2 terms, right? So I think people were getting tired of Roosevelt and the machine, the Roosevelt machine that was just going to get him reelected and reelected and reelected, even if he was on life support. If they took his brain out and put it in a jar and they had one eyeball that could blink to say yes or no, they would keep electing Roosevelt in. So Congress kind of scared of this having only one person in charge for so long.
Yeah, the emperor president, they didn't want that.
So they make it for 2 terms only.
Or no more than 10 years. So no more than 2 years of another term.
If you are already 2 years into the term of the president, 2 years into the term of the next president, then that counts as a full term. If you got 2 years left, if you got less than 2 years left, it doesn't count. All right. So yeah, less than 10 years. So you could do 2 terms, two and under a half. Right.
Right.
So and that fell on Truman was the first one that had an effect on. So he could only run.
Well, actually, I don't think it applied to him as he was there. I think it would have waited till the next election. If he would have got elected for that, he still would have been good, but it would have applied, I believe, to the next one after that.
All right. And so now we got the interesting thing now is that President Trump is coming, and he's the second president to be elected in non-consecutive terms. And so it doesn't say consecutive. It says 2 terms. So
correct.
If it was consecutive, then you could take 4 years off and then run again.
Correct.
But all right, so now the 23rd, that's kind of a boring one too. So we have the District of Columbia, and people say, "Oh, the District of Columbia should be a state," and I'm like, no, because you want a neutral place to have your head of government. And the Founding Fathers really thought of this, right? It's not part of Virginia. It's not part of Maryland. It's in between. And there's a whole thing on that. It's the District of Columbia. No state has control over it, but it also doesn't have a vote as a state. It doesn't have senators as a state. But now you have the citizens there. So they have the right to vote in a federal election. So I don't know how that works, because how did they get an elector in? I guess I didn't read that one.
Well, Washington, D.C. is really interesting because they don't technically have like what we have. They don't have a corporation council. They don't have a county attorney. All they have a mayor and a legislature, but their legal system is all federal. So they have a U.S. attorney who's the prosecutor, and it's kind of unique. It's in and of itself is very unusual.
But like
so all the crimes in D.C. are federal crimes. So if you ever get pulled over, you want to make a federal case on it, you would just move to D.C. Everything's a federal case.
Yeah, it's like all the traffic violations on a military base. Those all go to a federal magistrate.
Exactly.
All right, so then 24 is the anti-poll tax. So
correct.
So they can't charge you to vote. They can't say that you have to have land to vote. They can't say that you have to, be a business or anything or to pass a test, be able to read and write in order to vote. If you're a U.S. citizen, you can vote if you're at least 21 and a human being. All right, so then we go. That's another boring one,
Yeah.
Because then you can make the federal laws. If you take and you shake out your demographics. If I get into office and I have a majority in both houses and everything, and I know I got a majority in the Supreme Court, right? I can have them push through a law that, based on demographics, is going to eliminate a lot of my opponent's ability to cast votes. All right. And so this basically says that you can't do that. You know, every citizen has the right to vote. Which the next one, we talked about this, the ascension of president. We already talked about this one in pretty much depth, in depth. Right. And that actually was pushed through by President Truman, because he wanted to have an absolute ascension system, because nothing was written in stone at the time. So it set it up that during this, they wanted to make sure that there were, at least other than the president and the vice president, that the two next people in line were actually elected officials, because the president's cabinet are not elected officials. But the Speaker of the House, all right, is an elected official, and so is the President pro tem of the Senate. Yeah, the majority leader of the Senate there. So they would have the Speaker of the House, President pro tem, and then you go with the secretaries in the order of when the cabinet positions were established. So the last cabinet position that has been established was the Department of Veteran Affairs became a cabinet position. So that's the last guy the last person in the ascension for president. So if it goes down to there's nothing after the head of the Department of Veteran Affairs. So the odds of it going that far are unlikely, and would it matter if it had to go that far anyways? So then the next, the shortest amendment to get approved before it was brought into the Senate, right, to get ratified. So, like, even though Congress votes through the Senate and votes through the House, either one can introduce it and gives a 2/3 majority, it still has to be ratified by the state legislatures. Right. So the shortest one, which is impressive, was 10 March to July 1st of 1971. And that was giving the 18-year-olds the right to vote. So you look at that, that's March, April, May, June, July. That's like that's not even 6 months. 6 months before all the states ratified it. Now, you could say that was because of mass communication and everything else, but obviously everyone wanted 18-year-olds and up to vote. And rightfully so, because they had been fighting in our wars for a long time. And then, of course, we talked about the 27th Amendment. You can vote yourself a pay raise, but you might not be in office to collect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
also the one that took the longest, because it was first proposed, as you said, in 1789, and it didn't get ratified until 1992.
Yeah, before then, Congress would just vote themselves a pay raise and then be like, they'd collect it right away. And maybe they'd even make it retroactive or whatever for the beginning of their terms. But now, you have to look at it, say, oh, they're going to vote themselves a 30% pay raise in a recession. And then the person that's going to run against them in the primary, especially for Congress, because they run every 2 years, is going to come and say, hey, you guys, you're out of your job. They raised your taxes, and, inflation's out of control, and this guy gave himself a 30% pay raise. So he's going to think about that, because he's going to have to run for re-election. And if he doesn't get re-elected, he's not going to collect that pay raise. So I think so we finished up with all 27 amendments. And I think they're all great. It's great stuff here. And it shows that our republic and our Constitution are like
I don't know who to
It's a
quote.
living document.
It can be a living document. It can change, right? But it's written in stone until it's changed. It's written in stone. So if it says it, it says it. If it doesn't say it, it doesn't say it. If you want it to say something different, write it, rewrite it in stone. Don't interpret it. Don't misinterpret something. That's why we got the Supreme Court saying whether it's constitutional or not. And I don't know who to attribute the quote to, but we have the absolute worst system of government in the world, except for all the rest. It's like, there is no government is necessary evil. All right, but we have the best necessary evil at this time, and I think we owe it to the Constitution, and we owe it to the ability to amend the Constitution to reflect the changing of the human condition. Yeah, so 8 minutes left. So, Paul, what do you think the next amendment to the Constitution should be?
Well, there's talk out there about this Equal Rights Amendment that's been pending around for about 25, 35 years, but we don't know. And there might be other amendments out there. I think they might try to actually codify this natural-born citizen thing and maybe make an amendment relating to that, I think. Something along those lines.
Yeah, it is. There is some vagueness to who is a citizen. Now, if you're a naturalized citizen, you weren't born here, right? If you're born here, were you born of citizens? That's the question. So you have birthright citizenship that says all you got to do is wash up on shore, have a baby. That baby's born on United States soil, automatically becomes a U.S. citizen. But the mother that gave it birth is not a U.S. citizen. Does that's where all this stuff comes into play. So there's recently we had the Chinese. There's some Chinese company that was flying Chinese women in to the United States that were pregnant, and they were getting them visas for whatever reason. They would fly into the United States. They would have their babies here, and they would have their anchor babies right here for U.S. citizens. So I could see a problem with that. I could see the communist Chinese government intentionally sending pregnant women over here to intentionally have their babies over there to give them U.S. status, right? And then later on, to have a lot of these automatically coming in because they have U.S. status. What do you think, Paul?
That is entirely possible. It's they call that the citizenship baby racket.
Yep. And I don't think any other country in the world allows that.
No.
So
no others do.
And it comes down to,
at least not any of the developed ones.
You go into the going way back where they say the president's going to invoke the Enemy Aliens Act, and that's for national defense. And if you could prove, and I could, if I was debating this, I would debate that is an issue in national defense, because how do you vet the parents? How do you vet their reasons for being here? What are the reasons for having the child here? So all sorts of interesting stuff. But one of the ones I'd like to see is absolute term limits. We got term limits on the president. I think we should have term limits on Congress.
That would be good.
I like what they say about the Mexican government. They only elect their president for 6 years.
Yes.
For one term. And they said, if you can't steal enough in 6 years, you don't deserve a second term.
That's correct.
And I think if these congressmen and senators can't steal enough in 12 years, that's it. Get your tin cup out and go begging for more money.
But then the question is, do you allow them to move from one house to the next?
Well, okay.
Yeah, I think
so they get 12 and 12 in each one then.
Yes.
So they get 3 as 2 as a senator and 3 as a congressman. You're okay with that?
6 as a congressman and 2 as a senator.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, 24 years. But you know what? All right. So it's like a hierarchy thing, right? Senators don't usually get elected unless they have some other experience. You know, a lot of them more recently just owe their loyalties to the party rather than to the states, and the party puts them in position. But 24 years seems reasonable, you know. And if you're going to do a total, I'm not a total, not consecutive, a total of 24 years in the House. Let's say you do your 24 years in the Senate and now you want to be a representative, because you do your 12 years in the Senate and now you want to be a representative. Well, okay, you get 12 more years. That's it. You know, right now, we got people that have been in over 50 years in the House of Representatives. You know, they're not representing their congressional districts. You look at their congressional districts; they're garbage. You know, they represent themselves. So, I think that some people might say, "Hey, 1 term for Senate, or 3 terms for the House." I think 24 is reasonable. I mean, you could be 60 years old and do your 24 years and get out at 84, and you've had 60 years of life experience before you got that. Or you get elected very young at 21, and by the time you get out, you're 45.
Yeah.
You know, so next week, I don't know what subject we talk about next week. I'm getting something, we always have something that comes up. I think we talk about stuff that's
relevant and contemporaneous.
Relevant and contemporary, yeah. And I'm sure something will come up in the next couple of days that'll give me a subject to talk about. But hey, if you enjoy the show, call in, let me know, all right? And leave some messages. And as always, you can find all of our shows on our webpage, cgr.cylink.net. So cgr.psylink.net. All of our shows will have a link to the Chief Guard of the Republic YouTube channel, the YouTube channel, Chief Guard of the Republic YouTube channel, and all of our shows are up there if you want to go through them and sharpshoot us and hit us with questions next week.
Have a great week.
Thanks, Paul.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring their international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Cylink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, November, Echo, Tango. Join your co-hosts Mike Tooman and Paul Burvitt on our weekly radio hour, Chief Guard of the Republic, where we talk about all things national security, defense, personal security, safety, and dealing with law enforcement situations. Call in 847-931-1410. Ask us questions. We will get you answers. Every week, Saturday, noon to 1 on 1410 AM WRMN Elgin. Streaming on WRMN1410.com. Chat with us on WRMN's YouTube live channel.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour at townhall.com. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. At least 7 people killed, 19 injured when an air ambulance crashed to the ground in a busy Philadelphia neighborhood last night. Philadelphia Mayor Sherelle Parker's comments on WPVI.
A pediatric patient, their mother, and a 4-person flight crew. This was a medical transport plane that took off from our nearby Northeast Philadelphia airport, and it was only afloat for a very short period of time before something went terribly wrong and it crashed.
Among those killed, a child who was receiving treatment at a Philadelphia hospital along with her mother. Federal investigators say they won't be speculating on the cause of Wednesday's deadly midair collision near Reagan National Airport. However, they should be able to release their preliminary findings in a report in about a month. Daryl Fisher is a retired U.S. Army National Guard pilot. He says that night vision in the D.C. metro area can be very difficult.
I-295 is right over there. So moving lights, they get mixed up with ground lights, with cars. You just can't see them, even with goggles on. Goggles actually make it worse down there. It's so bright. So a lot of times we would flip our goggles up going through that area.
President Trump's approval rating is on the rise.
The Rasmussen Report's daily presidential tracking poll for Friday shows that 52% of likely U.S. voters approve of President Trump's job performance. 45% disapprove. The latest figures include 39% who strongly approve of the job President Trump is doing and 37% who strongly disapprove. This gives him a presidential approval rating of +2. On January 23rd, he held a total approval rating of 56% and disapproval rating of 40%, with an approval index of +6. 40% strongly approved of his performance and 34% strongly disapproved. Bernie Bennett reporting.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-885-3333. That's 800-885-3333. 800-885-3333.
Federal officials have approved a new type of pain pill designed to eliminate the risks of addiction and overdose often associated with opioid medications like Vicodin and OxyContin. Dr. Charles Argoff is a pain management specialist at Albany Medical Center.
Not only is it a non-opioid medication for acute pain, which is the first that's been approved in decades, but it also allows people a new option. And each of us are different, and we need as many options as possible to manage acute pain for our patients.
And the list of side effects from the new drug are not only different,
but don't involve the risk of substance abuse and other key side effects associated with opioids that really make it very exciting that we have this new option.
It is the first new pharmaceutical approach to treating pain in 20 years. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. An NBA player is refusing comment while being investigated in a federal sports betting probe.
Terry Rozier declined to answer questions Friday about the investigations by federal prosecutors into unusual betting patterns surrounding his play in a game when he was with the Hornets in 2023. Rozier, now with the Heat, is linked to the same probe that led to former Raptors player Jonte Porter being banned for life from the NBA. Porter faced criminal prosecution and eventually pleaded guilty to committing wire fraud. Porter is awaiting sentencing. There has been no indication that Rozier is under criminal investigation. He has not been charged with a crime. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
Elite athletes are competing longer than ever before. LeBron James, Lindsey Vonn both just turned 40. And Portuguese soccer star Cristiano Ronaldo turns 40 next week. Experts say a lot of it has to do with their support teams. More of these stories at Town Hall.
Attention brides and grooms-to-be. Your dream wedding starts here. Join the Serendipity Collective, located in the heart of Hampshire, Illinois, for 2 incredible wedding expos, packed with inspiration, top vendors, and everything you need to plan your perfect day. First, on February 23rd, it's the Love is in the Air Wedding Expo at 1100 American Lane in Schaumburg from 12 to 4 p.m. This free event will connect you with the best in the biz. Discover everything from desserts to decor, and it's open to the public. Then on March 16th, don't miss the Lucky in Love Wedding Expo, located at Camp Big Timber at 37W 955 Big Timber Road in Elgin. Same time, same deal from 12 to 4, and it's for free. Email them at info@theserendipitycollectivellc.com. Don't forget, you can RSVP on their website or Eventbrite. That's the Serendipity Collective. Get ready to make your wedding day dreams come true.
He's Chicagoland's anti-woke warrior, always looking to the left to expose Democrat hypocrisy. He's on a crusade to turn the suburbs red again. It's the Northwest Suburbs' own Jeff Michaels. And this is the Jeff Michaels Show on 1410 WRMN.
Welcome, one and all. Jeff Michaels here, Jeff Michaels Show. 1410 WRMN, the talk of the Fox Valley and beyond. Great to be back with you. End of week 2, Trump 2.0. And quite a 2 weeks it's been. Wouldn't you agree? As much as I think we all anticipated how much he'd hit the ground running, I don't think anybody saw this coming. I think we knew we were going to be seeing a barrage of executive orders and could have even laid out what a lot of them were going to be. But watching this administration run this thing for the last 2 weeks, just looking at the whole big picture and then comparing it to that same vision of what the world was before January 20th, it's surreal. Press conference yesterday, really his first crisis. And by the way, of course, can you imagine just waiting? I mean, who hasn't gone to O'Hare or whatever, pulled over to the side along 190 there, or the little off ramp from 294, or however you get there, pulled over to the side to wait until you got that text. Usually it's just landed, or, landed, I'll let you know the gate, or whatever it is. Could you just imagine sitting there to pick somebody up and then having this happen? Most of the time for me, it's kids or grandkids or family. I can't imagine. Heartbreaking and so tragic and so preventable and predictable and foreseeable and inevitable. And I hate to do an I told you so, but I remember like yesterday when Obama launched what really was the first DEI program, official DEI. It wasn't called DEI, that came later, but that was to introduce more diversity into the hiring of air traffic controllers. And while I guess you don't have to be a genius to be an air traffic controller, don't think you can be a dummy either. I'm not so sure I could be an air traffic controller. I mean, seems like you've got to be organized, both digitally, data-wise, and otherwise, which pretty much knocks me out. I'll admit it, ADHD, guilty. And I got a feeling ADHD people would not make a very good air traffic controller. Hey, maybe that could be the next marginalized group. By the way, as an aside but related, did you hear about this punk reporter for a local station in Washington? I think it was WUSA, interviewing or somehow stumbled upon a young man waiting for his wife. He'd pulled over on a cell phone lot or what, but It was just after everyone knew something was wrong with the plane, or everybody knew it had crashed, but didn't know how severe or didn't really know anything yet. This guy interviews him, and the young man tells him that his wife texted him just a few minutes earlier that they were getting ready to land. So he was sitting there, at that moment, hoping, praying that she was going to turn up. Reporter's name is Jawan Strader. He's since then been fired, I believe, and that's a good thing. Anyway, this was really President Trump's first national disaster, emergency, crisis, et cetera, et cetera. And I want to tell you, I know I'm not alone when I remember back during so much of the first Trump administration where we would think to ourselves, I would think to myself, if only he could just be a little more control of his mouth, realize the stuff you don't want to say. If he could just be more presidential, people would say. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, for whatever reasons and life experiences he has had, he sure is presidential now. He's got a different calm, a different measuredness about him. And it sure came through in this press conference. And I'm not just talking about his tone.
I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal. And I have to say, the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast. It was mobilized immediately. The work is now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly. And we are a country of we are in mourning. This has really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years, I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas.
And that is a key point. During Trump's first term, they undid all of that DEI type stuff that Obama had put in place relative to the hiring of air traffic controllers. And again, I remember thinking very clearly, something bad is going to happen somewhere, someplace, sometime. As air traffic continues to increase, and since then, which was 2014 till now, it's up many times over. This was bound to happen just like this, at an airport just like this. Could have been LaGuardia, same kind of thing. Meaning small, a bunch of runways stuffed into it, heavy traffic, and close to town. Another point that he's making is that as these reported near misses have been steadily increasing in frequency, and accidents and reports were always addressed with all this serious focus and priority, then it always faded off to nothing and became an old story. If they ever did, in time, come out with any kind of explanation as to what they did actually find, it generally didn't mean much by that time. And it never gets dealt with. They're saying every case is going to be run down, investigated, and solved as quickly and correctly as possible. And done by the best people that can be found, regardless of who they are or what they look like. Music to my ears.
And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. Then they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers.
And now we know that they were short-staffed at the air traffic control in the tower there at Reagan National for I don't know how long, but normally you're supposed to have different air traffic controllers handling commercial jets or planes and helicopters. And in this case, because they were short, they had one person doing both. Also, reports out yesterday, one of the many tidbits being uncovered, I guess, from the annals of the Transportation Department, of course, formerly run by the Honorable Pete Buttigieg, who, by the way, President Trump made sure to include in today's discussion, or about, as you'll hear in a little bit. There have also been a lot of reported near misses at a lot of airports in the Northeast, but especially, apparently, at Reagan National. Not the kind of thing you'd hear really much of in terms of national stories, short of a story like this. But from what I understand, it's been a fair amount of coverage in the local Washington media about all these near misses that have happened at Reagan National over the last, 2 years. And then you realize that the guy who's been in charge of it all, the guy that you would have thought would have certainly have known the increasing reported instances of near misses at many of these airports, especially in the Northeast, had been increasing over the last 10 years. You'd think it would have been Pete Buttigieg, a.k.a. Mayor Pete, who put more priority on DEI projects like spending $1 billion to build racial equity in roads. Well, that was more important than anything as obvious as understaffed, undertrained, and incompetent air traffic controller and ATC personnel, especially at airports with heavy volume and low staff, like Reagan National. And how about one more little bit of irony for the mayor from South Bend who couldn't even keep up with his potholes? Aside from the fact that you would think that the Secretary of Transportation would be aware of one of the busiest, densest airports in the country, having many reports of near misses steadily increasing over the last 1 or 2 years, I would bet you dollars to donuts and give you odds that given he's from South Bend, he's probably flown in and out of Reagan National a zillion times.
Which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg. A real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit.
I do believe that's the first time I've ever heard anybody swear from the White House podium. How refreshing. And by the way, just to give a little personal tidbit of some of my own life experience that might help you to understand a little better what's behind Donald Trump's modus operandi and demeanor. My father was a CEO type. He was a CEO type of guy, ran his own company, very successful. But he was always the boss, as he should have been, because it was his company. As such, he had a lot of what is called piss and vinegar. The best way to describe or define piss and vinegar would be aggressive energy. Yes, it can sometimes lead to quick decisions that end up being a little hastier than should have been, and reversals are sometimes necessary. Goes with the territory.
And my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. You have to be talented, naturally talented, but we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that.
How do you argue with that? How much more presidential do you want someone to sound than that? Sorry. Call me a cultist. Could have never thought I would think this way about any president, but thank God this guy is running this country. And not Kamala Harris. Try to imagine her right now handling this and trying to soothe the country at a time like this. Think of the word salad that she would be putting out at a time like this. Is that a scary thought or what? Speaking of scary thoughts, let me briefly switch to one of my favorite topics. Miss Joy Reid. As you've heard me harping on for a while, if you're one of my many throngs of regular listeners, is the amazement that I have. The amazement that I have regarding the degree to which the far left has still not only not learned any lessons from the beating they just took, so many of them are doubling down. Just like our friend Joy Reid, who just a couple nights ago came up with something fresh and clever. She compared Trump to Hitler.
Once in power, he moved with shock and awe, imprisoning his liberal opposition, abolishing states' rights, and imposing bans on left-wing newspapers. He fueled German public outrage by blaming European Jews for Germany's problems. Notably, he and his Minister of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, launched a massive propaganda campaign that labeled Jews as carriers of deadly diseases and violent terrorists. Defeating the Jews of Europe, who they viewed as subhuman, was a question of good conquering evil, which conditioned millions of Germans to celebrate Hitler and turn a blind eye to his brutality. If that sounds vaguely familiar, that's because it is. Similarities to what happened in Germany and what's happening now in America are just undeniable.
What's undeniable is that you're a moron. Not just for making such a vile and insane comparison, that you thought something like that would work before, have seen conclusively that it horribly didn't, and are still sticking to it, i.e. doubling down. Who is your target audience? More appropriately, why and or how are you still on the air? Especially at the end of a week when we just celebrated, at least on this show last week, we celebrated the downfall of Jim Acosta. Now he's joined by Chuck Todd, who yesterday announced, maybe it was Thursday, last couple of days announced that was his last day on NBC. As sudden as it apparently was to many, he put out a statement, quote, "The reason why I'm ready to move, I think the media has a lot of work to do to win back the trust. And I think, frankly, national media isn't the place that's going to be able to do it." Could you have a better example of someone on the left showing that they have no self-awareness? A better example you could not find. Going to bounce back real quick before we cap off this first half hour to the story of the crash in D.C. Now, you know, obviously last night we also had this terrible tragedy of the crash in Philadelphia, you know, with the medical transport going back to Mexico, a young girl. Just a sad, sad story. And her mother, she had just come up to Philadelphia to the Children's Hospital there for life-saving surgery, which she had, I guess, and was flying back with her mother. So tragic. You never know. But apparently pilot error or pilot issue of some kind. So back to the D.C. crash. Obama initiated a diversity-driven shift in policy on hiring air traffic controllers. Really the first of its kind. So when you understand that there are many reports of near misses at many airports around the country, while all along, as it turns out, hiring air traffic controllers to keep up with the pace was not keeping up. So what would a normal person's reaction, what were normal people's reactions? You pray for these people and you try and understand what family and friends are going through, and I can't imagine. But we're normal people. I know you are. Democrats, however, most Democrats are not normal people. And I include in that group elected officials and TV anchors. Among them, people like Senator Patty Murray, Democrat of the great state of Washington, who spoke to Congress yesterday in response and related to the RFK Jr. confirmation for Secretary of Health and Human Services, and blamed it all on, hang on for it, Donald Trump.
HHS has really broad and critical responsibilities to protect and preserve healthcare and social services, from women's health to childcare to biomedical research. That's just a few. In light of last night's tragedy, I do want to express my thoughts and prayers. But it is, I think, a painful reminder to all of us that we need competent people running our federal agencies to respond when a crisis strikes.
So did you get that straight? She took the occasion of responding to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s confirmation hearing for his nomination as Health and Human Services Secretary to remind us all, to point out just what happens when you have bad leadership. Don't you ever wonder how these people think these things up? They can't come naturally. I don't care how you're thinking or how illogical your brain is wired. This is a lady who has now been elected to the Senate, I believe, 6 times? Boggles the mind. I have one more clip to play for you, which I'll do after the break. It's from the TV pundit side, this time Abby Phillips of CNN. Oh, it's precious. Trust me on that one. And then I'm going to play a couple clips from Megyn Kelly's appearance earlier this week on PBS's Frontline. Significant for a whole bunch of reasons, not the least of which, just letting a well-known opinion pundit from the right, like Megyn Kelly, to freely speak her mind on the very left-leaning and controlled and programmed Frontline on PBS. But the most significant part of all is what she talked about, and the fact that she was able to be so open about it on that show, which up until now would have never let anybody, not just pro-Trump, but this pro-right or conservative, come within a mile of that show. So take it from me, you will have no better explanation and have no better understanding as to why Donald Trump won.
This is the Jeff Michaels Show on 1410 WRMN.
If you're in charge of purchasing coring bits or diamond tooling for an engineering or construction firm, you're gonna want to hear this. 4Core Biz delivers a critical missing component in the market. Our team of trained experts will make sure that you receive a full valuation of your actual coring needs to ensure that you're getting the optimum performance out of all your core bits and machines. A cheap core bit is just that. Cheap. It costs less but bores far less holes and costs more per hole. Our bits cost a little more but bore you a whole lot more holes. 4 times more. Give us a shot and we'll send you your bits before you pay us a dime. 4Core Biz. Visit us at 4corebiz.com. That's the number 4, COREBIZ.com. Or call 888-831-9557. 4Core Biz.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
At the Jeff Michaels Show, we encourage the use of whataboutisms. It's the one tool available to flush out and expose progressive leftist Democrat hypocrisy.
We're talking about the pundits, politicians on the left. Cannot and not shake the TDS, never will. And they continue to say things that are no less preposterous than they always were. They know now aren't going to help their cause. They got their asses kicked in the one thing that their lives were depending on, basically, en masse. And so many of them, especially their mouthpieces, are dropping like flies, especially from the mainstream media, which doesn't really know what hit it yet. And by the way, the answer to that is independent media has hit it like a tsunami, which is a nice segue into what we're going to be covering here in a few minutes, and that's Megyn Kelly. Speaking of a superstar switch from mainstream media to corporate media, to network media to independent media. But we'll be back to that in a minute. First, Abby Phillips on CNN just a couple nights ago giving her expert analysis as to what should or could be suspected as behind this tragedy in Washington, D.C.
It's January 29th. We are just 9 days out from a presidential transition, an administrative transition. The FAA administrator resigned at the end of the Biden administration. So there is no permanent confirmed FAA administrator right now. This is going to be a time when there's going to be a lot of public communication and a lot of investigation of what happened here. What do you anticipate this transition period is going to mean for what happens today and tomorrow and in the coming days as we find out what happened here?
What do you anticipate this transition period is going to mean for what happens in the coming days and weeks and whatever the hell else she said? So according to Abby Phillips, 9 days in, past the transition, whatever that means, we already have a catastrophic event detrimental to every American caused by the incompetence, negligence, and narcissism of Donald Trump. Sorry, I don't mean to get so far overboard, but just think about this. And by the way, the FBI administrator who walked away, leaving the post, there's another fly in the ointment. Like, that's unusual when a president switches to another one, especially when it's from one party to the other, that the head of the Federal Aviation Administration steps down. That's unusual. So Abby Phillips has already found numerous reasons to blame Donald Trump for this tragedy in Washington, D.C. But neither she nor Senator Murray are alone. They've got a lot of company, that's for sure. Like Bakari Sellers, who's a real race baiter. This guy, he's a commentator, talking head on CNN, has been for a long time. Writes articles. He's fairly widely distributed. He's a race baiter. He's a modern Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson. For reference, as you might recall, Trump's executive order that froze all air traffic control hiring while they could get back under control the DEI mandate that had been, as I keep telling you, started by Barack Obama, ended by Donald Trump, restarted by Joe Biden, but even made more liberal and open and prioritizing to a greater degree the diversity over the merit. And Donald Trump then on his second day froze it to start the process of turning it back in the other direction. The DEI effect on air traffic controller hiring, his second day, I believe. Bakari Sellers put a piece out on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it, and anywhere else he does it, TikTok and so on. A whole piece that explained, or that started with the headline, Trump's dangerous freeze of air traffic control. That was on Trump's second day in office. Come forward a little over a week to the D.C. crash this week. Not even an hour after the crash, before we even knew if there were survivors, they were still on a rescue mission, not recovery. When this race-baiting asshole retweets his tweet from Trump's second day in office, highlighting Trump's dangerous freezing of air traffic control hiring. And with the retweet, he's got the new message that says, 8 days ago. I.e., it was just 8 days ago that I told you that he was doing things that was going to make you unsafe in airplanes. And look, it only took 8 days. He later deleted the tweet and actually wrote some kind of, BS apology. I mean, it sounded sincere, but when you see it was Bakari Sellers writing it, you realize, In it, he says, yes, I admit it, I effed up. He wrote the word. Just think of the mentality. This is an intelligent guy, smart guy. And he actually thinks that, maybe he just thinks people are so dumb that he can just spit out whatever he wants and they're going to believe it. And do you think any of these people, and now I include these last three we just talked about, do you think any of these people to this moment have learned? Have realized that as long as they keep singing the song they've been, they're not going to get anywhere. They're not going to get anywhere further than they have to this point. In fact, likely, they'll keep slipping back and becoming even less and less relevant and more in the distance. Going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to hear some clips from Megyn Kelly's appearance this week on PBS Frontline. And I'm telling you, if you don't hear anything else this year about why Donald Trump won, what the Democrats did to shoot themselves in the foot, and everything in between, you don't want to miss it. Trust me on that. Not to mention the fact that it is being allowed to be broadcast and the message being allowed to be put out there on PBS Frontline. A message from somebody famous on the right telling them everything they did wrong, why they lost, how wrong they were and are about Donald Trump, basically in every way, shape, and form. And all of their flaws. Pinch me.
Trying to change one heart at a time. It's Jeff Michaels on 1410 WRMN.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word PREPARE to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility comes crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group now. Text PREPARE to the number 989898. That's PREPARE to 989898.
If you're in charge of purchasing coring bits or diamond tooling for an engineering or construction firm, you're going to want to hear this. 4Core Biz delivers a critical missing component in the market. Our team of trained experts will make sure that you receive a full valuation of your actual coring needs to ensure you're getting the optimum performance out of all your core bits and machines. A cheap core bit is just that. Cheap. It costs less, but bores far less holes and costs more per hole. Our bits cost a little more, but bore you a whole lot more holes. 4 times more. Give us a shot, and we'll send you your bits before you pay us a dime. 4Core Biz. Visit us at 4corebiz.com. That's the number 4, COREBIZ.com. Or call 888-831-9557. 4Core Biz.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Yearning for the time when the question, do you want to get something off your chest, had nothing to do with gender-affirming care? It's Jeff Michaels on 1410 WRMN.
The absolutely brilliant Megyn Kelly was on PBS Frontline earlier this week. And that is incredibly significant for a whole bunch of reasons, most of which is what she talked about, and that they allowed her to say such things on their network. Yes, the network that we pay for still, and allowed them to lean totally left. Discussion for another day. But just the fact that she was allowed to come on, allowed to speak her mind, and not edited at all, is almost beyond belief. When you understand how it's been treated, how we've been treated, we on the right, and or any talking heads or politicians on the right have been treated by the mainstream media forever. It was a given for 20 years by platforms like PBS, NPR, and the mainstream media, much of which we're watching disintegrate before our very eyes. And to quote Maxwell Smart from Get Smart, and loving it. Boy, did I date myself with that one. And I'm not going to use the karma word, but if the shoe fits. So here's Megyn Kelly. Clips maybe 3 or 4 minutes long. We're going to stop it a couple times. But the most significant part of this is what she says. Because she couldn't be more spot on in terms of why Trump won, why he came out of nowhere and won, why his ratings at one point started shooting up and weren't going to come back. And most importantly, everything that the Democrats did, starting with the lawfare, shot themselves in the foot and set them back probably by a generation. That's another reason I'm showing some of these other examples of, these goofballs online and on TV still keeping the same TDS attitude, because they still refuse to look in the mirror and see how they screwed up.
The lawfare in general was the biggest turning point. The lawfare was a catastrophic mistake by the Democrats.
Say what lawfare is for
trying to criminalize a political battle, trying to go after one's political opponent with criminal charges, and on top of that, civil cases that could ruin a man. Trying to put him in jail was a bridge too far. I know that there are going to be a lot of left-leaning Democrats who hate Trump watching this saying, but rule of law, but no one's above the law.
That's the line they continue to go to. That's been their latest go-to line that they've invented for themselves over the last couple of years. Anytime they run out of things to respond with, it's one of their new go-tos, that's for sure. I wish I had a dime for every time somebody told me he was convicted by a jury of 12 of his peers, and that's the end of it. He is guilty, and to call him anything less is un-American and makes you part of the cult. It shows you really don't trust the American justice system. Really? Okay, then tell me this. Yes, that same person. So you also are good with the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict? It was on the level incorrect as well? Suddenly they go silent.
And I am here to tell you, even if that's true, and I don't happen to agree that he broke the law at all, but even if it's true, the electorate rejected it out of hand as too much. It made the Democrats look radical. It made the Democrats look like they were the ones who were anti-democratic. It undermined their core argument against Trump on January 6th. They shot themselves in the foot. And so as the cases started rolling on, the anger on the right and the middle, which is where most of my audience is, grew. And I saw it in my emails, in my comments, in the feedback I got from my audience live on SiriusXM and elsewhere. And the raid kicked it all off.
Just to refresh your memory again, we've talked about this here before. As you might recall, shortly after Trump came out and announced he was going to run again for president, at that point, the polls showed him way back. Ron DeSantis was like 25 points ahead of him. Fox News was already putting the kibosh on even having Trump on ever, and they were shifting it over to Ron DeSantis. You might recall that Rupert Murdoch assumed, or they all thought, that he was the guy that was up and coming, and they wanted him to be at the forefront of Fox News' coverage, not Donald Trump. But as soon as the lawfare started, which was really, as Megyn Kelly said, with the raid at Mar-a-Lago, his approval ratings started going up almost overnight. Then came the E. Jean Carroll thing. Then the pictures of Biden showing his documents being stored in the garage in an open box behind his 72 Corvette. Then E. Jean Carroll trying to take his business down, followed closely by Alvin Bragg trying to twist whatever was possible to twist within the system to make an obscure misdemeanor about business record keeping turned into a felony deserving of a prison sentence. Thank God the American public and their mentality has not been taken over by the left as much as we had feared. Yet.
The raid caused people to feel genuinely rageful. We had never seen such a thing. The FBI raided the home of a former president. The FBI staged a photo op in which they placed the documents just so and took photos and then released those photos. As Merrick Garland was up there trying to tell us nothing had been manipulated and we could totally trust them, that this was not politicized. We didn't believe him. We still don't believe him. I'm still angry about it as somebody who is a lawyer and practiced law for 10 years. It was a before and after moment that we now cannot get back.
Just stop for a second and understand why it's so significant that she and somebody like her is even being allowed to express her uncensored feelings to an audience such as PBS's. Even with the ebbs and flows of Republicans versus Democrats in charge and with the White House and blah, 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 they always bent, but bent much less over the last few years. But now they're broken. All because of Donald Trump coming in and taking hold of the culture and shifting it like a tsunami going over a little island. Living through this in real time, I think, takes away our ability to really understand the magnitude of the change in American culture, politics, voter groups that have occurred as a result of the comeback of Donald Trump. It's like nothing that could have ever been imagined. And I truly think is going to be treated in history as major and significant an era in both American history and, dare I say, Western civilization. The UK, for example, has followed us down the rabbit hole of lefty extremism for the last few years. Let's hope they follow us back out of it.
Now we've crossed the Rubicon and anything's possible. And if Adam Schiff or Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden winds up facing criminal charges under a Trump administration, I can tell you there are very few Republican voters who will feel sorry for them. They brought it upon themselves. We had never done this before. Hillary Clinton, everyone chanted lock her up in the Republican Party. Trump smiled and waved along with the crowd while they did it. Did he do it? No, as soon as he was elected, he said, no, I'm not doing that. That was rhetoric in the wake of the campaign and during the campaign. Only Joe Biden, only Merrick Garland, and the Democrats, from Fani Willis up to Alvin Bragg and others, thought this was an okay line to cross in the United States of America. We made it almost 250 years without doing this to a president. And let me tell you, it wasn't because no president had ever come close to the legal line. We understood as a nation, we didn't want to start turning ourselves into a banana republic. And I don't know where this goes from here, but whatever happens, it's their fault. I'm still angry about it as somebody who is a lawyer and practiced law for 10 years. It was a before and after moment that we now cannot get back. Now we've crossed the Rubicon and anything's possible. And if Adam Schiff or Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden winds up facing criminal charges under a Trump administration, I can tell you there are very few Republican voters who will feel sorry for them.
Let's bask in that together for a second. And let's dream together. I got excited just listening to it. And think for a second that message is being allowed to be conveyed on PBS Frontline. Think about it for a second. If I had told you that was going to happen 4 years ago, you would have thought I was wacko. Not that that wouldn't still apply, but it's another discussion. Just imagine, nobody wants any kind of revenge, for the most part. You know that Trump administration's got to do something to try and see if you can stop the cascading of the respect of the rule of law, as was begun and crossed by the Democrats with all this lawfare. But that said, let's just all hear it again and dream.
Adam Schiff or Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden winds up facing criminal charges under a Trump administration,
We can only hope. You can watch the entire 1 hour show on YouTube. Pull it up right away. Just Google YouTube, Megyn Kelly, or PBS Frontline, Megyn Kelly. Come right up. And the entire hour is quite eye-opening. I would highly suggest you watch it. If you're somebody who likes to debate politics or has anybody in the family or friends or whatever that you are able to have a civil discussion with, this would be you couldn't find a better thing to have them watch and invite them to please respond or debate anything she says. It's not doable. It's really impossible unless you want to make up your own thing, which is obviously something the left does when they need to, but just watch it. I'm telling you, take my word. And take my word that a lot more is going to come out this week with regard to the D.C. crash. I think it's just the tip of the iceberg. The corruption that we are going to find out about that has been part of the American federal government deep state upwards of 10 years is going to be very high. Remember I told you. And with that, another hour has quickly started to move. Thank you for sticking with me. I'll be back again next week, same time, same station, right here, with the Jeff Michaels Show at AM 1410 WRMN.
It's Jeff Michaels on 1410 WRMN.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Scilink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions. They have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 2 o'clock.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
When it comes to real estate, you want the best. Choose RE/MAX, the #1 name in real estate. Located at 113 West Oaknell Drive in Hampshire, Illinois, RE/MAX leads the industry in brand awareness and provides comprehensive services, residential, commercial, leasing, and investment solutions, all tailored to your needs. With innovative marketing and cutting-edge tools, RE/MAX helps you find your dream property or sell faster. At RE/MAX, they take a client-centered approach, offering personalized strategies to achieve your real estate goals. Ready to get started? Call them today at 847-683-9200. That's 847-683-9200. Or visit their website at ildealmakers.com to begin your journey. RE/MAX Dealmakers, making real estate simple and successful.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 3 o'clock.
Are you 18 to 24 looking for a hands-on job leading to a career? Have you considered manufacturing? BCS, Business and Career Services, can help. The Manufacturing Careers Internship Program helps you gain work experience while earning money. You will obtain OSHA safety and forklift certifications. At BCS, there's also job placement and retention support. All services are free. BCS has locations in Cook and Kane County. Find out more today at bcsillinois.org or call 224-545-0765. BCS, strengthening communities, building careers. Accepting applications now. 224-545-0765.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures, perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 4 o'clock.